Chapter 12, 91. This way, I won't have to waste time walking all the way down the hallway. I will only need to walk back if I need to revisit one of the explored worlds. Luckily, it turns out to be easy enough to change my arrival point. So once that is set, I open the door. This is all that I had actually planned to do, but now that I am here, I can't stop. So, I walk through the door, and instantly I find myself standing before the gates of the city. There was no pause to collect energy or anything. I just came through in soul form. That explains why combat is forbidden here. It would mean true soul death if you died here. There are beings appearing around me constantly, but they don't even look around before entering the city. There are also beings leaving the city, but when they get near me, they disappear. It looks like this world only contains the city. Leaving the city means you leave the world too. However, the city's wall is blocking my view of the city, and my curiosity quickly drives me forward. As soon as I walk through the gate, I stop again in shock and stare at the city. Just from here, I can see hundreds of buildings in all sorts of different styles. There are some that look like styles from ancient Earth, and many, many more that look completely alien. The only thing the buildings have in common is that they are all made from the same material. The buildings are all made from a strange, glowing, translucent crystal. The glow from the crystal gives every building a holy look, no matter what shape they are. Now this is what I expected a god's domain to look like. Well, maybe a little less chaotic. It looks like everyone built their own buildings without considering what the surrounding buildings look like. It gives the city a chaotic vibe that clashes with the holy glow of the buildings. However, the look is also absolutely unique. I've never seen anything like it. The best part is that just a few steps in any direction changes the view. As the angle changes, some buildings are hidden while others are revealed. I get the feeling that I could walk around just looking at the buildings for days, however. As much fun as that sounds, I don't want to freak out Lynn by being comatose. So, for now, I just walk around a little staring at everything like a country bumpkin. The people in the city are just as interesting as the buildings, and just as varied. There are members of every race I have ever seen and imagined, and many, many more. There are beings of beautiful races, and ugly races, and everything in between. That isn't even the end of it, as there are just as many beasts as there are people. Some beasts are walking on their own, while others are mounts or pets. Then I spot a larger beast that has a humanoid pet sitting on its shoulder. It seems that everything across all of creation can come here, and I love it. Before I realize it, I have been wandering around the edge of the city for hours. I really want to keep going, but I am sure that Lynn will be awake by now. So I reluctantly head back to the city gate and walk back into the hallway. When I exit my meditation and open my eyes, I find that Lynn is awake and watching me. She immediately asks why she couldn't wake me, so I tell her about the hallway. I tell her how to access it and the rules of the place as well as the dangers involved. I don't really want her risking herself in the hallway, but I won't stop her if that is what she wants. Besides, as a mage, strengthening her soul could be quite useful to her. Still, I will leave that up to her. I trust her not to be reckless, unlike me. Besides, I make sure to tell her everything I know so that she won't have to stumble around. She will have a much safer start than I did. Plus, she isn't dealing with a wounded soul. I will wait and tell her about the Soul Palace and other things if she levels up her soul. If she chooses not to, then there is no point in telling her the rest of it now. She will probably go just to see if she can. But I don't know if she will go further. I guess that I will just have to wait and see what she will do. For now, we head to breakfast. Bella joins us for breakfast, and to my surprise, she doesn't seem upset at all. As we are eating, I make sure to compliment her on Lynn's new tattoos. At this rate, Lynn is going to end up covered in tattoos. Not that I mind it in the least. Of course. I noticed Lynn's new tattoos last night, but I was a little distracted at the time. They are just normal tattoos, but I don't have a problem with that. They still look good. Besides, if it makes her happy, then I will support her 100%. Although, all these new tattoos are made with magic ink, so I wonder if I can enchant Lynn now. The mana capacity isn't high, but it is still there, so it should be possible. Her physique is beyond that of a human, but I should be able to enhance it further. Then again, I should probably wait until she has all the tattoos that she wants. Wait, I could probably enchant them so that she can change them at will. She could be covered in whatever tattoos she wants and change them when she gets bored. However, that might upset Bella since it would be taking something away from her. I think that I will wait and talk about it with Lynn later. She can decide what she wants. However, putting some thought into the enchantment now wouldn't be a problem. Even if Lynn doesn't want to use it, I am betting that there will be others who will. For now, it is just a random thought. But I work on the idea while I eat. I will try to remember to discuss it with Lynn later. But I plan to leave after breakfast. I don't want to be away for too long, just in case Muyan actually finds the demon leader. Although, if it has managed to hide for this long, I doubt that she will find it. Of course, circumstances may just force it out considering how things are going. If it attached itself to the Emperor, it might be forced out of hiding when the Emperor falls. Or, I suppose I could go fly over the capital of the Empire and see if I can detect it. If I can find and kill it, then I won't need to worry as much about the Empire for a while. Chapter 12, 92. I can leave the troops to handle things here and go take care of other things. There are plenty of other things that are waiting for me, so this is probably the best bet. However, I think I can afford to wait until after I spend some more time exploring Soul City. Now that I have gotten a look at it, there is no way I cannot go back to look around. Besides, I should finish the crafting that I started before I get distracted. So, after breakfast, when Lynn returns to the library, I head back to the castle. The kids aren't around, so I head to my workshop to continue crafting. However, I can't stop thinking about Soul City and have trouble concentrating on my work. All I really want to do is go back and explore the city. That is all I can think about. Eventually, I give up on crafting for the time being and have some lunch. Once I am done eating, I enter into meditation and return to the hallway. I appear right outside the white door, which confuses me for a couple of seconds. I had forgotten that I had changed my arrival point, but as soon as I remember, I calm down. Then, I open the white door, walk through, and find myself in front of the city gate. It looks like the same gate that I appeared at before, which is reassuring. I quickly walk through the gate and then start exploring the city again. Once again, my eyes are dazzled by the buildings and the beings walking around. I wander aimlessly around the city just staring at everything. If I have one complaint about this city, it is the lack of signs. There are none. The buildings don't have signs indicating what they are and the streets aren't named. A map at the major intersections would also be very useful. This place is a maze. As far as I can tell, this city was not planned out. There seems to be no sense to the streets. Like the buildings, it seems like the streets were added with no thought to the rest of the streets. Streets wander around and intersect with other streets at odd angles, turning the city into a maze. However, it is a beautiful maze, so even when I end up a little lost, I don't mind. I have seen all sorts of beings with wings, but none of them are flying. It might be against the rules. Until I find someone to ask what the rules are, I am not willing to risk it. Otherwise, I could just fly up and easily figure out where I am and how to get back. Instead, I just keep wandering around trying to figure out some way to navigate the city. However, before I can figure anything out, I come across a small square formed by the convergence of multiple streets. The fact that the square is covered by wooden stalls is what attracts me to the square. I completely forget about being lost as I start looking at the items for sale. Every time I look at an item, a short description and price pop up above it. It is very much like a game function, but I quickly realize that it is an enchantment on the stall. However, the enchantment isn't made with mana. It seems to be made with soul power. Or at least that is my best guess, since it isn't similar to any power I have seen before. The items for sale are mostly weapons or armor pieces with a few materials mixed in. Not knowing the rules, I carefully walk around looking at all of the items and their prices. Once I have checked all of the stalls, I head back to the one that has the best prices. The stall only has a few items, but the man behind it looks somewhat friendly. He also looks to be half dragon, but that isn't what made me choose him. His stall has a material for the Soul Palace, and it is much cheaper than the few others I found. Hi, excuse me, but can I ask a couple of questions? Says a first-timer? Ah, yes. Is it that obvious? Says mostly only first-timers are that polite. Those who know the rules and that they are safe tend to be less polite. So, yeah, it is fairly obvious. Now, what did you want to ask? First, my name is Ash. It is a pleasure to meet you. Second, is there a map of the city or a rulebook that explains the basics? Says nice to meet you, Ash. My name is Argonon. There is no map, you just have to slowly memorize the streets. There is also no rulebook, sorry. Fighting is absolutely forbidden. Attacking someone will get you killed. Instantly. Flying is also against the rules, although the punishment is less severe. Normally, whoever introduced you to the city would explain all of this. Did you find the door on your own? Number, actually. A dragon told me about the door. But he only told me that it was completely safe, Argonon says. You know a dragon? Impressive. Do dragons not visit the city? Argonon says, oh, they do. But they stay disguised. Otherwise, too many people bother them trying to buy components from them. Just about every part of a dragon is highly valuable. That makes sense? That would be pretty annoying, Argonon says. Yeah, it is, and dragons aren't known for their patience. It is better for them to avoid the situation. Otherwise, they have to fight the urge to eat whoever annoys them. So, was that all you wanted to ask? No, sorry. I have a couple more questions. Is there a way to tell what builds or what? I looked, but I couldn't see any signs or anything. Also, is haggling allowed or are prices set? Argonon laughs and says, there are signs, but you can only see them if you are looking for something. For example, if you walk around thinking that you want to buy armor, the signs of the armor stores will be visible to you. If you could actually see all of the signs all at once, it would be really annoying. Most of the signs light up and change colors. It is really painful on the eyes. Ah, I completely understand. I have seen those kinds of signs before, Argonon says. As to whether you can haggle or not, that is completely up to the seller. For example, my prices are set, but some of the people in this market put their prices higher expecting to haggle them down. Ah, all right. So, moving on to the reason I chose your stall, I am interested in this material that helps the Soul Palace expand. Is it a once-only item, or can the same material be used again? Chapter 12, 93, Argonon says. Materials for the Soul Palace are divided into low, medium, and high. This is based on the amount of growth they provide. Low-rank materials can be used without limit. Medium rank can be used a certain number of times, normally 5 to 10. High-rank items can only be used once. Okay, great. So, from the description, this is low rank and can be used as many times as I want. Argonon says, that is correct. This material's effect is fairly weak. It will only grow the Soul Palace by about a foot. Great. Is this the only one you have? Or do you have more? Argonon says. I have a dozen pieces. How many do you want? Well, since they are 10,000 apiece, I can only afford 6, so I will take 6 pieces, please. Argonon says, all right, here you go. That will be 60,000 soul coins, please. Here you go, Argonon says. Thank you for your business. Is there anything else I can help you with? I don't suppose that you would be willing to take trade for that chest piece. Say 2 pairs of boots and a pair of bracers, Argonon says. Well, normally I don't accept trades, but 3 for 1? Yeah, I will make that trade. Excellent, Argonon says. Here you go. Thank you for your business. Soul armor, chest piece defense plus 4 gained. Soul armor set complete. Set defense now level 1. New armor equipped, helmet plus 2, boots plus 2, bracers plus 1, pauldrons plus 1, as soon as Argonon hands me the chest piece. Everything happens automatically. The armor pieces I had stored in the Soul Palace were equipped without me having to do anything. It isn't what I was expecting, but it is a nice surprise, and I am not about to complain. Argonon says, is there anything else that I can help you with? Ah, are soul crystals or potions something that can be sold? Argonon says. Yes, they are. Crystals typically sell for 100 soul coins each, and potions are normally around 5,000 soul coins each when you can find them. They don't seem that rare, Argonon says. They aren't too rare, but people don't sell them often. They are a life-saving item. Most people keep them. That makes sense. So, would you be interested in buying them? Argonon says. I am not interested in the crystals, but I'll buy any potions that you want to sell. I can spare 6. How about we trade for 3 more materials, Argonon says. Done. In fact, I will throw in an extra material just for being such a good customer. Awesome. Thank you. By the way, are you always here? If so, I will be back for more business. Argonon says, No, not always. I use this square when I have stuff to sell, but my stall won't be in the same place twice. It is first come, first served when it comes to stall spaces. All right. Well, whenever I am in the city, I will check to see if you are here, Argonon says. You are welcome anytime, but the stores that actually have a building will have more items than I do. That is fine. I am mainly concerned with increasing the space of my soul palace. The materials to do so are all I am really after. Argonon says, the stores have many more materials and ones of higher rank. You won't get very far just using low-rank resources. You should also think about getting a soul pet. They help to increase the speed of farming soul coins and also can help expand the soul palace. No, I already have enough beasts that I am raising. Wait, what does the soul palace have to do with a pet? Argonon says, you should be aware that the palace can be expanded through internal pressure, right? Well, when you are not in soul form, the pet rests in the soul palace. The pet's presence generates pressure that will slowly expand the palace. The stronger the pet, the stronger the pressure. Interesting. What is the intelligence level of common pets? Are they expensive? Argonon says, low-level pets are relatively cheap. You can get a pretty decent one for 1,000 coins or less. They don't normally have any intelligence. Unless you raise them to a really high level, they are just like normal beasts. If it will help the Soul Palace grow, maybe I should get one. Argonon says, I highly suggest it, especially now that you will be able to get one once you use the materials. What do you mean? Argonon says. The Soul Palace can't support a pet until it is double the starting size. In total, you got 10 materials from me, which is just enough to hit that mark. Oh, so is everyone limited to just one pet? Argonon says. Number the Soul Palace can support another pet once it hits 10 times the original size. A third can be supported once it hits 20 times the size. But very few beings reach that level. So I need to go back and use the materials, then go looking for a pet. Argonon says yes. That is unless you are able to control your Soul Palace remotely. But that is a rare skill. No, I don't have a skill like that. Argonon says, good, if a newbie like you had that skill, I would be really jealous. Okay, Argonon says. Oh, if you do plan to get a pet, don't sell your crystals, huh? Why not? Argonon says, they are what you feed to a pet to increase its level. If you want the pet mainly to improve your palace, you should feed them to it. Oh, that makes sense. Thanks for the advice, Argonon says. No problem. Welcome to Soul City. I hope to see you again. With a final wave, I walk away from the stall and leave the square, but I use the wrong road. I end up even more lost than I was before finding the small market. With no map and unable to fly, all I can do is wander around and hope to find something familiar. Instead, my wandering takes me to an even bigger market square that is full of people. From that, I am guessing that I am now closer to the center of the city. That means that I have been going the completely wrong direction and need to turn around. However, now that I have found a bigger market, I am curious about what is here. So, instead of turning around, I head into the market and start looking around. Considering the limited types of products, there is a surprising variety for sale. From what I can see, there are at least 100 different materials just to expand the Soul Palace. The ones here are all low or medium rank. So, this isn't even all of them. Unlike the smaller market, there are a few stalls here with pets, but they seem expensive. Chapter 1294. So I just look around to satisfy my curiosity and then try to find my way out of the city. Eventually, I manage to find the city wall, but it looks nothing like where I entered. Just out of curiosity, I walk out through the gate and find myself back in the hallway. Either that was the same city gate, or all city gates are connected to the same door. I can tell that this isn't a different door because it is marked as my entrance location. I turn around and walk back through the door, but I end up at the same city gate that I always appear at. That means that it shouldn't matter how I leave the city, which makes things easier. Still, I am going to have to get lost a lot before I will be able to memorize the city. Not that I mind. Exploring the city is fun, and there are tons of things to see. Besides, my curiosity isn't going to shut up until I have explored the entire city. However, before that I turn around, leave the city, exit the hallway, and enter my soul palace. The 10 materials are sitting there in a neat pile, but only then do I realize that I don't know how to use them. I was so busy asking about other things that I forgot to ask how to use materials. I either need to figure it out myself, or I am going to have to go back and ask someone. Since I don't want to waste the time, I first try to figure it out for myself. In the end, the method turns out to be stupidly simple. I just touch the material to the wall. When I do, the wall absorbs the material and then the space of the palace grows. I quickly use all 10 of the materials and the space of the palace doubles. Once that is done, I head back to Soul City and start wandering around again. However, this time, not all of the buildings are blank. There are signs for pet shops. Argonon wasn't kidding. The signs are all bright colors that are constantly changing. It is very eye-catching. But if there were more signs, it would quickly induce a headache. As I am walking, I spot a smaller sign that is less annoying and decide to check it out. When I walk in through the door, I find myself in a room full of small to medium cages. At the far end of the room is an old man behind a counter who looks like he is asleep. He looks similar to a human, except that his skin is red, and his hair is purple. He doesn't react to me entering, so I start looking through the cages. The cages are filled with animals that look normal, other than being pure white. The animals range from squirrels and rabbits to deer and goats on one side of the room. The other side is made up of dozens of species of birds, from sparrows to hawks. All of the animals are strangely quiet and just sit in their cages staring at me. They don't look frightened, which is a little odd since I am in my normal form. There are also no beasts that I can see, only what would classify as normal animals. Shopkeeper says, "What are you looking for? If I don't have it currently, I can probably get it." Actually, I don't know yet. I am new to the city, and someone suggested I find myself a pet. Shopkeeper says, "Then you are in the wrong store. Go somewhere else. We only cater to beings who can't use normal soul beasts." Oh, sorry. I came in here because your sign was less annoying than the others. Shopkeeper says, in this city, the more subtle the sign, the more specialized the merchandise. Look for the most annoying sign that you can find that will be a general store. That seems backwards, but it is good to know. Thank you, and I am sorry for disturbing you. The shopkeeper just grunts at me and goes back to sleep, so I leave the store. I do as he said and look for the most annoying sign that I can spot and head towards it. When I enter the door under the sign, I find myself in a massive room. The room is far bigger than what should be able to fit in the building, but it isn't too strange. There are all sorts of beasts all over the room, and not a single cage in sight. The beasts are just wandering loose in the room with no sign of anything to restrain them. They are not acting like normal beasts. They are not fighting or looking at other beasts as food. Even beasts that should be natural enemies are getting along just fine. As I am looking around, a being with a humanoid upper body and a lower body of tentacles comes over. Employee says, "Welcome? Are you looking for a new pet?" "Yeah, a first pet." Employee says, "All right. Do you have any specific requirements? Or anything in particular that you are looking for?" My main interest is in having it help my soul palace expand. Employee says, "All pets generate roughly the same amount of pressure. Only higher level beasts generate more pressure, but we don't sell those. If that is what you are looking for, you would need to head to a shop closer to the city's center." "No, I want a level 1 pet. I just want the one with the most pressure that I can find. Other abilities don't really matter to me." Employee says, "At low level, there isn't much difference. But at later levels, the larger beasts have slightly higher pressure. So I would suggest a mammalian beast." "All right. In that case, what is the biggest beast that you have and how much is it?" Employee says, "Our biggest beast is a mammoth, but they are fairly unpopular because they are slow. Most people want faster pets because they use them to run around and pick things up. Flying pets are the most popular for that reason. As to the price, the mammoth is 1,200 soul coins. If that is too much, we have a species of tiger that gets pretty big. That is 1,000 soul coins. That is fine. I will take a mammoth." Employee says, "In that case, please follow me. We have 2 mammoths for you to choose from. They are different breeds, but there isn't much difference between them. Also, I should warn you that as they level up, they get bigger. This increases the amount of space that they require. Oh, how much space do they require? My soul palace is only at 20 feet right now, employee says. That is fine at level 1, but you should increase the space before leveling it up. They grow fast. They will be full grown by level 20. By that time, your soul palace will need to be at 100 feet minimum. I was told that they level up by eating soul crystals. Is that the only way that they level up? Do they need any other food? Chapter 12, 95. Employee says, pets only level up by eating crystals and they don't eat anything else. They are souls, like us, so they don't need to eat to live. Can they also level up through combat? Employee says, number they can assist in combat, but they don't gain anything from it. As she is explaining, the employee leads me upstairs to the 2nd floor. At least, I think that the employee is a female. The upper part of the body looks female. The 2nd floor is another huge room, but there are less beasts in this one. The beasts are bigger than the ones on the 1st floor, but just as docile. The 2 mammoths are easy to spot even though they are on opposite sides of the room. They are both the size of a cow, easily the biggest things in the room. It is also easy to tell them apart. One is a short hair and the other is a long hair. As souls, they probably don't shed, but I still instantly prefer the short hair. Since that is the only real difference between them, I go ahead and pick that one. What surprises me is that it only has 4 legs, so it looks like a baby elephant from Earth. Well, other than the fact that it is covered in short, green fur, that is, I inform the employee of my choice and hand over the 1,200 soul coins. After paying for the mammoth, I only have 150 soul coins left. I am definitely going to have to do some hunting before I continue exploring the city. I am bound to find more things that I want to buy, and not being able to will be torture. After counting the money, the employee goes over and brings the mammoth to me. Then she leads us back to the 1st floor and over to a corner of the room. There is a magic circle carved into the stone of the floor that she has us stand on. The circle interests me, but it is written in a magical language that I am not familiar with. Still, I am able to tell that its general function is some form of binding, but I can't tell how it is done. The employee activates the circle, and a few seconds later, the mammoth disappears. Hangding Soul Pet, Level 1 Mammoth, acquired. It is weird, but I can feel the mammoth inside me, and with a thought it reappears beside me. The employee then explains that the mammoth will only understand the most basic of commands. It has been trained to understand the command to pick things up, but that is all. Employee says, all right, do you have any questions? At what level do the mammoth's size and intelligence increase? Employee says, both will increase a little with each level, but level 10 will show a bigger increase. I would suggest that you increase the size of your soul palace before it reaches level 10. Otherwise, it will be rather cramped. All right, noted. What about intelligence? Employee says, mammoths are a little smarter than other beasts, but you really won't see a big difference until after level 10. Understood. Thank you for your assistance. Employee says, thank you for your business. We hope that you think of us for any future pet needs. When I start walking towards the door, the mammoth automatically stays by my side. It will stay with me unless I give it an order, which makes things simple. Once I am outside, I turn and make the sign appear so I can memorize the shop's name. It will probably be a long time before I need another pet, but I will come back here when I do. Since I am out of money, I start trying to find my way back to the city gate. As I am walking, my new pet gets a lot of looks. I guess mammoths really aren't popular. However, that doesn't matter to me. From what the employee said, this is the best pet for what I need. Although there is a problem, I am going to need to come up with a name for the little guy. I refuse to name him Dumbo, which is the first name that pops into my head. However, that is the only elephant name that I can remember, so I will have to think of something else. My next thought is to name him Pumbaa, but that just feels mean for some reason. Since I can't think of anything for the moment, I decide to name him later. After walking for a while, I manage to find a city gate, but not the one I was looking for. I have no idea when I got turned around. Learning this city isn't going to be easy. I don't dismiss the mammoth when I leave the city because I am curious what will happen. When I return to the hallway, I can feel that the mammoth automatically returned to the Soul Palace. I quickly leave the hallway and head to the Soul Palace to take a look. Luckily, I designed the Soul Palace for my size, so the mammoth isn't too uncomfortable. However, I decide that since the decorations don't matter, I am going to change things. Instead of the inside of a house, I make it into a field with a few trees and bushes. Then, I create a nice big comfy nest for the mammoth to sleep in. The changes don't affect the data storage, and the mammoth seems to like them. Since he will be spending a lot of time in here, it only makes sense to make it comfortable. Most beings probably treat their pets as tools, but I just can't bring myself to do that. Although, I am going to try not to adopt this mammoth as another child. I don't know if I will be able to succeed, but I am going to at least try my best. I love my kids, but I have enough of them. I don't want to adopt any more if I can help it. The fact that the mammoth isn't very intelligent will help, at least for now. As long as it acts like an animal, I should be all right, but if it learns to talk, I will be in trouble. From what the employee said, I shouldn't have to worry about that until it hits level 10. I will need to do a lot of expanding of the Soul Palace before I level the mammoth up to 10. Then again, I also have no idea how many crystals it is going to take to level it up. I am guessing that it is going to be a lot more than the 150 that I currently have. I will have to feed it a few and see how it goes. But I want to come up with a name first. While I am thinking, I create a brush and give the mammoth a good brushing. He definitely enjoys it, especially when I get to the area behind his ears. Once I am done brushing him, I spend some time pushing at the walls of the Soul Palace. There is no visible progress, but I keep at it until I am mentally exhausted. Then, I exit meditation and spend some time working on my crafting. Chapter 12:96. With as tired as I feel, I can't use divided mind, but I can still do some normal crafting. Since I already designed everything, it doesn't take much mental strength. In fact, as my hands work on the crafting, my mind is able to rest a little. Not as much as sleeping would allow, but enough to keep me from getting a headache. After crafting for a couple of hours, I head upstairs to get some food. I find that the kids are all back and are all sound asleep in their nest. It makes me realize that spending so long in Soul City has thrown off my sense of time. It also makes me realize that I forgot to have Jarvis turn the time dilation off. However, it doesn't look like it caused any problems, at least not yet. I decide not to worry about it. If something was going to go wrong, it would have already. I quickly get myself some food and head back to my workshop without waking the kids. As I am eating, I am still trying to come up with a fitting name for the mammoth. However, I am still drawing a complete blank when it comes to elephant names. So I try thinking of male names instead. And the first that comes to mind is Kurito. However, as soon as I think of that name, my mind goes off on a random tangent. The tangent makes me wonder if I would be able to teach the mammoth to wield a sword with its trunk. The idea is so amusing that I can't stop laughing for the next few minutes. When I finally calm down, I decide that name will end up being too distracting. I finish eating and go back to crafting, but I still haven't thought of a name that I like. I know that I should forget about it for a while, but my brain is stuck. No matter what I try to think about, I just keep coming back to random names. In the end, I use divided mind to let half my brain go through names while the other half handles the crafting. At least this way I can still get something accomplished while I search for a name. I quickly go through dozens of names, but none of them fit a mammoth. I can't use a cute name because it won't fit once the mammoth grows up. Thinking about how big a mammoth is supposed to be, the name definitely has to be masculine. In fact, it is thinking about how big it will grow that finally lets me find a fitting name. Once I think of a name that I like, I finish the weapon I am crafting and then enter meditation. I go straight to the Soul Palace and check on the palace and the mammoth. The walls don't look to have grown yet, but the mammoth seems to be doing well. Hello, little one. I have decided on your name. From now on, your name will be Maximus. I was expecting to have my energy drained like when I named my kids, but nothing happens. In fact, the mammoth doesn't seem to have had any reaction either. I guess the rules are different for soul pets, which does make some sense. Pet status. Pet name, Maximus Race, Ice Mammoth level. 1 energy, 0 divided by 10. It worked. So at least I have a way to keep track of his status. But what is the energy? I guess that it is referring to the soul crystals, meaning it needs 10 to level up. There is only one way to find out, so I take out a soul crystal and offer it to Maximus. He eagerly takes it from me with his trunk, throws it in his mouth, and starts chewing. As he chews it up, there is a second, where his fur turns white and light flashes around him. It makes me wonder why his fur is green when the other beasts were pure white. The long-haired mammoth had brown fur, so maybe it is a trait of the mammoth races. I didn't think much about it at the time, but now I am really curious. I think that I am going to have to find that store again and ask about it. For now, I check Maximus's status again and see that it is now 1 of 10. So, I was right. The energy required is referring to the soul crystals, and that should be how he levels up. Him leveling to 2 shouldn't cause any problems, so I go ahead and feed him 9 more crystals. Pet name, Maximus Race. Ice Mammoth level, 2 energy. 0 divided by 20, I was right, and it looks like the amount needed is going to double each time he levels up. What I find curious is that the status doesn't show his HP or MP. Does he not have any? Or is it that the system just doesn't bother to display them because he is a pet? With the crystals I have currently, I should be able to level Maximus up to level 5. However, I don't plan to level him up too fast, not until the palace is bigger. It already feels like the space is too small for him. I don't want to make it worse. So, the plan is going to be to farm more coins, buy more materials, upgrade the space, and then level him up. Since I also need to increase my soul level, it should work out just fine. I just hope that when I am not around, that Maximus will sleep most of the time. Otherwise, I am going to feel really guilty about leaving him in such a small space. I can't even think of anything to create to entertain him, not with his intelligence. If he was smarter, I would set up a television and all the anime and movies I know. For now, that will have to wait until his intelligence improves after level 10. I really can't think of anything that I can do for him right now, but I will keep thinking about it. Since he doesn't need to eat, I can't even set out any food for him to eat. Then again, maybe he is fine with that. I don't know how he thinks or feels. It is just that I would go absolutely insane if I were in that kind of situation. I can't stand being bored. It drives me nuts, but that doesn't mean he will feel the same. I hope that he is just happy to have some peace and quiet. But until he can talk, I won't know. If I can find that shop again, I can ask the employee if they like toys or something. I should also ask if there are side effects from leveling up too quickly. That way I can properly plan out when to level him up once the palace is big enough. For now, I leave the palace and head into the hallway to do some exploring. As soon as I appear, the black door draws my attention, but I don't want to break my promise. Instead, I force myself to turn right and head to the first door past the break. I open the door and head through, then wait while my body forms on the other side. To my surprise, when my body finishes forming, I find myself in a huge cavern. Chapter 12, 97. The cavern looks to be about a mile long and maybe half a mile wide, and there are many entrances. There are no crystals in the ceiling to provide light, but the cavern is full of glowing plants. I don't see anything dangerous. So, with a thought, I summon Maximus. Maximus appears beside me, looks around for a second, and then runs off. I am surprised, but I just watch as he runs over to a small glowing bush and grabs it with his trunk. He rips it out of the ground, and the second he does, it disappears, and he returns to my side. I have no idea what that bush is, but since it disappeared, it should be something that is good. For it to disappear like that, it should mean that it went to my soul palace. Either it is something that Maximus wants, or something that counts as loot. I didn't see anyone selling plants in the markets, but maybe there are specific stores for plants. I will need to check when I go back to Soul City later, but I am betting that there are. There are bound to be plants that are useful to souls, or that are used as materials. Just in case, I take the time to walk around the cavern and see if Maximus spots anything else. He does rush over to grab one more bush, but it looks the same as the first one. After that, I pick a tunnel at random and start following it. But I keep my eyes open for ores. Ideally, I would love to find some materials to expand my soul palace that I can harvest. It would save me a lot of money, even if they are just low-rank materials. Unfortunately, I don't find anything in the tunnel, and after walking for about 5 minutes, I enter another cavern. This one is about the same size as the first, except that the ceiling is much higher. I can only see the ceiling because the glowing plants are growing all the way up the walls. However, I still don't see any animals or beasts for me to fight. So, I start wandering around the cavern to see if Maximus reacts to any of the plants. He takes 2 more bushes and a small, strange flowering plant that has an orange flower. Just as we are coming to the far end of the cavern, I stop because I hear a strange buzzing sound. Soon, a swarm of insects come flying out of one of the tunnel entrances. The insects are tiny, but the swarm is huge, and I am not sure my breath can deal with it. So instead, I activate Lightning Field, but I put it in the air in front of me instead of on the ground. The field isn't big enough to completely block the cavern, but it is bigger than the swarm. The swarm flies right into it, and all the little insects explode on contact. It is basically a huge bug zapper, and it is fun to watch them all fly to their deaths. 1, 8, 4, 9, 5, 9, 2, blood flies, defeated. 18,495 soul XP gained. It looks like 100 bugs is only 1 XP, but with a swarm that large, it is still decent XP. Especially since I can cast Lightning Field all day long and not run out of mana. If these swarms are common, this could be a good way to farm soul XP. The only drawback is that the swarm didn't drop anything, not even a single coin. While XP is important, I also need soul coins and armor pieces. So I am hoping to find something a little more worthwhile to farm. If I am lucky, the plants might end up being valuable. But I am not going to count on that. I make sure I know the way back, then I choose and follow another tunnel. However, as I am following the tunnel, it starts to slope down, and I wonder if I chose poorly. Since I don't know if down is bad or not, I keep following the tunnel. It goes on for a long distance before opening up into an even more massive cavern. This time, while I can't see anything, there are sounds of beasts that I can hear. The plants are much thicker here, including tree-like mushrooms. It is bad enough that when I advance into the cavern, I am having to push my way through the plants. Maximus drops back and follows the path that I am forced to create. However, before long he darts off to the side to a glowing bush with purple flowers. When he goes to uproot it, one of the flowers actually tries to bite him. Luckily, it doesn't seem to be able to bite through Maximus' hide, but it keeps trying. After a bit of a struggle, Maximus manages to uproot the bush, and it disappears. As he returns to my side, I make a note to be careful if I handle that bush. It probably can't hurt me, but it is better to be safe than sorry. I have to keep in mind that it is easier to wound my soul than my physical body. While keeping an eye out for plants that might try to eat me, I head for the nearest sounds of life. As I push through the last line of plants, I see a medium-sized, 4-legged beast. It looks similar to a wolf, but has the skin and head of a snake and the tail of a scorpion. As I force my way through the plants, the beast notices me and lets out a loud hiss. Then it charges at me, and its speed is a lot higher than I was expecting. The beast charges so quickly that its figure blurs, but I can still track its movements. As the beast reaches me, it twists its body and stabs at me with its tail. Not wanting to find out how strong its poison is, I move my body just enough to dodge. Then, before the beast can recover, I strike out with my claw and hit its body. I was expecting to directly but the best in half, but its snake skin proves stronger than expected. While I don't manage to cut through it, there is a loud crack where my claw hits. From the way its back legs and tail go limp, it looks like I broke its spine. However, before I can finish the beast off, there is movement in the surrounding foliage. More beasts of the same type appear from the underbrush and move to attack me. I am forced to ignore the wounded one and turn to face the new beasts. In total, 7 more beasts attack me, but the problem is the way they fight. They actually cooperate with each other and use basic tactics in battle. They fight like a wolf pack, and it makes it a lot harder for me to defeat them. Every time that I try to finish one of them off, others attack to distract me. They are constantly circling me and attacking me from behind. It is annoying. On the other hand, it does give me a chance to test out using my tail as a weapon. Chapter 1298. Due to how tough their scales are, it is really hard to kill them in one hit. However, as the battle continues, the wounds I am inflicting quickly add up. As they are wounded, they lose some of their speed, and it becomes easier to hit them. Of course, I am also taking wounds from their attacks, but the potions I absorb deal with them. Luckily, either they aren't poisonous, or for some reason their poison doesn't affect me. Not having to worry about poison, the bites and stings I take don't amount to much. As I am fighting the pack, I notice that a couple of the beasts that I left wounded are dead. I didn't think the wounds would prove to be fatal, but I understand a few seconds later. I watch as Maximus moves to finish off another of the wounded beasts. I am not yet used to having him with me, so I forgot for a moment that he can help in combat. As he kills the wounded beast, I also spot him picking up some loot from it. It turns out that having a soul pet is a lot more useful than I thought it would be. From that point on, after a beast is heavily wounded, I ignore it and leave it to Maximus. As the number of beasts drops, it becomes a lot easier to deal with the rest of the pack. With less distractions, I am able to kill my opponents one by one until none are left. 8 wolf lizards defeated. 40,000 soul XP gained. Loot 2943 soul coins, 3 soul crystals, 2 soul healing potions, armor leggings plus 4 defense. 5,000 XP each, and they come in groups. This could be a really good farming spot. They also dropped decent loot, although Maximus directly ate the soul crystals. That isn't too surprising, but I will have to be careful that he doesn't level too fast. Since he is done with the cleanup, I lead the way to continue exploring the cavern. As I am looking for beasts to fight, Maximus keeps darting off to gather plants. It happens so often that I stop keeping track of the plants that he uproots. I am a little worried that my soul palace is going to turn into a jungle, but I'll worry about that later. As long as some of the plants are sellable, it won't be a big deal to let him harvest them. If they aren't, then I am probably going to have to figure out something to do with them. The problem is that I don't know how to stop Maximus from gathering them. I've tried telling him not to, but he doesn't seem to understand what I want. I might have to put off further exploration until after I find out more about him. Before I can decide what I want to do, I hear a familiar buzzing sound. I am not about to pass up free XP, so I fly up above the trees to take a look. When I fly up, Maximus just sits down where he is to wait for me to come back. When I can see above the trees, I easily spot the swarm, but it also spots me. The entire swarm instantly changes direction and heads straight for me. It is a fairly intimidating sight, but I just calmly put a lightning field in the air in front of me. 2,841,083 blood flies defeated. 28,410 soul XP gained. Hiding, congratulations. Skill Lightning Field has progressed to level 3. Lightning Field level, 3 MP cost, 180 covers an area in lightning. Area 40 feet. Damage 15 to 30 divided by 4 seconds. Duration 2 minutes. Once the swarm is dead, I land and Maximus returns to my side. Instead of continuing to explore, I start making my way back to the gate. I want to go to Soul City and find out more about the plants and Maximus before I continue. Maximus returns to the Soul Palace when I return to the hallway. Before doing anything else, I mark the door and move the arrival location to the bigger cavern. Then I head through the white door to return to Soul City, but I don't summon Maximus. I want to talk to the employee about him without him hearing it. I would feel strange talking about him like that in front of him, even though he probably wouldn't understand. Luckily, I mostly remember the way to the pet store and manage to find it without getting lost. When I enter the store and look around, I quickly spot the same employee that sold me Maximus. She also spots me and walks over with a smile on her face. Employee says, "Welcome back. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. I hope nothing is wrong with the mammoth." No, nothing is wrong exactly. I just hope to get some more information and help in understanding a few things. Employee says, "I will be happy to help if I can." "What would you like to know?" "First, is it normal that mammoths are not pure white like the other beasts?" Employee says, "Yes, it is, although no one knows why. All the known species of mammoth have colored fur, but the skin underneath is still pure white. Mammoths are the only species that has been found that has any color to it." "That is weird. I wonder why that is. Anyway, as long as it is normal, I won't worry about it." "Is it also normal for mammoths to be obsessed with plants?" Employee says, "Number why. Well, When I took him into another world with me, he ran around collecting plants? Employee says, really? If so, then you hit the jackpot. How so? Employee says, the ability to collect things is a rare and valuable skill. It is not something we test for before selling a beast. If your mammoth has this skill, then you got really, really lucky. Does that mean that the plants he keeps collecting are valuable? Employee says, most likely. Most everything that can be collected is valuable. The only exceptions are things that no one has found a use for yet. Still, some people will buy them so that they can research them. Great. Does that mean that there are shops in the city that specifically deal with such plants? I don't want my soul palace turning into a jungle. Employee says, there are a few, but they are all close to the city center. You will have to go there to find one. All right, I will go there next. The last question I have is about the mammoth's leveling speed. I want to know if leveling it up quickly will cause any problems. Employee says, number, you can level any soul beast as fast as you want without causing any issues. The only thing you need to worry about is the pet outgrowing the soul palace. Good. All right, thank you for the information. Employee says, no problem. I am glad that I could help. Have a great day. I leave the pet shop, call Maximus to my side, and start looking for the city center. On the way, I come across another small market and get distracted for a bit. Luckily, none of the stalls have any plants, so I quickly get back on task. Chapter 12, 99. I get lost a couple of times, and thanks to that, it takes me a couple of hours to get close to the city center. At least I assume that I am close since I finally spot a sign for a store dealing with plants. I don't feel like continuing to wander around to find another store, so I head inside, just like the pet store. The plant store is bigger on the inside, and the massive room is filled with plants. There doesn't seem to be any organization. The plants are spread everywhere. In fact, I could swear that I just saw several of the plants moving around. I end up having to send Maximus back to the Soul Palace because he tried to collect the plants. I should have known that was going to happen, but I didn't think about it. Once he is gone, I wander around looking for a counter or an employee. As I walk around, I am careful not to get too close to any of the plants. Who knows which ones might try to attack me or spray some weird chemical on me. Eventually, one of the plants that looks like a tree turns to look at me as I walk by. Tree says, "Welcome to my shop. What can I help you with?" In surprise, I turn to look at the tree only to see a woman's figure appear on the bark. The tree, like all the other plants, is mostly white, and so is the figure. The only color is a flower in what is meant to be her hair, which is blue. Oh, hello. Sorry, you surprised me. I am fairly new at all of this. I just got my first pet, and it turns out to have an ability that allows it to collect plants. I am looking for information on said plants and a place to sell those that aren't useful to me. Tree Girl says, "Sure, follow me." Oh, you can relax. All the dangerous plants are kept on the second floor. I am expecting the tree to walk away, but instead the girl comes out of the tree and leads the way. Once she separates from the tree, she looks like a human girl. A very beautiful, very sexy human girl. Not to be rude, but are you a dryad? Tree Girl says, "Oh, you know of my race. Only in the form of a legend, but that legend worries me a little. It is said that dryads seduce men and then use them as nutrients." Tree Girl laughs and says, "That is true, but we only do it to men who damage our forests. It is what they deserve. Besides, they die happy." I bet they do. In that case, I hope you don't consider my pet collecting plants as damaging a forest. Tree Girl says, "I don't. Even if I did, it wasn't my forest. Besides, you aren't humanoid, so we aren't compatible." I am distracted by the view as I follow her, and I almost make a huge mistake. Luckily, I catch myself just as I am about to shapeshift to prove her wrong. That is the kind of trouble I don't need, so I just quietly follow her to a counter. Tree Girl says, "Here, this book has all the plants that I am looking for and what I will pay for them. This one shows other plants, but those I am not interested in. If you come across any plants that aren't in either book, bring them to me and I will attempt to identify them." All right, thanks. I will probably be back after I sort through my soul palace and see what is there. Tree Girl laughs and says, You really are a newbie, aren't you? Do you not know that you can enter the Soul Palace at will? Huh? I can? How? Tree Girl smirks and says, your Soul Palace is contained within your soul, right? Since you are in soul form right now, that means the palace is inside you. You can simply will yourself to enter it. When you exit it, you will return to the same place you left from. This works in Soul City and any worlds where you don't need to build a physical body. Really? That is super useful. Hold on, let me try it. The Dryad just laughs at me, but I am used to being laughed at by women, so it doesn't bother me. I just have to think about it for a second, and I find myself in my Soul Palace. The 2 books are still in my hand, so I start sorting through the pile of plants. First, I separate all the plants into piles based on what they are. Then I start identifying them. Unfortunately, the most numerous plants are listed in the book of plants she doesn't need. I only have a few plants that she is willing to buy, but one of them is a huge surprise. According to the description in the book, this plant creates pressure on the Soul Palace. It is not as much as a pet generates, but it also doesn't need any resources to grow. Maximus only found 3 of them, but that doesn't mean we can't find more. I figure that if I can get enough of them, it should be equivalent to having a second pet. As soon as I am done double-checking to make sure it is the right plant, I clear a space and plant the 3 of them. Then, I finish going through and identifying all the remaining plants. Out of everything that Maximus gathered, there is only one plant that isn't in the books. It is the strange plant that tried to bite Maximus when he pulled it out of the ground. For now, I ignore it and gather up the plants that I want to sell and then exit the Soul Palace. Tree Girl says, welcome back. Easy, wasn't it? So, what do you have for me? Yes, it was. Thank you for telling me about that. Here are the ones that were in your list. By the way, does that mean the ones in the other book are worthless? Tree Girl says, no, not worthless. I just only deal with the more rare plants. As you can imagine, I have special abilities when it comes to plants. However, it is limited, so I prefer to only focus on special or rare plants. That makes sense. Can you recommend a store where I can sell the others? Tree Girl says, of course I can. Just be aware that since they are more common, they aren't as valuable. That is fine. I just don't want them cluttering up my Soul Palace. Tree Girl says, first, let me take a look at what you have here. All right, I will give you 7,500 soul coins for these. Does that work for you? Yeah, that is great. Soul coins gained. 7,500, Tree Girl says. Now, most of the other plant stores will take those plants, but I am going to send you to a friend of mine. Although, I should warn you that she is a succubus. Is that a problem? A demon. I normally don't get along well with demons, but I can control myself. Besides, it is Soul City. I can't hurt her anyway. Chapter 1300, Tree Girl says. That isn't what I meant. After the way you looked at me, I am worried you won't be able to resist her. Unlike me, she doesn't limit herself to humanoids. However, out of the shops that I know of, she has the best prices and will take as much as you want to sell. My fiancé is an archmage, and I don't feel like getting blown up by her. Looking is all I will allow myself to do. Tree Girl laughs and says, all right, if you say so. Then she gives me directions to the other shop. Oh, before I go, I had one plant that wasn't in either book. Do you want to take a look? Tree Girl says, of course I do. All right. Be careful, though. It tried to bite Maximus when he uprooted it. Tree Girl says, a plant that bites. Now I am really interested. Bring it out. Quickly. Sure. Give me a second. I enter my Soul Palace again, carefully grab the plant, and bring it out with me. Then I quickly put it on the counter and snatch my hand away before it can bite me. The Dryad starts examining it, but for whatever reason, it doesn't try to bite her. Tree Girl says, this is really interesting. It is the first plant I have ever seen that needs to consume something. Tell me, in the world where you found this, were there insects? Only one type that I saw, but they traveled in huge swarms. Tree Girl says, I will give you 10,000 for the plant. I will give you another 20,000 if you will go back to that world and catch me some of those insects. Well, I was planning to go back to look for more plants, but I would need something to catch them in, Tree Girl says. I should have something for that. Give me a second. She disappears right in front of me, and my guess is that she went into her soul palace. I am glad that she taught me that trick. It is going to come in real handy. I just wish that the dragon had been a little more helpful and had explained more. Tree Girl appears and says, "Here, this bottle should hold them and keep them alive. It is kind of small. It isn't going to hold many." Tree Girl says, "That is fine. I only need a few to experiment with." "All right, I will do it." Tree Girl says, "Great. Okay, I will be back. Oh, by the way, my name is Ash." "What is yours?" Tree Girl says, "My name is Leafa." "Really?" Leafa sighs and says, "Yes, really. I was named by a human that wasn't very good with names. That is unfortunate. Not that it is a bad name or anything. Anyway, I will be back soon." I quickly leave the shop before I get myself into trouble and follow the directions I was given. However, I can only stop and stare when I see the sign for the shop Leafa sent me to. The sign doesn't look anything like a plant shop sign. It looks like the sign for a strip club. I suddenly find myself wondering if going to this shop is such a good idea. I feel like I am about to get myself into trouble, but I need to sell these plants. I take a deep breath to put my worry aside, open the door, and enter the store. My first impression is that it is a normal plant shop. All I see are shelves full of potted plants. In fact, even the plants that I can see look completely normal. I was worried for nothing. Then, from deeper in the store, I hear movement and then I see the owner. She comes walking out from behind the wall of greenery, and I can't look away. She is tall, easily over 7 feet, and she is only wearing what looks like a bikini. There is a lot of exposed skin, and it is all a perfect porcelain white. Other than a pair of small black horns growing out of her forehead and black feathered wings, she looks human. However, even without those, based on her figure, not many people would think that she was a human. I will never admit it out loud, but I think her figure is even better than Lynn's. As she walks towards me, I finally notice her long white hair that contrasts with her wings. Even her bikini is white and black. The only thing that is a different color are her eyes. Her eyes are a deep purple with flecks of gold floating in them. Says, "Well, hello, handsome. Welcome to my store. What can I do to you? Don't you mean for me?" Says that too. Ahem. Lefa sent me over. I have some plants to sell. The ones that she didn't want? Says, "Oh? So Lefa got to you first? Well, that is all right. I don't mind sharing, although you aren't her normal type." Huh? Are we still talking about the plants? Says, "Nope, not at all. We are talking about the way your eyes are looking at me. Sorry, it is hard not to look, but that is all I am going to do. I am just here to sell some plants, nothing more." Says, boring. "You dragons are always so stuffy. Fine, follow me." She turns and heads back deeper into the store, and as I follow her, I notice something. She has a very short tail, maybe 6 inches long, right above her tailbone. Her wings and hair almost cover it, but it is visible when she moves a certain way. Says, "Are you sure you only want to look? You can touch too. I don't mind." "You might not, but my fiancé would definitely mind." Says, "Huh? I've never heard of a dragon getting married. I am not a true dragon, at least not yet. Besides, I started out as a human." Says, "You are getting more and more interesting. Thank you." We finally reach a counter and I quickly fetch the plants from my soul palace. Once I place them on the counter, the succubus takes a minute to examine them. Says, "Not bad. I will give you 5,000 for the lot." Sure, sounds good to me. Soul coins gained. 5,000. Says, "Great. Now that business is out of the way, why don't we talk about pleasure?" "Sorry. As tempting as you are, I love my fiancé. Let's just stick to business. I have a pet that gathers plants, so I will be back to sell more in the future." Says, "A repeat customer. My favorite kind. Don't worry, I can be patient. You will have plenty of chances to change your mind. Or you can bring your fiancé with you. Like I said, I don't mind sharing." She hasn't started working on her soul yet, so that probably isn't going to happen. Like I said, let's just stick to business. Says, "All right for now. But from now on, you should call me by name. My name is Demona." Before you ask, yes, I was named by the same human as Lifa. We both had a contract with him for a period of time. That is how we became friends. Chapter 13, Oh 01. Interesting. All right, Demona. I am Ash. It is a pleasure doing business with you. Demona says, I look forward to your next visit. As I leave, all I can think is that it is a good thing that I have Lynn and Miria. Otherwise, I would absolutely have failed to resist the temptation and done something stupid. Although, as long as we are in Soul City, she shouldn't be able to take my soul. Still, it isn't worth the risk. She probably has some way to get around that rule. What really worries me is that I wasn't able to sense her strength. I have no idea what rank of demon she is. For all I know, she might even be stronger than a demon lord. I leave the area and start looking for a city gate. But I can't help but think about Demona. Even though nothing happened, I still feel like I have to confess my thoughts to Lynn. Well, some of my thoughts anyway. I am not crazy enough to tell her all of them. I quickly realize that I have no idea where I am, so I summon Maximus. Since I am going to be wandering around for a while, he may as well come out and enjoy a walk. At this point, I have no hope of finding my way back. Any city gate will do. After several hours of wandering, I finally find a city gate and return to the hallway. I immediately use the door to return to the cavern world and start building a body. Once my body is built, I appear in the huge cavern that I only partially explored. I do a quick check of the area around me and then summon Maximus to my side. Once he is next to me, I start exploring while listening for the buzzing of the insects. However, it is another pack of the lizard doggo things that I run into first and have to deal with. 9 wolf lizards defeated. 45,000 soul XP gained. Loot: 4131 soul coins, 2 soul crystals, armor bracers plus 2 defense. While they are not what I am looking for, I am not about to pass up on the XP. I still need to increase my soul by another level so that the dragon will let me play in the battlefield. That is still the goal for all of this, even if I have gotten just a little bit sidetracked. However, that can't continue for much longer. I can't keep putting things off forever. For now, I just hope to make Maximus a little more comfortable before I get distracted with real-world things. Otherwise, I am going to feel really guilty about leaving him trapped in my soul palace. Once Maximus is done collecting the loot and eating the crystals, we resume exploring. He runs off a few times to collect plants, but so far I haven't seen another plant with purple flowers. I was hoping to find another, just in case it turns out to be something valuable. We continue exploring for a while before I finally hear the buzzing that I am looking for. It is not coming from the cavern itself, but from one of the connected tunnels. Before doing anything else, I retrieve the jar that Lifa gave me from my soul palace. With it in hand, I head down the tunnel and move towards where the buzzing is coming from. I was expecting to end up in another cavern, but I run into the swarm in the tunnel. I really don't want to see what the swarm can do to me, so I throw a lightning field across the tunnel. Then, as the swarm is flying to its death, I reach through with the jar and sweep some up. Then, I quickly seal the jar. There are a couple of dozen flies inside. It should be enough. After that, I just calmly watch as the rest of the swarm flies to its death in the lightning. 427, 44, 67, blood flies defeated. 42,744 soul, XP gained. Hiding congratulations. Your soul level has increased. Level 7, IT8. Soul HP plus 500, Soul MP plus 1,000. With that, I managed to complete both of my goals in one go. This has been a nice trip. With the coins that Lifa has promised me, I should be able to afford a couple of materials. That will give Maximus at least a little more room to move around in the palace. Now my focus is going to shift to completing the next stage of my evolution, which means I am going to need to take a trip down to the land bridge to do some hunting. On my way, I should probably stop and visit the tribes of beastmen that haven't joined us yet. However, there are things that I need to arrange before I can leave on that kind of trip. Mainly, I need to make sure that there are no demons in the Empire that can threaten my plans. Before that, I head back to Soul City and make my way to Lifa's plant shop. Or at least I try to. I end up getting turned around somehow and find Demona's shop instead. Luckily, I still remember the directions Lifa gave me and am able to reverse them. It is kind of annoying how easy it is to get lost, but I do manage to get to her shop. Leafa says, "Welcome back, Ash. I didn't expect to see you again so soon." "I got lucky and was able to get the bugs on the first try." Leafa says, "Oh, great. Let me see them. Here you go." Lefa says, "They don't seem special. In fact, they look pretty harmless. In small numbers, they probably are, but every swarm I saw had a couple of million bugs." Lefa says, "That would be a different story. How did you deal with such huge numbers?" "My specialty is lightning, and it is perfect for dealing with large groups." Leafa says, "That makes sense. Well, these should be enough to experiment with. Here are 30,000 coins as promised. 30,000 soul coins gained." "Thank you. I also picked up a couple more plants for you, but I want to trade them if you have more of this one." Leafa says, "You want to use the plants to expand the Soul Palace. That is a very slow process. I do have some. Let me see what you want to trade." "Here, this is what Maximus found this time." Lefa says, "I will give you 2 bushes for these." "All right, works for me." Lefa says, "These bushes do have an effect on the Soul Palace, but it takes a lot of them for it to be noticeable." "That's fine. I have a lot of responsibilities in the real world, so anything will help." Leafa says, "All right, just don't get your hopes up." I thank Leafa, take the 2 bushes, and leave her shop. Then I enter my Soul Palace. I take the 2 bushes, plus 2 more that Maximus found, and plant them with the other 3. The 7 of them probably won't have much effect, but it can't hurt either. Chapter 13. Oh, 2. After that, I summon Maximus and try to find my way back to the original market I found. I was hoping to look for Argonon to buy more materials, but I can't find the market. Even after wandering around for hours, I can't even find a similar area. Eventually, I give up and just look for a materials store, which turns out to be all over the place. I choose one at random and head inside to take a look at what I can afford. After browsing around for a while, I find a material that gives 3 feet of space for 20,000 coins. By this point, I am tired of shopping, so I just buy 2 of them and then leave the city. That leaves me with just under 10,000 soul coins, not enough to bother with. I head into the Soul Palace and use the 2 materials, which makes the place a little roomier. I then give Maximus a good brushing and feed him a couple of soul crystals before I leave. I exit my meditation and head upstairs to see if anyone is around. But the castle is quiet. So I head outside and ask the first soldier I see to have Leonor report to me. Leonor says, "You ask for me, Your Majesty." Yes, I've been occupied and wanted an update on the situation. Leonor says, "Things are going better than expected. We received some unexpected support from within the Empire." "Oh? From who?" Leonor says mercenaries in the Empire are suddenly rebelling against the local nobles and turning their territories over to us. I seem to remember hiring them to help rescue beastmen, but I never said anything about taking territory. Leonor says, "Should we refuse it then?" "Number, go ahead and take it. If they are going to offer it, we may as well. Even if they want to be paid later, I can afford it," Leonor says. "They have also been helping to get beastmen out of areas that we cannot easily enter." "That's good. Freeing our people is still our top priority," Leonor says. "Understood?" Leonor says, "Not really. We have been moving against the bandits as you ordered and have eliminated several thousand already." "Good. I am going to be flying around inside the Empire for a bit looking for demons. Are there any problem areas that I should deal with while I am there?" Leonor says, "Well, there is one that I am not sure what to do with." "What's the situation?" Leonor says, "The Northern Duke has gathered all the beastmen slaves in the north to his capital. So far, he hasn't done anything with them. But the city is heavily fortified, and the distance our forces would need to cross is immense." "All right, I will take a look." Leonor says, Muyen headed there to see if she could figure out what the Northern Duke was up to. In that case, I will look for her before I make a move. Leonor says, "Understood. Any new orders for me?" "Not really. You are doing good work. Keep it up and make your own choices," Leonor says. "Yes, my king." Before leaving, I check a map so that I know where the northern capital is so that I can find it. The imperial capital is closer, so I plan to fly there first and check for strong demons. Once I am sure of my directions, I take to the air and start flying at high speed. My flying speed is much higher than it used to be. I can cover miles every minute. It is dark out. But with my vision, I have no problem seeing the ground and the landmarks that I need. After flying about an hour, I come across the first major city and I start circling it. I circle it several times, casting the detection spell repeatedly, until I am sure I have covered the entire city. There is not a single demon in the city, so I continue on towards the next city. I reach the next city just as the sun is coming up, and I again stop to scan the city. This time, I do detect a single demon, but it is a weak one that isn't really worth my time. My soldiers could easily deal with it, so I ignore it and continue flying towards the capital. I am only really worried about demons that are rank 5 or higher. Lower ones are worthless. There is one more city for me to check. It is close to the Imperial City and should be under the Emperor's control. However, when the city comes into sight, half of it is burning and there is fighting in the streets. As I get closer, I can spot more details. It looks like the city is in the midst of falling. The attackers are a mixed bunch, some soldiers, but most of them look like common people. However, they are pushing the defenders, who look like the Imperial army, back easily. Surprisingly, aside from the fires, it doesn't look like the attackers are looting or pillaging. Not that it really matters to me, but I still do fly around the city and scan for demons. I don't find any demons in the city, but when I fly over the retreating army, I find a bunch. One of them seems decently strong, so I dive down and attack the entire group. The demons are paying attention to the army chasing them, so my attack comes as a complete surprise. I attack with my breath right before I physically attack, and there are humans in the blast radius. However, since they serve the Emperor, I already consider them enemies, so I don't spare them. The strongest demon survives the lightning blast, but it doesn't have time to react before I land on it. It even manages to survive that, but it ends up pinned beneath me and helpless. I don't bother with anything fancy. I just lean down and bite its head off. 11 demons defeated. 105,000 XP gained. 29 humans defeated. 22,500 XP gained. The surrounding humans all run away as I collect the cores from the demons. This means that a lot less of them escape from the pursuing army. But that isn't my problem. I store away the cores and then return to the sky to continue towards the Imperial capital. The demon that I just killed might have been the leader of the demons in the Empire. However, I still plan to check for more, just in case there is another one as strong or stronger. The capital is not currently under attack, but from the looks of it, it won't be long until it is. I am not sure which faction is attacking, but they are obviously winning the war. Controlling the capital and the throne will be important, so this probably won't be the last time it is attacked. I am guessing that it is the forces of the Eastern Duke. He should be the one the closest to the capital. Chapter 13:03. The Western Duke is based further away and will have to fight his way here through the Eastern Duke's forces. The Eastern Duke is probably trying to finish things here so he can turn his full attention to the Western Duke. The battle between the two of them will decide the outcome of the Civil War. Or at least that is probably what they are hoping for. But it won't be that simple. Even if the Northern Duke doesn't get involved, I plan to interfere quite a bit. I still haven't decided what I am actually going to do, but whatever it is, it won't be good for them. The capital is a much larger city, so I start on the outside and spiral my way in as I scan. Even before I start scanning, I notice people sneaking out of the city at several points. It looks like they are the smart ones and have noticed which way the wind is blowing. Even if the invaders are being well behaved, being in a city as it falls isn't a good idea. It is a much better idea to leave the city before it falls, and then come back afterwards. Or better yet, just move to another city that isn't under the threat of war. I was planning to ignore all of those fleeing, but then I spot a group that triggers my anger. Someone is leaving the city with a large group of slaves. I can see the restraints as plain as day. It doesn't look like there are any beastmen among the slaves, but I still hate slavery. There are about 50 slaves, mostly female, and only 10 or so people guarding them. I swoop down and attack, but I am careful that I don't hurt any of the slaves by accident. I am well within view of the city's walls, but no one comes out to help them against me. 10 humans defeated. 1,250 XP gained. To my surprise, none of the slaves freak out when they see me kill their captors. I am in my normal form. The slaves should be terrified, but they are excited instead. I spread a little mana out and then use it to shatter all of their restraints to save time. Slave says, "Thank you. Are you really going to send us to a country where slavery is illegal?" "Yes, I am. But how did you know that?" Slave says, "I have a slight gift of prophecy. I dreamed of you saving us last night, but I found it a little hard to believe. Well, here in a second, I am going to open a gate back to my territory. You will be fed and cared for, and you will be able to choose where you want to go from there. I don't have time to escort you back myself. I have other things that I need to do." Slave says, "It's fine. We are just happy to be free." I open a gate back to the fort and wait for all of them to go through before I close it. The personnel in the fort will take care of them without me having to issue any orders. By now, there is quite the crowd standing on the city walls watching me, but I ignore them. It isn't like they can do anything to me, and even if they know I am flying around the city, it won't matter. With my new speed, I don't even really need to worry about siege engines. It would take a miracle for them to be able to hit me unless I stood still for them. Even if they did somehow manage to hit me, I doubt that it would do much damage to me. So, I return to the air and go back to circling the city and casting the detection spell. To my surprise, I quickly find a group of demons in the outer city, over 30 of them. None of them feel all that strong, but that is quite a few cores that I could feed to my angel. So, I fly over until I am above the building that I can sense them in and drop down through the roof. When I crash into the room, I not only find the demons, but also the human women they are abusing. To say that the demons are surprised to see me would be a major understatement. Since there are innocent humans in the room, I can't just blast all of the demons like I had planned. So, before they can recover from their surprise, I start tearing them apart with my claws. As I do, I also spread out my mana to both protect the women and seal the room. I don't want any of the demons to be able to escape, but I also don't want more humans interfering. When they recover, several of the demons immediately try to run away, as expected. A couple of the demons even try to use human women as hostages, but it doesn't work. In fact, thanks to my aura, the human women are healing as the demons are dying. I make sure to cut down every single demon, and it feels quite good to do so. 32 demons defeated, 305,000 XP gained. As soon as all the demons are dead, I quickly gather their cores and then open a gate to the fort. None of the human women object to leaving the Empire behind and starting new lives. I have no idea what led to them being given to the demons, but they obviously don't want to stick around. By the time I close the gate behind them, there are human soldiers trying to force their way into the building. Of course, since my mana is still sealing the doors, they are not having much luck. In fact, the entire building is surrounded by hundreds of soldiers. I guess I attracted some attention. Just in case, I cast the detection spell again, but there are no demons within range. So, I ignore the soldiers and fly up through the hole that I made in the ceiling. Only then do I remove the mana and allow the soldiers to charge into the building. They are so focused on getting into the building that very few of them notice me flying above it. However, I ignore all of them and go back to flying around the city, scanning for demons. With a group that big, I am guessing that I am going to find more around the city. As I am scanning the rest of the city, I do find a few more small groups, but not as many as I was expecting. Since they are small groups of weak demons, I don't bother to go after them. It looks like the big gathering was something special rather than something normal. There aren't even 20 demons in the rest of the city, so it isn't worth my time. The final area for me to scan is the Imperial Palace, which sits in the center of the city. When I fly over it and cast the detection spell, I only detect a single demon, but it is a strong one. Of course, it is sitting somewhere in the center of the palace, making it hard to attack. If I make a move towards the demon, every soldier in the palace will come after me. Normal soldiers don't worry me, but the Royal Guard should be the strongest troops the Empire has. Chapter 13:04. They should also have the best gear available, meaning they might be able to hurt me. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem, but dealing with them at the same time as the demon is risky. The demon feels strong, stronger than any of the other demons I have killed lately. If it is strong enough that I can't deal with it easily, then the Royal Guard will become a factor. In the end, I decide that while it is risky, it shouldn't be too dangerous. So, I repeat the previous tactic and smash down through the roof above the demon. I find myself landing in the middle of the throne room surrounded by rubble and stunned humans. The demon is disguised among them, but I don't bother figuring out which one. Instead, I just swivel my head and blast the entire room with my breath. 43 humans defeated. 61,400 XP gained. Says Meddling Dragon. Do you know how long I have been working to keep this idiot alive? Nope, and I don't really care. However, since you miss him, I will send you to join him. Says, if you were a fully grown dragon, I would be worried. But from the looks of it, you are still a baby. You are the one that is going to die for ruining my plans. When the demon starts sounding like a bad movie villain, I can't help but laugh at him. That just makes the demon even madder, to the point that he loses control and returns to his normal form. He is about 12 feet tall with bright red skin and multiple horns growing from his head. My breath didn't kill all of the humans, just those closest to the throne, including the Emperor. The royal guards in the room had grouped up and were getting ready to attack me. However, when they see the demon in his natural form, they stop and back off instead. The other humans, those that haven't already, quickly run from the room screaming. Even the royal guards look like they want to flee. Not that I can blame them. I'm sure that they would be braver if the Emperor was still alive for them to protect. However, with the Emperor already dead, they have already lost their purpose. I can't really blame them for wanting to run away and live to see another day. Besides, it will keep them from getting in my way while I am fighting the demon. When the demon finishes changing forms, he stomps his way over and punches me. To my surprise, the punch from the demon sends me flying and crashing through several pillars. It doesn't do much damage to me, but I wasn't expecting the demon to be that strong. There is a grin on my face as I pick myself up, walk over, and hit the demon back. He goes flying back and crashes through a wall, but he is bleeding when he stands back up. I could easily hit him again, but I wait and let him take his turn to hit me. I go flying back then, get up to hit the demon again, and send him through another part of the wall. We go back and forth for quite a while, exchanging hit for hit and destroying the palace in the process. What little damage I take quickly heals, but the demon keeps looking worse and worse. It is obvious that the demon is losing, and he gets more and more upset as the fight goes on. Not that it is really a fight, I am mainly just playing around and having some fun. I could easily kill the demon at any time, and he seems to have realized it. The royal guards ran away a while ago, and there hasn't been any sign of the humans. In fact, by this point, they have probably evacuated the entire palace. Not that it matters. Not that there is going to be much of a palace left by the time we are done with our fight. I quickly lose track of how many blows we have exchanged, but I am having a lot of fun. Eventually, the demon gets up after a hit, but then stumbles and falls back to a knee. I wait for a minute, but then it becomes obvious that the demon isn't getting back up. It looks like I win. Says nonsense. I, a proud demon, can never lose to some dragon whelp. In answer, I splay out my claws, coat them with mana, and then take a swing at the demon. He manages to get his arms up to block, but my claws cut right through his arms. My claws continue on and cut deep into the demon's chest, and I can tell that it is a fatal hit. The demon stands there, looking down at his chest with disbelief written across his face. His arms have already fallen to the floor, but he is just standing there and hasn't moved. Since his chest is wide open, I reach over and pluck his core from the open wound. 1 rank 9 demon defeated. 450,000 XP gained. The demon's corpse is still standing there, staring down at his own chest. I don't think he even realized what had happened before he died, but it doesn't really matter. All that matters is he is no longer a threat to my troops, and I had some fun fighting him. The Emperor is dead, and his palace is destroyed. The capital will probably fall easily. It might even fall without a fight, meaning the Eastern Duke can focus on the Western Duke. The conflict between the two should give my people lots of opportunities. More importantly, it means my troops should be fine if I am gone for a little while. Even if there are some demons left, none of them should be strong enough to be a threat. Most beastmen should be able to handle low-rank demons one-on-one. That means that the only thing I have left that I need to do is check on the Northern Duke. I need to find out if he is actually going to stay out of things, or if he is just playing games. So, once the demon is dead, I take to the air and fly towards the northern part of the Empire. Although, after flying for a while, I do stop and land to have some lunch. While I am eating, I contact Muyan to figure out where she is so that I can meet up with her after I am done eating. She gives me a landmark, and once I am done eating, I head for it to meet up with her. Muyan says, "Master, I didn't expect you to come all the way up here. I was at the capital dealing with a demon. Have you figured out what the Northern Duke is up to?" Muyan says. "Not exactly. So far, I haven't been able to find anything to indicate that he is planning something. Everything looks like he is planning to wait things out and then swear fealty to the winner." Chapter 13:05. So, he is a man with no ambition, Muyan says. That is the way it appears. However, what I have learned about his past would seem to indicate otherwise. He was not born to be a duke. He was a lesser noble and worked his way up to duke. That sounds more like someone with strong ambition, Muyan says. Exactly. That is why I feel like he is playing a game, even if I can't find any evidence. If that is the way you feel, then trust your instincts. He is probably up to something, just hiding it really well. He will be working to hide whatever he is doing from the other dukes. Muyan says, that is going to make things difficult. I don't have any spies in the north of the Empire at all. It has never been an area that I have paid any attention to. That's understandable. Do you know where the Duke is holding our people? Muyan says, yes. They have set up a camp outside of one of the northern fortresses, and they have all of them there under heavy guard. Wait, they are not near the capital? Muyan says. No, they are not near any city. The only things close to the camp are military forces. Well, that sounds like a trap. How are our people being treated, do you know? Muyan says. Not well. They are not in good shape. Moving them won't be easy. That won't be a problem. I can open a portal straight to the fort. What forces do we have in the area to help? Muyan says, I have 3 of my scouts in the area to help me gather information. That's it. Our troops have not come this far north yet. The nearest ones are a couple of days away at least. I can always go fetch some troops if we need them. We can probably manage just with your scouts. Muyan says, I will do whatever you ask. What's the plan? First, I need to know numbers. How many of our people? How many guards? Are the guards sleeping at the camp or the surrounding camps? I also need to know how many military camps are around it and where they are. Muyan says, understood. I will call back my people. They should have all of that information by now. All right. I will wait here and meditate. I doubt that I will have enough time to explore the hallway, so I head to the Soul Palace. Maximus is asleep when I enter, but he soon wakes up and runs over to welcome me. I spend some time brushing him and giving him some attention until I sense Muyan's return. Did you get the information? Muyan says. Yes, Master, however, it isn't good news. I wasn't expecting it to be. Tell me, Muyan says. The camp contains around 10,000 beastmen. There are also about 5,000 human slaves mixed in. Their condition is a lot worse than I thought. Most of them will need help to move. Even without interference, it would take a couple of hours to move the camp, meaning we won't be able to just raid the camp. We have to take and hold it. Muyan says, exactly. There are 4 large military camps surrounding the camp. In total, there are about 10,000 soldiers stationed in the 4 of them. The guards sleep in the military camps, but there are several dozen on duty at all times. There are also other soldiers who sneak into the camp whenever they get a chance. How far from the main camp are the military camps? Muyan says, a few 100 yards? Easily within sight. This is going to be harder than I thought. Muyan says, my people and I could take out the guards, but not without alerting at least one of the military camps. It is also doubtful that we could evacuate the camp before the guard changed. If they were all gathered in one camp, I could handle it, but 4 camps complicates things. I can't block all 4 camps at once on my own. It looks like we will need to bring in more people after all, Muyan says. Agreed. At the least, we need people to help the freed slaves get through the gate. The problem is that aside from the 4 main camps, there are scout camps scattered around. It will be impossible to bring in any size of group without being spotted. I will open a gate in the camp. We will bring troops in directly, Muyan says. Then we will be fighting in the camp. It will be hard to protect our people. I will figure out some kind of barrier to keep the military camps from noticing what's going on. Our main priority is to get our people out safely. However, I don't plan to just leave after that. These people need to be punished for what they have done to our people. Muyan says, yes, they even dared to set a trap for us. They have to pay. All right. I will contact Leonar so that he can start preparing. We will move tonight, Muyan says. Yes, Master. I plan out the attack with Muyan and then contact Leonar to give him his orders. This way, he will have several hours to get the troops and support personnel ready. After that, I start working on a barrier spell to use to keep the military camps from interfering. Since the plan is to attack at night, I will simply create a barrier out of darkness. Other than blocking sight, all it needs to do is absorb sound so it isn't too hard to figure out. Then once that is done, there is nothing for me to do other than wait for night. So, I return to the Soul Palace to spend some more time with Maximus and work on the palace. I also do a little rearranging since I haven't changed anything since I added more space. It is hard to tell, but it looks like the space might have grown by a few inches. Eventually, Muyan comes back and notifies me that night has fallen and we can begin. She has 3 male Fox tribe members with her. They should be the scouts. I follow, as the 4 of them lead me through the patrols and to the slave camp. Once we are close, I have them wait while I circle around the camp, carving a line in the ground. It isn't a perfect circle, but it will do as the marker for the barrier spell. When I cast the spell, it basically raises a curtain of darkness all around the camp. As soon as the barrier is up, the 4 of them go running off to start dealing with the guards. I step inside the barrier, take out the crystal, and use it to make the biggest gate that I can. Even before the gate is fully formed, Beastmen scouts come rushing out and scattering into the camp. Chapter 13:06. Their orders are the same as Muyan's, to eliminate the guards and any other soldiers in the camp. Behind them come the ranks of normal troops who spread out to start freeing the slaves. Beastman or human doesn't matter. All the slaves will be freed and taken through the gate. The gate that I opened is over 20 feet wide to allow multiple people through at once. It would take far too long for this many people to pass through a normal gate. The main drawback to a gate this big is that it uses a lot more mana, and I have to maintain it. That means that I have to stand here and keep the gate open and stable the entire time. However, that is fine. I can trust Leonar and his people to handle things properly. Even before all of the troops have come through, the first of the slaves are taken back. Soon, a steady stream of freed slaves are passing through the gate back to the fort. There are support personnel waiting on the other side to help take care of them. Healing and food will go a long way to helping them start the process of recovering. The beastmen who are helping them through the gate have looks of absolute rage on their faces. While that bodes well as far as unifying the beastmen goes, it doesn't bode well for the humans. It is a good thing that I already planned to engage the humans in combat, because I'm not sure I could stop the beastmen right now. It is understandable, though. A lot of these beastmen are ones who joined after being rescued themselves. They have a lot of pent-up feelings after what they have been through, and now seeing it again. If I don't give them a channel to vent those feelings, I am not sure what would happen. Probably something along the lines of packs roaming around killing every human they encounter. Since that would include innocents, I want to avoid that as much as possible. Better that they vent all of that pent-up anger on the northern soldiers, who somewhat deserve it. Which is why, after the slaves are all saved, I plan to let the soldiers attack the military camps. Of course, I am not expecting things to go smoothly. They never really do. That is just the general plan for the moment. Leonar will have to work out the details. Since I can't leave the gate at all, I am going to have to leave everything to him. However, he has been leading the troops for quite a while now. I have no doubts about his abilities. Basically, I am just going to sit back, maintain the gate, and watch what happens. Maintaining the gate is easy. It just takes a little more mana than a usual gate. Maintaining the barrier is a bit harder. I actually have to pay attention and keep an eye on it. Thanks to that, a while later when something impacts the barrier, I feel it. When I focus my attention on that part of the barrier, I find a small group of human soldiers. It is too early for them to be the next shift of guards, so they must have snuck over. One of them is poking the barrier with his sword, but they leave before I can send someone over to deal with them. I notify Leonard that the barrier has been discovered and he does what he can to speed up the evacuation. However, moving that many people, especially when they are injured, isn't a quick process. It is going to take an hour at least to get the rest of the slaves out of here. My job gets quite a bit harder since I have to keep the barrier up no matter what. It doesn't take long before more soldiers are at the barrier and attacking it with their weapons. This time they don't run away. In fact, their numbers keep increasing. Soon there are groups of soldiers on all sides of the barrier trying to force their way through. It looks like all 4 camps have been alerted at this point and are mobilizing. It only takes a few minutes for the number of soldiers on each side to pass the hundreds. Luckily, the barrier is magic-based, and so it is very resistant to physical attacks. It only takes a little more mana to keep the barrier intact, but that amount keeps increasing. If I didn't have the crystal, I would already be running out of mana just for maintaining the barrier. As it is, the way the needed mana keeps increasing, I am going to run out of mana soon. I can't even be sure if I am going to have enough to keep the barrier up for an hour. It makes me wish that I had thought to switch out the crystal for a full one. Of course, it's not like I knew I was going to end up in this kind of situation when I left. If I had known, I would have brought Lynn along. She is much better at this kind of thing. If she was here, I would be able to leave the spells to her and go join in the fighting. Instead, I am stuck here maintaining the barrier as more and more humans gather outside of it. Their numbers have already reached the thousands. The camps are probably empty. While gathering them outside was part of the plan, it wasn't supposed to happen this quickly. I was hoping that we would have most of the slaves evacuated before we got to this point. Now it is going to be a race to see if we get the slaves out first, or I run out of mana first. Leonard has things well organized and has the slaves moving as fast as possible. Having thousands of human soldiers attacking the barrier is pretty annoying. It makes me want to fight them. Just standing here while they beat on the barrier does not suit my personality. The problem is that there is no one else who can do what I need to do. At least not that is here. Lynn could do it, but she has other things to work on right now. Our army still has a severe shortage of mages, and that isn't something that can be fixed quickly. I believe that Knived is working on training more mages, but that takes time. For now, we are just going to have to make do with me doing the magic. The steady stream of freed slaves leaving through the gate helps keep me focused. The looks on their faces make the annoyance I am feeling tolerable. The thought of what is going to happen to the human soldiers when the barrier goes down also helps. They have only ever dealt with unarmed beastmen slaves. They have never faced warriors. Today is going to be a lesson that they will never forget if they live through the day that is. Chapter 13:07. Most of them certainly won't live through the lesson. That is kind of the point of it. Their deaths will teach the entire north of the Empire that beastmen are not to be messed with. It will be a lesson written out in blood, the only kind that humans pay attention to. Not that there are many people left to learn the lesson. The other kingdoms already know better. With the Empire falling apart, there shouldn't be anyone left who allows slavery. The free union has already been dealt with by Paul and the kingdom by mercy. At this rate, it shouldn't be too hard to get slavery made illegal on the entire peninsula. Of course, that is going to depend on who ends up ruling the Empire, but if it is me, then it won't be an issue. That is the one thing that is the most tempting about the idea of unifying the peninsula. I could outlaw slavery. I could even go a step further and make the taking of slaves punishable by death. There is a lot that I could do as the ruler of the peninsula. I just don't know if it is worth the hassle. It would be about as annoying as it is to have thousands of people beating on my barrier. They can't get through it, but I feel every impact on the barrier, and it is really annoying. It doesn't hurt, but it is like an itch that you can't scratch and that won't go away. It makes the time drag by slowly, but it is still passing, and with every minute, more slaves are evacuated. Now the only people coming from the other side are the soldiers returning after helping move people. Other than them, the entire army is already on this side of the gate and ready to fight. The only thing stopping them from starting the battle is that the slaves aren't safe yet. It is worse for the soldiers. Most of them were slaves in the Empire that were freed recently. This situation is a lot more personal for them than it is for me, and they are having to wait too. I am impressed by how well Leonar is keeping them under control considering everything, having only recently joined the army. Most of them have only had the most basic of training. That means that their discipline is not ingrained by training, but completely based on respect. For him to have earned their respect so quickly means that he is a very good commander. That means that when he gives the order to attack, all hell is going to fall onto the northern soldiers. It is enough that I almost feel sorry for the soldiers, but not enough for me to spare them. Probably not all of them deserve to die, but they are in the minority based on what I have seen. Unfortunately, there is no way to pick the few good ones out of the crowd and spare them. It is a little sad, but I would rather kill a few good ones than spare the majority which deserve to die. I am not going to feel too guilty about it either. They chose to be soldiers. They knew the risks. By now, the entire barrier is surrounded and there are 10,000 soldiers outside it. Maybe more. Luckily, for the most part, they have stopped attacking the barrier and are just standing around. They are probably waiting for their commanders to figure out a plan and issue new orders. I hope that it takes them a while. The crystal is running dangerously low on mana. Once that runs out, all I have is my own mana, and that won't last more than a few minutes. At least for the barrier. I will cut it off before I run out of mana to maintain the gate. Having a way to get the slaves out is far more important than keeping the barrier up. If the barrier goes down, it will just mean that the battle will start early, and the troops will have to protect the slaves. If the gate goes down, then it will be a long, long walk to get the slaves somewhere safe. Luckily, if that does happen, we have already gotten the worst injured of the slaves out already. Those that remain are at least capable of walking on their own. They are just a bit weak. They are mostly malnourished, with some bruising and poorly mended injuries. As they line up and wait their turn to go through the gate, I can see their conditions improving. I didn't know my aura would work on anything besides wounds, but apparently it does. The fact that I can lessen their pain, even if just a little, makes me really like this aura. Most of the time I forget that I even have it, but now I am thinking I should put some effort in. Although, since it is always on, I don't really know what I could do to help it level up. In the past it leveled up on its own, so I don't think there is much that I can do. For now it is enough that it is helping the slaves and making things a bit easier on them. It also seems to be helping the line move a little faster. The number of people waiting is going down quickly. At this rate, I just need to hold the barrier for another 10 or 15 minutes to get everyone out. Unfortunately, it seems that the enemy is also tired of waiting because several attacks hit the barrier. Normally that wouldn't be a problem, but these are magical attacks, and they hit the barrier a lot harder. The barrier holds, but it takes a lot of mana to keep it up against the magical attack. I was not expecting the enemy to have mages. The barrier isn't going to last long at this rate. I quickly call Leonar over and inform him of the updated situation. As soon as he leaves, I start seeing troops move into positions just on the inside of the barrier. They form battle lines, then hold those positions and wait for the order to attack. They are all fully armed and armored. They look really fierce and ready for a fight. I think that if the soldiers on the other side could see them, they would be running like mad. For a second, I am tempted to allow them to see through the barrier, but that would ruin the surprise. The surprise and fear that the first sight of them will create will give my troops an advantage. I can't give up an advantage that could keep more of my people alive, no matter how funny it would be. Besides, I just have to be a little bit more patient, and I will get to see their reactions. With combat about to break out, the freed slaves start moving a bit faster through the gate. It is mainly because the worst injured have already gone through and are no longer holding up the rest. Chapter 13, 08. All those still waiting to go through are now gathered in front of the gate, making them easier to protect. Even if the barrier comes down right now, it won't be easy for them to be attacked. The enemy would have to break through the battle line of our troops to reach them. That is a good thing since, with the last magical attacks, I used up the mana in the crystal. It is now empty, and I am relying on my own mana pool to maintain the gate and the barrier. With that in mind, I send a soldier to have Leonar come over to discuss what's next. Leonar says, "How long?" I can hold the barrier for a few more minutes at most. Less if the magical attacks increase. Leonar says it's all right. The troops are in position and eager to fight. All right. What's the best way to bring down the barrier? Do you want it section by section or all at once? Leonard says, all at once would be best. It will amplify the shock factor. Okay, is there anything else that I can do to help? Leonard says, actually, could you make the barrier one way for a minute before bringing it down? I think I can. Why? Leonard says, I would like to soften them up with a few volleys of arrows before we charge them. Give me 2 minutes. It will either turn one way or come down completely, Leonard says. Understood. We will be ready. Leonard runs off shouting orders, and I turn my attention to the barrier to see if I can modify it. Unfortunately, I threw the spell together without any structure, so modifying it is complicated. It doesn't help that barriers are not something I have messed with all that much. What I do know about them, I learned from Lynn. She is the one who knows this magic. If she were here, she would be able to make these changes with no problem whatsoever. Thinking of that, I grab my medallion and give her a call. Then I explain the situation. That's all it takes. Just a simple explanation, and Lynn already has the answer that I need. She then walks me through the changes that I need to make to the spell, step by step. With Lynn's help, I am able to make the barrier turn one way for a limited time. This makes the barrier slightly opaque from our side, and it is only then that I realize the sun is coming up. With everything going on, I didn't even notice how much time had passed. To the human warriors outside the barrier remains a pitch-black wall, and they can't tell anything has changed. They don't know anything at all until a wave of arrows and javelins come out through the barrier. Then, before they can get over that shock, the barrier drops, and they can see my troops. The looks on the faces of the human soldiers when they see my troops is everything I had hoped for and more. When I see the looks of shock, awe, and terror on their faces, all the waiting is instantly worth it. Even the soldiers who got hit with an arrow stop screaming and stare in shock. Then, before they can even start to recover, Leonard steps up and lets out a long, loud roar. Upon hearing that, all the beastmen let out roars together, which creates a wave of sound. The human soldiers stumble back when the wave of sound hits them, but then my troops charge. Many of the human troops look like they are ready to run away, but they don't get the chance to. My troops hit the human troops like a wall of angry steel, and the humans just fold. They offer almost no resistance as my troops cut through them. It turns into a complete massacre. A few of the soldiers try to fight back, but there is no organization to their resistance. The beastmen tear through the humans like lions ripping through a flock of sheep. The battle is far more one-sided than even I was expecting. The humans don't stand a chance. I mean, I was expecting my guys to win, but I thought the humans would at least put up a fight. These guys are supposed to be the elites of the Empire. I was expecting a lot more. Everything that I have heard paints the warriors of the North as the strongest troops in the Empire. They are supposed to be used to fighting the beasts from the North. They shouldn't be this weak. Either what I heard was wrong, or these aren't the veterans that I have heard about. Whatever the case may be, they aren't going to be able to stop my troops at all. The only survivors are going to be the ones that run away, which has already started. The soldiers at the back have already seen how things are going and have started to run. They are probably going to be the only survivors, and that's only because we don't have time to chase them. Some of the humans attempt to surrender, but unfortunately for them, the beastmen are too worked up. Most of them don't even get a chance to say anything. The beastmen just mow them down. I can't see everything from where I am by the gate, but I would guess the other sides are the same. I just hope that the enemy commanders don't manage to get away. They deserve to die. The commanders were probably at the back, so if they run, they will probably get away. The entire battle, if it can be called that, only lasts for less than 10 minutes. Once most of the humans are dead, Leonard lets out a roar that calls back the troops. Without that, they probably would have kept going and chased down every last human. However, that is not what we are here for. It is just a bonus as far as I am concerned. The priority is still the slaves. Although by this point most of them have already gone through the gate. A few of them stopped to watch the battle. Not that I can really blame them for it. They didn't block the others, so I didn't say anything. Seeing the humans die will probably do them some good. It will also help the others, because there is no way that the story isn't going to spread. In fact, I am counting on the story spreading since it will help to unify the army. It should also help to convince the other tribes that haven't joined us yet that they need to. Mainly, I want the other tribes to realize just how powerful they can be if they all work together. Part of turning them into a nation is going to be building their belief in their own power. The hardest part is going to be to overcome their tribal beliefs. They are too used to looking down on other tribes. Unfortunately, that is something I doubt that I can accomplish in my lifetime. Chapter 1309. All I can really hope to accomplish is starting the process and laying the groundwork. The victories of the army are an important part of that process, but they also create more problems. Most of the slaves that we just freed are going to want to join the army after what they have been through. That is going to become a problem because it means the army will grow too quickly. There is a limit to how large of an army that we can support, and we are already close to it. Of course, I am talking about what the Beastmen as a nation can support, not myself personally. Thanks to Pole, I can easily double or even triple the size of the army without a problem. It would be dangerous to have an army of that size normally, but it is necessary for what is coming. I just have to be careful to make sure that a stable breeding population survives the war. That shouldn't be too hard considering that the cores of the tribes haven't joined the army. As long as they remain behind, then the Beastmen should survive even if the army is wiped out. Of course, I plan to do everything that I can to prevent that from happening. Letting the army get some levels at the expense of the humans is a part of that plan. The stronger and higher level my troops are, the lower the casualties in the war should be, because even if I unify the peninsula and take the humans to war, the Beastmen will still be the main force. The physical strength of the Beastmen is needed to match the strength of the demons. If it were just humans, we would need to outnumber the demons at least 3-1. On the other hand, the Beastmen should be able to match the demons at 1-1. Although, since I don't know what kinds of numbers the demons will have, I have to plan to be outnumbered. I am pretty sure we will be outnumbered by the demonic beasts, but that is easier to deal with. The number of actual demons is what really worries me and is the hardest to plan for. Another thing that I can't really account for is how many humans will be fighting on the demons' side. I know that they will have humans fighting for them, but I have no idea how many. It makes it hard to plan for the war when I only have some basic guesses to go on. The worst part is that I won't know the kind of numbers I have to deal with until they show up. So I have to create multiple plans to try and cover every possible eventuality. I have been making plans to cover the worst-case scenarios that I can think of, but even then, I have no idea how accurate they might be. That is why I am planning to create the biggest, toughest army that I possibly can. Even though it is going to stretch our supplies extremely thin and make things fairly tough, keeping the army fed is probably going to be the hardest part. But hopefully the farming we have started will be able to keep up. If not, then I will have to have Pole buy what we need from anywhere that can supply it. Pole is probably well aware of our needs, but I should mention it to him just in case. Opening a trade route with the Northern Empire could end up being really important. In fact, I wish that I could open a trade channel with the Southern Empire as well. However, we only have the one ship and sailing around the peninsula would take far too long. Not to mention that we don't have any charts of the southern coasts of the continent, although I could probably get them from the Emperor. I'm sure that he would like it if we opened a trade route. Then, as I am standing next to the huge gate, I realize that I am being stupid. I should totally be able to open up a trade route with the Southern Empire through a gate. I've already learned how to build a gate frame that will support a gate that anyone can use. I just need to make it big enough for a wagon to pass through and link two of them together. I can put one in the capital of the Southern Empire and open direct trade with my people. Not only would that improve both of our economies, but it would allow us to reinforce each other. It would make our alliance more than just words on paper and could make a huge difference in the war. I can't think of any downsides to this idea, but I will run it by Pole first before I do anything. A short trade route like this will have major effects on the economy, and I am not qualified to judge them. There are probably preparations that need to be made first, and maybe some restrictions. I will run the idea by Pole, and if he likes it, he can figure the rest out for me. While I have been distracted by my thoughts, the rest of the freed slaves have gone through the gate. Now I am just waiting for the soldiers to finish cleaning up the battlefield and return. Now that things have calmed down a bit, I am able to reduce the size of the gate to conserve mana. Thanks to that, I should still have enough mana to keep the gate open long enough for everyone to return. Now that things have settled down, Leonard comes over to report on our losses. Even with how well the battle went, we still lost a few soldiers and more were injured. The wounded are brought over so that my aura can help them while they wait to be taken through the gate. Some of them, after being in my aura for a few minutes, are able to get up and walk through on their own. Only the most severely wounded still need to be carried through the gate. In the end, we killed over 9,000 enemies and only lost a dozen of our people. While I regret our losses, I feel that the gains for the army were absolutely worth it. The rest of the troops are in much better moods after venting their feelings. The experience they gained is only a small part of it. The feelings of unity are much more important. Personal strength isn't as important in an army. Discipline and unity are more important. The discipline comes from training, but the unity comes through going through battle together. These troops should have the unity after this, and with some training, they will become elites. The rest of the army is going through similar things fighting in the Empire. By the end of all of this, the entire army should be elites, or at least that is what I am hoping for. Chapter 1310. In the case where we are outnumbered by the demons, having an elite army is our best hope of victory. If we end up with even numbers, our odds of winning will be even better. That is the main reason that I don't want to use force to subdue the other tribes. I want their numbers. I also don't want to lose troops just to force the other tribes to submit. It would be a waste. Especially when I can get the tribes to submit through other means. They just take more work. In fact, with all the stories that have spread about me, it shouldn't be all that hard. The hardest part is probably going to be getting them to submit without gaining another wife. I already feel like I don't spend enough time with Miria and Lynn to keep them happy. Adding more wives would only make it worse, not to mention the possibility of conflicts among them. Some men may dream of having women fight over them, but I am not one of them. I want anyone that I care about to be happy. Which gets complicated the more there are. It is bad enough that I have already adopted so many kids. I don't want to do the same with wives. However, I can't completely rule out the possibility. It may end up becoming necessary. I plan to fight that possibility to the end, but my luck with such things isn't all that great. If I say I absolutely won't take any more wives, it basically guarantees that I will have to. That is just how my luck has been since I was summoned to this world, and I don't think it will change. So, by keeping at least a little open to the possibility, I am hoping to avoid it altogether. Whether or not it will work remains to be seen, but I am slightly hopeful. By now, most of the soldiers have gone through the gate, and less than half remain. Just about every soldier that has passed me has either had a smile on their face or was laughing. Morale is obviously really high right now, and not a single soldier failed to salute me. I was a little worried that I would lose some respect for having to sit out the battle. It doesn't look like that is the case, or at least if it is, the soldiers are hiding it well. I would have preferred to be in the front of the battle. That is a lot of experience that I missed out on. Humans might not be worth much experience individually, but killing a lot of them adds up quickly. However, keeping the gate open was more important, so I had to miss out on the fun. It looks like the troops understand that either that or they didn't expect me to fight from the beginning. That might be possible. I'm not entirely sure how the Beastmen think a king is supposed to act. Then again, since they have never had a king, they probably don't know what to think. We are all just going off of what we have heard. And I at least am just making things up. My entire view of how a king is supposed to act comes from movies and anime. Considering how many of the kings in those end up being the villain, it is probably not the best source. Then again, it's not like I really have any other options. My world didn't have many kings. Those it did have were normally the inspirations for the movie villains, so still not useful. So I really am just making things up as I go, and I am probably doing a crappy job of it. Luckily, the Beastmen are in the same boat, so they don't expect all that much from me. However, I am pretty sure that if I was trying to run a human kingdom, I would be failing miserably. That is one of the reasons I am not sure if I want to try and unify the peninsula. Unifying it wouldn't be that hard. Ruling it afterwards would be an utter nightmare, at least if I was on my own. I am betting that Lynn will be much better at it than me, mainly because she is far more intelligent than me and far more knowledgeable. Although, getting her out of the library to deal with ruling might be a real challenge. However, that will only be a concern if I decide to unify the peninsula. The beastmen I can rule, or at least I believe that I can rule them as they currently are, mainly because they respect strength. In fact, strength is the most important thing to them, and I have plenty of strength. That will allow me to remain unchallenged as their king. But it doesn't mean I will be a good king. Although, it would make me a pretty good tyrant, which would be a lot easier. It would also probably be a lot more fun. So maybe I should stop worrying about being a good king. Instead, I am just going to do what I want to do and what I think is best for the Beastmen. I will still seek the opinions of others, especially Lynn and Miria, but I need to stop second-guessing myself. I spend far too much time worrying about the things that I want to accomplish. Or more specifically, I worry too much about how I am going to accomplish things. Honestly, I spend far too much time worrying about everything. But it is a hard habit to break. Even now, I am worrying about worrying too much while the soldiers are marching past me. Eventually, the last of the soldiers pass through the gate and only Leonor is left. I give him a nod, and then he walks through the gate ahead of me. All that is left now is the human corpses. We took our dead with us. I walk through the gate and am finally able to let it close. By that point, my mana pool is almost completely empty, and the crystal is completely empty. I probably could have only kept the gate open for another 30 minutes or so. I am going to need to recover my mana for a while before I am able to do anything. Despite the huge influx of people, the area of the fort is far less chaotic than I was expecting. Everything is well organized, and the freed slaves are getting all the help they need. To handle the influx of so many people this well, the support crew is doing an outstanding job. As I walk around to check on things, I make sure to compliment the support staff. In the end, I finish my tour at the medical tents that have been set up for the slaves and soldiers. This way, my aura can complement the healing they are receiving and help them recover a bit faster. I make sure to have a few words with each of the wounded soldiers to boost their morale. I don't know if the army has implemented medals or anything like that, but a visit from their king should work, thanks to the tattoo. This isn't wasting time since my mana is recovering on its own. Chapter 13:11. After spending some time with the wounded, I head over to the command area to talk to Leonor. By now, he should have the final numbers from the battle and be ready to report. Not surprisingly, when I find Leonor, Muyan is with him and is also going over the numbers. When I join them, I find out that they have split the information. Leonor is going over the military numbers, and Muyan is going over the slaves. When I ask, she explains that she is looking for freed slaves with the skills to become scouts or spies. Since I asked her to expand her operations, she needs to find new people to recruit and train. Leonor doesn't need to look for recruits. They come to him, he just has to sort them. Around 80% of the freed slaves have already expressed an interest in joining the army. While that in and of itself isn't a surprise, it happened a lot faster than I was expecting it to. For them to have signed up so fast, they would have had to have signed up as soon as they came through the gate. Considering the condition they were in, the fact that they moved so fast is impressive. It means that they really, really want to join the army, and it also means that they will be loyal. The army and the rescue have made a huge impact on them, and it is the kind of thing that will last the rest of their lives. As I was walking around checking on things, many of them came up to thank me. They were all genuinely grateful, and they treated me like I was some kind of god. To be honest, I didn't really like the feeling. I don't want to be worshipped like that. It is really uncomfortable to see that look in their eyes and have it being directed at me. That is the kind of look that should be directed towards the goddesses, not a mortal like me. Although, considering I am responsible for them being saved and freed, it is understandable. I just hope that it fades after some time passes, and they stop looking at me like that. Some of the stories that are probably going around about me should help it to fade. After all, the stories of some of the crazy things I have done should convince them that I am not a god. Gods don't tend to have their plans go wrong constantly and always end up in trouble. At least, none of the gods that I know of do, but this world has a lot of them, so it's possible. There should be plenty of beastmen who will work to convince them that I am not a god. Anyway, as long as I don't interact with them directly for a while, they should calm down. Since I plan to leave soon for my trip, that shouldn't be a problem. I will be gone for a while. I listen to their reports on everything and congratulate them on a job well done, especially Leonor. Then, I leave them to continue their work and head to the castle to get some food. I happen to run into the kids, so I eat with them, and as we are eating, I tell them that I will be gone for a while. Since they are still helping out here and there, I decide that I will leave the castle here for them to use. By the time I am done eating and talking to the kids, my mana pool has recovered enough. So, I open a gate to the ship and head through. But as soon as I arrive, I realize that the ship is moving. I was not expecting that. I thought that it would take a lot longer before the ship would be ready. It looks like Paul is working even harder than I expected to have a crew ready already. I barely have a chance to look around my cabin before the door opens and Athena enters. Athena says, "Welcome, Master." Hello, Athena. Where are we? Athena says, "We are currently sailing north along the coast of the peninsula." Paul thought it would be best to let the crew get some actual experience before we set off for the main continent. He also thought that allowing me to map the coast could come in handy at some point. That's not a bad idea. Just be careful along the Empire's coasts. They are definitely hostile to us right now. Although, I haven't really heard about them having much of a navy, Athena says. Actually, we are hoping that they try something so that the crew can get some combat experience. Ah, I see. Well, that is fine too. Are you just sailing along the coast? Or is there a destination in mind? Athena says. We are going around the peninsula to the ports of the kingdom to do some trading. Then we will return, and after that, we will set off for the main continent. Or at least, that is the current plan. Unless you have different orders for us? No, I don't. I came by because I need a new crystal and have a few issues to discuss with Paul. Athena says, Paul is currently in his cabin. If you will follow me, I will take you to him. All right, thank you. Before following Athena out of the cabin, I shapeshift into my Beastman form. Mainly because it will be easier to move around the ship in a smaller form. My normal form is a bit big at this point. As we move through the ship, I take a look around at the crew, but the number of crew seems a bit light. It looks like Pole wasn't able to find enough people willing to be sailors to fill the crew. I should probably check amongst the slaves we have freed that didn't join the army to see if any are interested. Because while Athena can run most of the ship herself, it is still better to have crew to help her. There probably won't be many among the beastmen who are interested. But there are also the humans. If we are lucky, there might even be ones with sailing experience among them. When I get back, I will ask Muyan to take a look since she was collecting information on the non-soldiers. For now, the ship should be fine. But sailing through areas where demon attacks are likely is a different story. I would prefer it if the ship is properly crewed before that, just to be on the safe side. I will be really upset if something happens to Athena before I make her fly. Just one more thing to try and remember. My list never seems to get any shorter. Athena finally leads me into a cabin where I find Pole and Anya. Luckily, it doesn't look like we are interrupting anything. Or at least, Anya doesn't give me a dirty look when she sees me, which is a good indication. Pole says, Your Majesty, I wasn't expecting you. Chapter 13:12. Hello, Pole, Anya. I hope you are doing well. I came by to discuss a few things, although I was expecting you to still be at the island. Athena already filled me in and I agree with your plan. Anya says, Hello, Ash. We have been good. I trust you are doing well. Yes, Anya, I am doing well enough. Pole says, As always, I am at your disposal. What do you need? There are a couple of things. First, I had an idea about opening a gate to the Southern Empire so that we can trade with them. I need you to figure out the kind of economic impact it will have, and if it is a good idea or not. Second, the army is increasing at an impressive rate, and I am worried about food supplies. Paul says opening a gate to allow for trade will have a number of effects on the economy. However, it will quickly adapt and straighten itself out. It isn't something you need to worry about. You only need to set a fair tariff on the goods that pass through the gate. That will take care of things. As for food, I have already arranged for the purchase of additional supplies. I will also see about purchasing more when we reach the kingdom. Although, if you do create a gate, we should be able to purchase what we need from the Southern Empire. Oh, I didn't even think about that. That will definitely solve the problem. All right, I will build the gate then as long as you don't foresee any major problems. Pole says, The economic problems shouldn't be anything major, although there may be issues with security depending on where you plan to put the gate. I was thinking that I would put it in the new city since that is meant to be a trade city. I don't really want it in the capital. There might be issues of race. Anya says, that is a good idea. I don't think the elves are ready for that kind of exposure yet. What about the other end? I will let the Emperor decide where he wants it. After all, he should know where the best place to put it is. Pole says, sounds good. How long do you think it will take you to make the gate? It shouldn't take me more than a couple of hours. Honestly, I've gotten quite a bit of experience with gates lately. Paul says, do you plan to make a gate to the Northern Empire as well? Because if you do, then we don't need to worry about the crew for the ship. No, I don't. I don't trust the Northern Empire enough to have an open gate to their territory. I trust the Southern Empire more, and I like the royal family. But even so, it is still something of a risk. Anya says, risks can be controlled though. For instance, you could build an emergency cutoff into our side of the gate. Something that can be controlled by someone other than you, since you won't be around all the time. That's a great idea. I can certainly do that. Pole says, I will assign someone I trust to manage the gate and the trade that goes through it. How big do you plan to make the gate? Large enough for a wagon to pass through. That is about as big as I think I can make it and still keep it stable. Paul says, then I would also request that you build in some kind of signaling system to prevent wagons from trying to pass both ways at the same time. That is a little more difficult, but I will see what I can figure out, Anya says. You should also let Leonard know the plan so that he can assign security forces and plan for contingencies. Another good idea. I will definitely do so. I was planning to talk to him anyway to see if any of the new people we have rescued want to join the crew. Paul says, a few more people would definitely be helpful. Anya says, we have just enough to run the ship, but we will be short if anything serious happens. I will do what I can to find you more people. It is just unfortunate that sailors are fairly rare on the peninsula. I could probably recruit some in the Southern Empire, but I don't know how we could trust them. Paul says, if this was a normal ship, it wouldn't be a problem. But Athena is way too special to let people we don't trust on board. They probably couldn't learn anything, but it isn't worth the risk. We will make do with what we can get locally. Anya says, I agree. It's just not worth the risks. Don't worry. We will find some people. If not from the freed slaves, then from the clans about to join us. Pole says more clans are joining us. They should be once I visit them. That is part of my upcoming agenda. Pole says, that will be good. Do you know which clans you are going to be visiting? It should be Monkey, Ape, and Ogre if I remember right. Plus any others that happen to be in the same area? Pole says, be careful with the Ogre clan. They are famous for their combat strength. They won't submit without a fight. I know that, but it won't be a problem. I could beat the entire clan in a fight. It won't be hard to convince them, Pole says. That's true. I don't think there is anyone out there who can match your strength, except maybe a god. No, there are still other things as strong or stronger than me. Dragons, some demons, some drakes, and I'm sure there are others that I don't know about. Pole says, I notice beastmen are not on that list. Not from the clans that haven't joined us. Eventually, some of those that have joined us and gone through the process might be able to get to the point that they can challenge me. Pole says, you saying that makes me happy. It means that the future of our people is brighter than it has ever been before. I feel honored that in serving you, I have become a small part of building that future. Don't sell yourself short, Pole. You are a large part of this. I couldn't have gotten to where we are without your support. In fact, as far as things go, you are probably the biggest contributor to our current situation. Pole says, you honor me, your majesty. Anya says, no, he is recognizing your hard work. His recognition is proof that your loyalty hasn't been misplaced, and part of what makes him such a good leader. Pole says, I know, and choosing to follow Ash is the best decision I have ever made in my entire life. Everything I went through was worth it because it led to me meeting him. I am glad you feel that way. But because I met you, I am really glad that I attacked that mine. Chapter 13:13. Anya says, so am I. Without that, I never would have met my husband. I am really glad that the two of you met each other and can make each other happy. Anya says, I am glad that you met Lynn and that she makes you happy. I like her. I am also glad that you finally accepted Miria's feelings for you. It is good to see her so happy. I am doing the best I can to make them both happy, but I don't feel like I am succeeding most of the time. Anya says, I don't know Lynn well, but when I saw her, she looked to be happy, and I know for a fact that Miria is happy. I hope they are, and I hope that I can keep them that way. There are just so many things that I need to do that it doesn't leave me much time to spend with them, Anya says. Maybe so, but they know and understand that. I think that you are worrying too much. You are probably right. That is one of the issues that I have. I have been trying to work on it, but it isn't easy. Anyway, getting back on topic, are there any other issues that either of you can think of? Pole says, when you visit the Emperor of the Southern Empire, take one of our coins with you and give it to him. They need to know our currency to prevent anyone from using counterfeit coins. He should give you an example of their coins as well. All right, I will do that. That is something that I never would have thought about. Pole says that's not surprising. It is something that only merchants really worry about. Actually, I don't even know what currency we are using. Pole says, the Beastmen don't have their own currency, nor the ability to mint coins. We currently are using Ilium's currency. The Kingdom and the Free Union also use their coins. Only the Empire has their own currency, but it is the same weight, so it doesn't make much difference. Okay, good to know. Paul says, should I make plans to build a mint? No, don't bother. I am not vain enough to need a coin with my face on it. We will continue using Ilium's coins. Paul says, understood. That is all of the issues that I can think of. Anya says, I can't think of anything either. All right, I will take care of the rest. Paul says, was there anything else that you wanted to ask me about? There was one more thing, but I can't remember what it was. It was something about the peninsula. Oh, right? Do you know anything about a nation called Osanaka? Paul says, I know of it, but I am not very familiar with it. It is an island off the western coast of the Free Union. They are isolationist and only trade with one specific family in the Free Union. As far as I know, they don't have any contact with anyone else. Anyone who tries to visit their island is never heard from again. Why do you ask? It is included in my quest to unify the peninsula. While I still haven't decided if I am going to, I wanted to know where it was. Paul says, unfortunately. That is all I know about it. But if you need to know more, I can direct you to the family that they trade with. Not right now, but I will talk to you if I do decide to unify the peninsula. Paul says, understood. Is there anything else I can help with? Nope. I think that's everything. Paul says, all right. If you think of anything you need, you know where to find us. Right? I appreciate all the work you are doing, Anya says. Thank you, but we are actually having fun, so you don't need to worry about us. Good to know. Well, if you need anything, just let me know, Paul says. We will, but we both enjoy traveling and trading. This job is perfect for us. We can't wait to see Demon Hunter City. Understandable. Traveling is really fun. And I would much prefer to travel more rather than stay here and rule. Anya says, is that what you would do if you didn't have to worry about the demons? Yay. I would turn Athena into a flying ship, gather my family, and then explore the entire world. Pole says, that sounds really fun. Honestly, I don't blame you for being constantly tempted to run off to do other things. As much as I enjoy making money, traveling and seeing new places is a lot more fun. Anya says it would undoubtedly be fun, but he has responsibilities, and so do you. Paul says, I know. I wasn't saying I would run off, just that I understood the temptation. Anya says, yes, but talking about those kinds of temptations can make them worse. No worries. Thanks to having people that I can depend on, I will still be able to explore occasionally. I just have to make sure things are in order and issue orders before I leave. As long as I don't disappear for a long time, it should be okay, Paul says. Well, I hope that you get lots of chances to explore. I will do whatever I can to keep things running smoothly so that you can. Thanks. I appreciate that. We chat for a little while longer, but we don't have anything else important to say. After leaving their cabin, I spend some time with Athena and make sure that she is happy. Or at least as happy as she is able to be, she is still somewhat limited when it comes to emotions. At Athena's request, I take the time to fix a few small issues that she has found. They aren't anything major, just a couple of small mistakes that I made in the enchantments. Once they are fixed, I fly up to the platform and place the empty crystal on it so it can recharge. Then I take the 11 fully charged crystals and place them all into my pouch. It feels a little weird knowing that I am now carrying enough mana to level a small continent. Sadly, knowing that I could do that makes me a little tempted to do it. But I control myself. That is not something that I can do without the goddess's permission, not to mention Lynn's help. To be honest, I don't think that I could actually control a spell that powerful on my own. Even Lynn and I working together might not be able to do it, although we could probably come close. At least close enough to do a massive amount of damage to a very large area of land. We could probably do enough damage to destroy the land bridge and turn the peninsula into an island. That would put an end to the threat of the demons and completely prevent the war. However, it would not remove the demons completely, and they would just turn their attention to the main continent. Since I have friends in Demon Hunter City and the Southern Empire, I don't want that to happen. Well, maybe friends is too strong of a description, but acquaintances at least. Chapter 13:14. Either way, I would rather eliminate the demons completely and make sure that they can't hurt any innocents. After all, the demons are here because of the ancestors of the people of the peninsula. Since I have accepted some of those as my people, I bear some responsibility to clean up their mess. Besides, I owe the goddesses for granting me this life, and wiping out the demons is what they want. I feel that I owe them at least that much in return for everything that they have done for me. The fact that they are both insanely beautiful and have feelings for me has nothing to do with it. With the crystals now in my possession, I use one of them to refill my mana and then gate back to the fort. I immediately go back to the room that Leonar and Muyan are working in to fill them in. Leonar promises to make security arrangements for the new gate. Muyan agrees to look through the available people for anyone who wants to be a sailor and notify me. After talking to the two of them, I head into the castle and go down to my workshop. Once there, I start working out how to build the gate and have it have the extra options I need. With all the experience I have with gates, it doesn't take me long to build the gate frames. Making an emergency cutoff for it also doesn't take me long. But the signaling function is a bit harder. However, in figuring it out, I accidentally come up with an improvement for the communication amulets. It will allow them to use the gate network to boost their range, and it won't cost much space for the enchantment. The hard part is going to be going around and updating all of the amulets that I have handed out. Although, the only one likely to need the extra range anytime soon is probably Poel. Thinking of that, I should probably put teleportation platforms in the Free Union and the Kingdom at some point. I can reach those places that I have been without them, but it will make it a little easier. Also, the more platforms that I add to the network, the more it will boost my gate range. Still, that is not really a priority. It is just one of my many random thoughts. Thinking about it doesn't distract me though, and I quickly finish the twin gate frames. The main difference from normal gates is that the frames have a red and green crystal at the top. When the green light is on, traffic can pass through, but when the red light is on, traffic has to stop. Of course, this is inspired by my world's traffic lights, but stealing things is basically a habit at this point. Besides, it works, so why mess with it? Also, it is just easier to use something I am familiar with. However, it hasn't been long enough for Leonar to assign security personnel, so I keep crafting. I use scraps of materials since the communication medallions don't need to be fancy. The new enchantment works exactly as I was hoping that it would, and I don't need to modify it. I spend a few hours crafting, get some food, and then go looking for Leonar and Muyan. I find them in the same office, still working on sorting through all the new people. I hand each of them a medallion and a small box full of normal-looking amulets. Muyan says, the medallion is an upgraded version, and the amulets in the box are linked to it. Give them to your subordinates, and they will be able to communicate with each other and you. Leonar says, thank you. These will make keeping track of things much easier. Muyan says, While I appreciate the thought, I am already able to communicate telepathically with my tribe members. Right, but that only works with your tribe members. These will allow you to also communicate with the new people you are recruiting, Muyan says. Oh, good point. I didn't think of that. You are right. These will prove to be useful. Thank you. You're welcome. If either of you run out and need more, let me know. Now, I am going to the new city to establish the gate and meet with Pole's subordinate. After that, I will be visiting the Southern Empire to establish the other end of the gate. If you need anything, use the medallion to contact me. Leonard says understood. I have already sent orders. A security detail should be in place by the time you get the gate established. Considering how close the training base is, there shouldn't be any problems. Even if someone did manage to use the gate to invade, our response would be very quick. That's true. I did consider that when deciding where to place the gate. Muyan says, I will have someone assigned to monitor the gate. They will track who is coming through, and will also have orders to summon the military if anything like that happens. That way we can guarantee that the army gets the information as fast as possible. Good thinking. You don't need to worry about what goods are passing through the gate. Pole's people will handle that. Your people should monitor the people coming through and make sure they aren't up to anything nefarious. Muyan says, no problem. I will also be adding some people to the ones going through and start establishing a network in the Southern Empire. All right, but you can take it slow. The Southern Empire isn't a high priority right now, Muyan says. I understand. Starting now, while it isn't as important, means that I can work slowly and do the job properly. Rushing to get spies in place when you need the information is always a bad idea. Fair enough. Do things how you think best. I was just making a statement, not giving an order. Muyan says, all right. So, does this mean that I have earned the reward you mentioned? So far, so good. I will tell you what it is, but it won't take effect for a while. In the new government, I plan to make you the Minister of Intelligence. Your authority level will be just below my wives. You will be in charge of all intelligence operations, both foreign and domestic, Muyan says. That sounds great. Does this mean that I have earned your trust? Some. I don't trust you fully, and I probably never will. Muyan says that's fine. I just don't want you to despise me anymore. Speaking of that, how are things with Asuna? Chapter 13:15. Muyan says, not bad. She still doesn't like me much, but she did let me teach her what I wanted to. If nothing goes wrong, she should become the youngest nine-tailed fox ever. That's great. Is there anything that I can do to help her? Muyan says, well, she has all the knowledge that she needs. What she needs now is to spend some time somewhere cold to help her understand her element. Actually, that's already taken care of. She has a room in the castle that has a direct connection to the plane of ice. She can spend as much time as she wants in there and even go to the plane of ice if the room isn't enough. Muyan says, that's perfect. In fact, I feel a little jealous of her. I had endless problems finding environments that suited me. A room like that would have saved me tons of time. I could grant you access to the castle and its training rooms if you want, Muyan says. While I appreciate the offer, I am past the point where I need that kind of thing. Is there anything that you do need? Muyan says, no, there isn't. I am already nine-tailed and I don't have the potential to go beyond that. I am already at my peak power, unfortunately. I'm sorry to hear that. But if you think of something that will help you, let me know. I won't guarantee anything, but I will try to help you. Muyan says, I will and thank you. You have earned it. Just keep doing what you have been doing. Muyan says, I will, Master. Leonard, do you need anything before I leave? Leonard says, no, my king. Everything is going surprisingly well right now. All right. In that case, I will be back in a day or two. I leave the two of them to their work and gate myself to the palace in the new city. It is now more of a government building. But that is still how I think of it in my head. After all, that is what they built it for before anyone knew that I would be making the Elven City my capital. Still, it makes it a pretty good city to become the trade city and a good place for the portal. As soon as I arrive, I ask about Sarah's location, and then I head to her new inn. When I enter the inn, I find that it looks almost exactly like her old one, just with less customers, Sarah says. Welcome, Ash. It is good to see you. Hello, Sarah. How have you been? Sarah says. I am doing fine. The inn is a little slow, but I have other things to keep me busy. So, what brings you here? I am going to be setting up a gate between this city and the Southern Empire, so you can expect the city to get a lot busier, Sarah says. That sounds like exactly what this city needs. The beastmen are not used to cities, so they only come into the city when they need to. Merchants from Ilium visit, but not as much as you would expect. Foreign trade should be just what we need to attract people and make the city more popular. I'm glad that you were okay with it. Leonar will be sending some people from the army to act as security for the gate, and response plans will be in place should anything go wrong, Sarah says. I think the gate is a good idea. The peninsula is too isolated, and isolated people don't do well. Connecting to the main continent should be a good thing for the peninsula. Not to mention that the city will make a ton of money with the increased trade. If you need more funding, that can easily be arranged. Sarah says, it is not as fun if you just give it to me. I want to get the city to the point that it is making the money for me to spend. All right, if that is what you want. Pole is going to have one of his people here to manage the gate and collect tariffs. Once I set the gate up here, I will be heading to the Empire to set up the other end. The trade should begin within a day or two so you can start getting ready, Sarah says. All right, I will be ready. Great. Any issues that I need to know about, Sarah says. Quite a few of the summoned want to return home if the spell actually works. All right, I will let Lynn know. You need to find one of them that is willing to be the guinea pig. They will be sent back and then summoned again. That way we will know if it is safe and if those that go back keep their powers and abilities. Sarah says, I actually anticipated that and already found one. Melissa is willing to be the one to test it out. Melissa wants to go back. That is too bad. I was hoping she would stay and continue to train the army. Sarah says, according to her, the training courses are built, and the first batch is trained so she isn't needed anymore. Well, I suppose the hard part is building the courses. Running new people through them isn't very hard. If that is what she wants, then so be it. I won't try to talk her out of it. Sarah says, I doubt you would have any luck even if you did try. She is set on returning home. All right, I will let Lynn know, but she will probably go with me to the Southern Empire, so it may be a day or two? Sarah says, that's fine. After waiting for so long, a day or two won't be a big deal. Are you going? Sarah says, Number my husband and I will be staying. Good. Does that mean you will be accepting the position of governor? Sarah says, yes, I will. However, that is the limit of what I will do. Don't ask me to take on any further responsibilities. Fair enough. I appreciate you being willing to do this much. Trust me, I know how annoying responsibilities can be. If you find you don't like it, all I ask is that you find and train a replacement before you quit. Sarah says, sure, I can do that. I wouldn't just quit and leave you in the lurch. I appreciate that. So, besides you and your husband, who else is staying? Sarah says, out of the crafters, only Walter and Mason are staying. Mason may leave later, but only once. You run out of things for him to build. Or at least, that is what he said. Surprisingly, Justin and his whole party have decided to stay. But that is it. Everyone else wants to go home. Wait, does that include Isabella? Sarah says, yes, I'm afraid it does. However, she plans to wait until the method is tested. She only plans to return if she won't lose her powers. Does that mean she wants to take Ruby with her to Earth? Sarah laughs and says, yes, she does. Chapter 13:16. That sounds like a horrible idea to me. Do you think we should even allow it? Sarah says, that decision has nothing to do with me. That is up to you, and you get to tell her that she is not allowed to go home. No, I won't stop her from going home. I just won't let her take Ruby with her. Ruby is a little too violent. Although, to be honest, the thought of the chaos she would cause is pretty entertaining. Sarah says yes. It would be pretty amusing, but I doubt that it will happen. Even if we can keep our powers, I doubt that there is much, if any, mana on Earth. Ruby needs a large amount of mana to live. I expect that she will decide not to go. I just don't know what Isabella will decide at that point. I don't know either. I guess we will just have to wait and see what happens, Sarah says. What do you think the odds of Earth having mana are? Slim to none. I don't know the origin of mana, but I do know that the forces of nature create more. Even if our world used to have mana, considering what we have done to nature, it won't have much now. Although, if there was a massive influx of mana, nature might recover at an extreme rate. Sarah says, would a bunch of us returning do that? Number each return would only bring a small amount of mana with it. Chances are, those who return will only be able to use the mana they have within them. They will not be able to recover their mana once they use it, Sarah says. So even if we do keep our powers, it will only be until we run out of mana. That doesn't sound good. Well, only abilities that depend on mana. Class abilities that don't have a mana cost should continue to work. At least, that is my best guess. Sarah says, all right. I will brief Melissa so that she knows what to test out before she is resummoned. Although there might be a way to give Earth mana, Sarah yells. What? How? Well, Len figured out how to modify the spell to allow her to summon items, which means she can send items back. I have some crystals that contain a massive amount of mana. I just don't know if even that would be enough to spark a change in the world, Sarah says. More importantly, should you even try? Do you have the right to change our old world? Why not? Compare our old world to this one. Do you really think the Earth has a future as things stand? It is only a matter of time before it ends up uninhabitable. The only chance humanity has is to get to the point of colonizing space before that happens. Sarah says, I don't know about that. They could still reverse the damage done and save the planet. Yes, but that will never happen because there is no profit in it. Besides, it would require most of the population to agree and work towards it. When has even half the population ever agreed on anything? Sarah says. That may be true, but it still doesn't mean that you should interfere. You should let things follow the path that they are meant to. Power gives me the right to interfere. It is the rule of our world. Those with power can do what they want. Besides, I am just curious about what would happen. I don't actually plan to waste my crystals to find out. Although, dropping a monster in the White House is something that I might do, that is probably why I am not allowed to learn the spell. Sarah says, the goddesses are very wise. Yes, they are. It is too bad. I could have had some fun. Sarah says, only you would think that causing that kind of chaos would be fun. Nope, not only me. I guarantee that there are at least hundreds of people on Earth who would think exactly the same way. Sarah says, that makes me glad that I am staying here. Staying here is the smart choice. Going back is going to be extremely dangerous. Sarah says, why would it be dangerous? Because if anyone notices that they are back, those who return have a very high chance of ending up being dissected. Sarah says, that is something that I didn't think about, but you do have a point. It is probably something that none of them have thought about. Sarah says, in that case, I will be sure to talk to all of them about it. You can try, but I doubt you will change their minds. Once people decide on how something is going to go, it is almost impossible to convince them otherwise. Sarah says normally, I would agree with you. But these are people who have been summoned to another world. They should be wiser. I'm just saying, don't get your hopes up. Sarah says, fine, I won't. Now, what else do we need to discuss? Just where to place the gate. I was thinking of putting it in the square in front of the palace. What do you think? Sarah says. Number put it in the square in the merchants' quarter. That is where the visiting merchants will want to go anyway. I'd rather not have the extra traffic crossing the city. All right, I will do as you say. Now, I just need to find Pole's subordinate. Sarah says that's easy. Just head to the square in the center of the merchant quarter and look for the biggest building there. That is Pole's building and his people should all be there. All right, thank you, Sarah says. You are welcome. Do you want some food before you go? When have I ever said no to your husband's food? Sarah just smiles in answer and heads into the back to arrange for a meal for me. I already shifted to my Beastman form in order to fit through the door, so I just sit at the bar. One of Sarah's girls brings me a drink, and a few minutes later, Sarah brings me an entire platter of food. Thank you, Sarah says. Of course. Oh, I don't think I ever asked, what did you do with the old inn and the bar? Sarah says, I found someone that I trusted to run them both for me. I still get a share of the profits from them, although technically the profits from the bar should be yours, but I didn't think you would care. You are right. I don't. I haven't even asked Pole how much money he has made for me. Thanks to him, money isn't really a concern for me at this point. Sarah says, honestly, it isn't for me either. It is just a way to keep score of how I am doing. There isn't really anything that I want to buy. You seem to enjoy using my authority as a noble. Would you like a noble title of your own? Chapter 1317, Sarah says. No, thank you. I think being governor will be enough for now. Maybe once I get bored of that. All right. If you think of anything that you want, just tell me. Basically, if it is within my power, it is yours. Sarah says, actually, after hearing about them, I have been thinking about getting a tattoo or two. No problem. Actually, I was thinking that all those going back might want some tattoos to improve their odds of surviving. Sarah says, that's a great idea. All right, I will discuss it with Bella. She shouldn't have a problem with it. Sarah says, I still find it hard to believe that you summoned another person from our world. Are you planning to summon more? No, not really. I only summoned her because I needed a tattoo artist. I was planning to send her back, but so far she is happy here. Sarah says, tell me honestly, are you really okay with her relationship with Lynn? Most of the time I am. Occasionally my insecurity gets to me. Sarah says, that's perfectly understandable and proof that you are still human. Am I? Sometimes I wonder. Sarah says, yes, you are. If you weren't, you wouldn't worry so much. That makes no sense, yet is reassuring at the same time. Sarah says, I'm glad that I could help. How was the food? Do you want some more? It was great, as always. Sure, I could eat a couple more servings. Sarah leaves to go fetch more food. While I wait, I think about what she said. I didn't say it to Sarah, but I really don't think of myself as human most of the time. It is hard to considering that when I am in my normal form, I spend most of my time on all fours. How you move and stand has a really large impact on your self-image. At least it does on mine. The more time that I spend in my normal form, the more I feel like a beast and the less I feel like a human. I have noticed it affecting my attitude, but I don't think it has affected me too much. If I have changed, no one else has mentioned anything about it, including Lynn and Miria. The two of them should be the first ones to notice if anything is wrong with me. Neither one of them would be shy about saying something to me if they notice something. Having the two of them is very reassuring for me. They will notice if anything escapes my notice. I don't mean just any changes. Some changes can be good and lead to growth. Considering everything I have been through, there is no way my personality hasn't changed. Although, I may feel like I haven't changed, but there is no way that is possible. I just hope that the changes that have already happened are good changes for me. Considering that so many people are willing to follow me, I would have to say that they are. If I was turning into a monster, which is possible, then I doubt so many people would follow me. Or at least, it would be a different kind of people who would be willing to follow me. Lynn, Miria, and all the others, give me some confidence that I am growing as a person. Sarah, returning with my food, manages to draw me out of my thoughts before I spiral any further. As I eat, Sarah chats with me and explains the full situation of the city. While a lot of beastmen have moved to live in the surrounding area, not many live in the city. That isn't too surprising. They are used to being nomadic and living in tents, not houses. It is going to take a while for them to adapt and get used to all of the new ideas. I already knew that was going to happen, and that the city would be mostly empty for a while. That will probably change now, partly because of the gate, but mostly due to the humans from the Empire. Between the refugees that we are taking in and the slaves we have freed, the city will gain a lot of population. Most of them will be used to living in towns or cities, so this won't be a big change for them. With the humans leading the way, I expect that more beastmen will move into the city. When I explain all of this to Sarah, She agrees with me even if she doesn't think it will happen too soon. However, I think she is underestimating how quickly people can adapt when it is in their own best interest. Thank you for the food. It was delicious as always. Speaking of, is your husband happy, or would he want to try doing something else? Sarah says. He is happy. He only cares about cooking. It is his one and only passion. Do you think he would be interested in something like visiting the Southern Empire to study their cooking? Sarah says, he might even kiss you. No thanks. I will talk to the Emperor while I am there and see if he will allow your husband to come study with his chefs, Sarah says. Thank you. He would really love that. No problem. If he isn't happy, then you won't be either. Besides, I am expecting him to cook my wedding feast. Sarah laughs and says, Myria already came and talked to him about it. He considers it an honor to cook for your wedding. That's great. So, me getting him new recipes and spices is just a selfish desire for more delicious food, Sarah says. Whatever the reason, thank you. Considering everything you have done for me, you don't need to thank me, Sarah says. You have done plenty for me as well. Now, if you don't need anything else, I am going to give my husband the good news and let you get back to work. All right. No, I don't need anything else at the moment. Sarah gives me a hug, then heads into the back of the inn, and I leave the inn for the merchant quarter. Once I am outside the inn, I return to my normal form. But I don't fly to my destination. I walk, so that those in the city can see me and hopefully be reassured by my presence. In my opinion, leaders tend to keep themselves out of sight too much. They need to be seen, especially in this sort of primitive situation where there is no television or newspapers. That means people can only see with their own eyes, so I want to be seen by them. Not everyone will be able to see me, of course, but those that do will talk to others. Word will spread. I am convinced of that. But whether or not it will have an effect is less certain. Still, it only wastes a few minutes and it could have an effect that is beneficial. When I reach the square in the center of the merchant square, it is not hard to spot Pole's building. Sarah was right. You can't miss it. It takes up one entire side of the square and is very imposing. Since Pole is the one making all the money for me, I am not going to comment on the size of the building. Chapter 13:18. For all I know, he might actually have enough people working for him to need all that space. Before I reach the building's doors, they open, and 2 lines of people rush out and create a corridor for me to follow. They all bow as I pass, and honestly, I find it just a little embarrassing, but I don't stop them. Unfortunately, this is just one of the many things that I am going to have to get used to. When I pass through the doors, I find myself in a large foyer where the rest of Pole's people are waiting. They also bow when I enter. But luckily after that, they all return to their duties, and I am able to meet their leader. He has already received orders from Pole and has everything that I need prepared, including the orders for me to sign to make the tariff legal and official, which I didn't even think of. Luckily, I already told Sarah the plan, so these documents won't come as a surprise to her. Although, now that I think of it, I should probably do something to make her the governor officially. I don't want my government to be bogged down by red tape, but some documentation is necessary. Speaking of that, I need to make a seal that cannot be duplicated or forged to use on said documents. There are just too many things that I need to do to get the government set up. It is a real headache. The worst part is that the longer that I put it off, the longer the list of things to do grows. I really need to stop procrastinating and start getting some of these things done. I need to get at least a few things on the list done before I go on my little trip that I have planned. I will get the gate established and working first, then get a few things off of the list. Only after that is done will I let myself go on my trip and have some fun. I have to earn it. With that decided, I finish talking to Pole's guy and then head outside to the square. I take one of the gate frames out along with the emergency remote and place the frame in the square. Then I explain all the functions and everything that he needs to know about the gate. Of course, right now it is just a frame. There won't be a gate until I place the other end and activate it. As long as the Emperor doesn't have any objections, it won't take long to get that done. With everything taken care of here, I just have one more stop before I can head to the Southern Empire. With that in mind, I open a gate to the tower and head through to go find Lynn. If I don't at least ask her if she wants to go with me, I will end up in trouble later. However, when I arrive and ask for her, Yui informs me that she is currently in the suite with Bella. Since it is still daytime, it is not hard to imagine what they are up to, and I am not about to interrupt. Instead, I head to the library to look for some books on barriers. But I get a surprise when I enter. Zamart, who I haven't seen or even thought about in a long time, is in the library. Zamart says, "King Ash, greetings. It is good to see you. Hello, Zamart. It has been a while. How have you been?" Zamart says, "I have been great. The only complaint that I have is that my duties don't allow me to spend as much time here as I would like. Responsibilities are such a drag, right? I've been trying to avoid mine as much as possible, but they just keep piling up. Speaking of, how is Mercy doing? How is the reconstruction going?" Zamart says, "She is doing good and the reconstruction is going far better than anyone expected. Thank you for sending us materials and assistance, by the way. Don't thank me. I am the one who destroyed most of the city. It was the least that I could do to make up for it." Zamart says, "Mercy never blamed you for the damage to the city. If it hadn't been for you, the entire city would have become part of the Shadow Plane. We might have even lost the kingdom without your help. You have nothing to make up for. If anything, we owe you majorly. Not only for the help with the capital, but without you, there is no guarantee that the revolution would have even survived. There is no need to talk about that. It matched up with my own goals. I would have had a lot harder time getting to the king without all your help. Anyway, you should be aware of the current situation in the Empire. Does Mercy have any intention of reclaiming some land from them?" Zamart says, "Mercy hasn't mentioned anything about it. She has, however, mentioned that she wanted to see you. I believe she plans to pay you a visit sometime soon." "Oh, any idea what it is about?" Zamart says. "No, I'm afraid not. The Queen has not mentioned why, just that she wants to see you. You will have to ask her yourself whenever you see her." "All right. I guess I will just wait and see what happens." Zamart says, "Sorry, I would tell you if I knew. Anyway, what brings you here?" "Oh, I came to read a little on barriers while I wait for Lynn." With a smile, Zamart points me to where the books on barriers are and offers to help if there is anything that I don't understand. I find a book that covers the basics of barriers and sit down with it to start reading. I do end up asking Zamart a few questions as I read through the book, which he easily answers. I quickly lose myself in learning about barriers, and before I know it, hours have passed. I only notice how much time has passed when Zamart invites me to join him for dinner. I accept, and as we are eating, I continue asking him questions about basic magic. Lynn has done a pretty good job of teaching me proper magic, but I still haven't learned it all. To properly learn the foundations of magic takes years, and that is time that I don't have. Even using time dilation, I just have too much that I need to do, so my knowledge is spotty at best. It is not just barriers. There are quite a few areas of magic that I know next to nothing about, or at least when it comes to casting the magic in a formal and orderly manner. I can still do most of what I need just by muddling my way through it and using intent. However, if possible, I want to learn as much about magic as I can, even if it isn't all that useful. Even if the knowledge isn't useful on its own, it could give me ideas about other things that are. That is why I am reading about barriers, because I have realized that the barriers on the castle and the ship are really primitive. Chapter 13:19. While I probably won't use the barriers that the book talks about, it will give me ideas to improve those barriers. Not that I plan to go upgrading the enchantments anytime soon. I have other things to do first. Just as Zamart and I are about to finish eating, Lynn and Bella enter the room. Lynn says, "Ash, why didn't you tell me when you arrived? You were busy and it would have been rude to interrupt." Bella blushes a little when she hears that, but she still sits down at the table next to Zamart. Lynn comes over and gives me a long kiss before sitting down next to me. As soon as the two of them are seated, sprites come in bearing trays of food for the two of them and another serving for me. Lynn says, "So is this just a normal visit, or did you need something?" "I am heading to the Southern Empire to establish a permanent gate and wanted to see if you want to come with me. Also, quite a few of the summoned have decided they want to return to Earth. So you will need to take a break from your reading to go assist them. However, I also wanted to ask Bella if she would be willing to give them some tattoos before they return. Bella says, "Sure, great. That should help improve their survival chances. We will need to create some new tattoos, but I already have the enchantments planned out." Lynn says, "Survival chances? I didn't think that your world was that dangerous." Bella says, "It isn't. Why do they need tattoos to survive? For normal people, it isn't very dangerous, but for those who are different, it is another story. Those returning are going to have to be very, very careful, or they are going to end up either killed and dissected or used as lab rats." Bella says, "Oh, that's what you meant. Is it really that big of a deal? If they lose everything that they gained here, then no. But if they keep their abilities and the stats gained from classes, then yes. It will be a huge deal because they are likely beyond what can be considered a normal human. That would make them very valuable to governments and corporations that are working on super soldier projects. Not to mention, the governments wouldn't want them telling others that there are other worlds out there." Lynn says, "So it isn't the world that worries you. It is the humans of your old world." "Yes, very much so," Bella says. "When you put it that way, I completely agree. If nothing else, they would be locked up to keep them from causing a disturbance. What kind of tattoos did you plan for me to give them to help?" "Italy, I want to create an enchantment that will generate mana even in an area void of mana, but I doubt it will work. Failing that, tattoos that can store mana will be the next best bet. I am fairly sure Earth doesn't have mana, so they will only have what they can take with them." Lynn says, "I will do my best to help you develop the enchantments. Is there anything more than that I can do? You will probably need to help Bella with the tattoos. We are talking about multiple tattoos on a group of people. I also wanted to ask Bella, would you be willing to train some more people to be tattoo artists?" Bella says, "Sure, I can do that, but can I ask why? Am I not doing enough tattoos?" "It's not that. I want to give tattoos to the army, but I didn't think you would want to do tens of thousands of tattoos all on your own." Bella says, "You are right. That would be a little much for just me and Lynn, at least for us to do in a short amount of time." "Oh, that reminds me. Are you going to want to go back with the others? Or have you decided to stay here?" Bella smiles at Lynn and says, "I will be staying here. Even if this is a dream, it is one that I don't ever want to wake up from." "That's good. I am glad that you found happiness." Lynn smiles at both of us and says, "We all make each other happy. We are lucky that we all managed to meet each other, especially when you consider that we are from two different worlds. I sometimes wonder if either of you think differently of me since I am a native of this primitive world. Not me. If anything, I think better of you for not being from our world. Our world is corrupt, and a lot of the people in it are too." Bella says, "I have never even thought about it, to be honest. All I know is that I am extremely happy that you summoned me to this world, if this isn't a dream. If it is a dream, I am going to murder whoever wakes me up." That makes all of us laugh, including Zamart, who has just been sitting to the side listening. He has finished eating, but he hasn't left yet, probably due to his curiosity. Not that I have any room to judge anyone about their curiosity considering how bad mine is. So, getting back on topic, I take it you don't mind training some people for the army, Bella says. "No, not at all. Who should I pick from?" "Anyon, who has the artistic talent needed and is willing. All they need is to have mana to run the tattoo gun. So beastmen who have gone through the process and any of the humans will work," Bella says. "All right, I can work with that. How many do we need to train? I will need a lot. But you only need to train a couple if you can get them to the point that they can train others. I will be making more tattoo guns as soon as I have a spare minute. I will also move the castle to the trade city once the gate is up and running." Bella says, "Okay, I will start looking for potential students." Lynn says, "Good. I miss the kids." "I don't know what you have been doing with them, but they haven't visited in a while." "Oh, I guess I forgot to tell you about the elemental planes." Lynn gives me an impatient look, so I quickly start telling her about visiting the elemental planes. Then I explain how I built gates to them, and then figured out how to make connections for training areas. I also tell her about how the connections upgraded the level of the castle and got me in trouble. Next, I tell her about the situation in the Empire and my current plans for the army. I also describe the battle that we just went through in the north of the Empire and the results. This finally clues her in to why I asked her about barriers and how it all worked out, since I didn't give her much information at the time. Chapter 13:20. Lynn says, "You've been busy lately, haven't you?" Well, maybe a little. I am trying to make sure everything is stable so that I can leave for a bit on a trip. Lynn says, "Oh, where are you planning on going?" I plan to visit a few tribes and then spend some time on the land bridge hunting drakes and something called a dragonfish. They will be the key to my next evolution. Lynn says, "I see. You will be back in time for the wedding, right?" I would never risk missing the wedding. Lynn says, "Good answer." Smart laughs and says, he knows he wouldn't survive missing the wedding. Both girls laugh at Smart's comment, and I wisely keep my mouth shut since it is true. Besides, I am positive that by now Lynn will have come up with a way to track me down. I have the cloak, but she knows how that enchantment works, so I'm sure she could beat it. Lynn says, "What's that look for?" "Oh, I was just wondering if you had already figured out a way to beat my cloak and track me?" Lynn says, "What if I have? Why would you be thinking about that?" Zamart's comment made me think of it. "It is fine if you have. I don't mind you knowing where I am." Bella laughs and says, "Good answer." Lynn says, "To answer your question, yes, I have. I use it occasionally just to check and see how you are doing. Besides, if you go through another gate, it will allow me to track you down and fetch you back, or at least try to join you. That's fine by me. In fact, if you want to make something that makes it easier to track me, I will wear it." Lynn says, "I might just do that. By the way, when did you get so smooth?" "Why are you surprised? Isn't this what you have been training me for?" Before Lynn can answer, Bella and Zamert bust up laughing. But I make sure to hold in my laughter. I most certainly don't want to piss her off by laughing, but it isn't easy to keep in. From the smile on her face, I am guessing that Lynn is also holding in laughter. "So, are you coming to the Southern Empire with me?" Lynn says of course I am. "Are we leaving right now?" "No, we will leave in the morning. Or maybe a bit later. I want to be there to have dinner with the Emperor and talk about some things." Lynn says, "All right, sounds good." Bella says, "There are a couple of elves who have shown artistic talent. I will speak with them while you are gone." "Sounds good. As soon as we get back from the Southern Empire, I will move the castle to the Trade City. That is where the summoned are gathering, and it will allow you to use your tattoo room. Also, I will make around 50 more tattoo guns as soon as I get back." Bella says, "50? It will take me a long time to train that many." "I don't expect you to train all of them. Just the first group. Once they have some experience, they can train more." Bella says, "That's a relief. That should be much more manageable." Lynn says, "Don't forget that I will be back as well and able to help." "Not at first, you won't. The kids will most likely stay with the castle, so they will keep you busy for at least a couple of days." Lynn laughs and says, "That's probably true." "Oh, you could ask the kids. I think Mulan will be interested, but I'm not sure about the others." Lynn says, "I will ask them. I know Mulan has the artistic talent, but I'm not sure about the others. It hasn't really come up." Bella says, "We can come up with some kind of art project that they can all try that should let us know who has the talent." Lynn says, "I can do that, as long as it is something like a game they will all join in enthusiastically." "You don't even need to do that. Just let them catch you doing it, and they will want to try it. They may be growing up, but they are still curious about everything." Lynn says, "True enough. We will think of something appropriate. It's not that hard. Just let them catch you drawing up new tattoo ideas. Not only will they want to try, but you can get a feel for their interest in tattoos in general." Bella says, "That's a good idea. Did you have kids before coming here?" "No, I've never had kids, nor did I ever want any." Lynn says, "What about in this life? Do you want kids?" "I don't really. It wouldn't be fair. After all, we know I am not going to live long. That means I won't get to see them grow up, and it would leave you to raise them alone." Lynn says, "I suppose that is true, but what if I am willing to raise it alone? Then we could discuss it." but I don't think it is even possible since I am not even close to being human anymore. Besides, if it was possible, I would think you would already be pregnant. After all, we haven't used protection at all, unless you have. Lynn says, no, I haven't. I also haven't done anything to improve my chances. I wouldn't do either without discussing it with you first. Bella says not to butt in, but she would not be raising the child alone. I would help, and so would Miria, not to mention all those loyal to you, Lynn says. That's true, especially the kids. They would love to help raise another sibling, but that still doesn't make up for not having a father, which was Ash's point. Zamart says, I really have no place in this conversation, but I did find an interesting story in one of the books. It tells of a dragon that shapeshifted and got a human woman pregnant, so I wouldn't say it is impossible. Even if it is now, it may not be once Ash evolves into a true dragon. That's good to know. We can discuss it more later, but for now, we will just keep going as we are. If you happen to get pregnant, then we will call it fate and just do the best we can. Lynn says, all right, I can agree with that. Just so we are clear, while I wouldn't mind having your child, I am not pushing for it either. Although, I do think it would be a shame for you not to leave a legacy in this world. I understand, and I promise to think about it when I have the time. I will try to be ready by the time you want to have this conversation, but keep in mind how bad I am at these kinds of things. Lynn laughs and says, I am well aware. Don't worry. As long as you keep your promise not to run away, everything will be fine, Bella says. That was a smart promise to get out of him. Zamart laughs and says, especially since Ash is well known for always keeping his promises. Chapter 1321. I just smile while Lynn laughs at their comments. But under the table she is rubbing her leg against mine. This not only lets me know that I am not in trouble, but that things will get interesting later. That is a major relief. I have said several things that she could have taken the wrong way. We chat for a little while longer, but we steer away from that topic and anything serious. As if they know, as soon as the light chatting winds down, the sprites bring in dessert. However, Lynn stops me from eating any of them. Instead, we take them to the suite. As we leave with a tray of desserts, I am surprised to see Bella smiling at the two of us. It looks like she has less problems with insecurities than I do, which makes me a little jealous. In the end, I still get to eat my desserts, just in a much more interesting fashion. The next morning, we have breakfast with Bella, and then I open a gate to the Southern Empire. Before the guard can go running off, I tell him to let the Emperor know that I will wait until I can speak with him in private. The knowledge of a permanent gate can't be leaked until it is ready to be placed. Otherwise, people will be scrambling to get an advantage by being the first through the gate. That kind of thing can cause chaos and do all sorts of damage to the economy. I would prefer to prevent that since I don't want to create headaches for the Emperor. The purpose of this gate is to benefit both of our territories, not to create more problems. The first guard runs off to inform the Emperor, and the second leads us to a place to wait. I was expecting to be taken to a waiting room, but instead, I find myself in the Emperor's personal quarters. The guard leaves us in the living room, which is tastefully decorated while still being extremely luxurious. I sit down on a leather sofa, and as soon as I do, Lynn sits next to me and leans against me. Then we chat about minor things as we wait, and we end up waiting about an hour. However, when our wait ends, it isn't the Emperor who enters, it is his daughter Shiro. With her as a woman who is carrying a sleeping baby, my guess would be that she is the wet nurse. A quick scan tells me that the baby is a boy, which explains the smile on Shiro's face. Shiro says, King Ash, Queen Lynn, welcome. I hope that you have been well. Lynn says, we have been, thank you, but I am not the queen quite yet. Hello, Shiro. You are looking extremely happy. Could that have to do with your new baby brother? Shiro says, it absolutely is. I am no longer the heir, and it is the best feeling ever. I owe it all to you, thank you, no problem. How is your mother doing? Shiro says. She is happy and healthy. This is actually her first day back in court. Both her and my father are deliriously happy. To be honest, it is a little sickening at times, but I understand it. In fact, they have been so happy that I wouldn't be surprised to find out I have another sibling on the way. Lynn says, would that be a bad thing? Shiro says, no, not really. I wouldn't mind, but if it is another boy, it could cause problems later. Family is more important than politics. In my view, anyone who tries to use different kids to form factions should just be gotten rid of. They are just causing problems to try and benefit from them anyway. Anyone that's selfish isn't doing anything for the kingdom, Shiro says. My father would probably agree with you, but some people are harder to get rid of, unfortunately. I am lucky that I have been somewhat sheltered and haven't had to deal with those kind of people. Yeah, that is lucky. The fact that he was able to shelter you means that your father's reign is stable, Shiro says. Yes, it is. At least it is now. When I was younger, there was a period when that wasn't the case. In fact, my father almost got forced into using me for a political marriage. Luckily, he figured out a way out of it and eventually managed to deal with his opponent. That must have been a relief for you. Was that about the time that your mother was poisoned? Shiro says. Actually, it wasn't. My parents kept the whole thing from me until after it was over. Yes, that would be around the right time frame. At least, that is what my father thinks happened. Lin says, how old were you at the time? Shiro says, I think I was around 12. Lin says, a political marriage at that age. Shiro says, I guess you haven't dealt with many royal families. It is actually fairly common to marry that young. The same is true for nobles. They don't want to wait for their kids to grow up, not when they can use them now. Lin says, that's horrible. It is also something that we need to consider when talking about having kids. Our kids would definitely be targeted. Lin says, it is something that I didn't think about. Mainly because I didn't know things were that bad. Shiro says, wait, are you pregnant? Lin says, no, I'm not. Not yet. We are just discussing the possibility, Shiro says. Oh, that's too bad. If you had a daughter, we could betroth her with my brother and improve the bond between our nations. Lin says, you would betroth them as infants. Shiro says, sure, it is fairly normal. They wouldn't actually marry until 14 or so, but it helps to keep others away. Not only that, but the relations between our nations would grow closer for the length of the engagement. We don't need something like that. The relationship will grow as long as your father agrees with my current plan. Shiro says, now I am curious. I don't suppose you will tell me what this plan is. Nope, you can wait until your mother and father are here, Shiro says. In that case, I am going to go see what is taking them so long. Shiro rushes out of the room, which makes Lin giggle and accuse me of doing it on purpose. However, for once she is wrong. With her in my arms, I have no reason to be in a rush. Unfortunately, before things can get interesting, Shiro returns with her mother and father. Lin and I get up to greet them, but the Emperor and his wife stop us by hugging us. Shiro doesn't seem surprised. In fact, she joins in and takes a turn hugging each of us. Once everyone has hugged, we sit down on 2 couches opposite of each other to talk. Chapter 1322, Emperor Am says. All right, so what did you do this time? Lin says, what do you mean? Emperor Am says, last time I heard from Ash was for him to tell me that he opened a gate to allow shadow demons through. Although, I have to admit that we have seen far less demonic beasts since then. No, it is nothing like that this time. In fact, this should benefit both of our nations quite a bit. Empress Atash says, all right, now I am curious. What are you up to? I have figured out a way to create a permanent 2-way gate between here and the peninsula. With it, our merchants will be able to pass through and open trade between us. The main advantage is that it will allow instantaneous travel between the 2 points we set it up at. Mine is already set up in the merchant district of my trade city. Shiro says, that is amazing. That means that I can go explore the peninsula easily, right? Emperor Am says, this is going to have a huge effect on our economy, but it should be a positive one. Empress, Atash says, where are you planning to put our side of the gate? Wherever you want it to be. That is why I came to talk to you. Yes, Shiro, it will be easy to get there, but you still need your parents' permission. Here, Am. I brought this from one of my merchants. It explains the details of our plan and has examples of our coins. Emperor Am unrolls the paperwork, and both he and his wife start reading through it. The wet nurse comes back into the room carrying the now awake baby. but stops when she sees that the Empress is busy. Shiro gets up and takes her brother so that her mother can finish reading the document. Emperor Am says, "Oh, good. They included a list of what merchandise your people will be selling and what will sell best. That will take a lot of the guesswork out of it for our merchants and speed up the organization of trade. That should limit the chaos and get things settled more quickly." "So, does that mean that you approve of my plan?" Empress Atesh says. "What would you do if we said no?" "I would respect your wishes and set the gate up in Demon Hunter City instead." Empress Atesh says, "Really? Don't worry. We don't plan to reject your plan. I am just curious." "Yes, really. I don't know the details of your empire. This could be very disruptive for you. We are allies and I would prefer the gate be here. But I won't place it if it won't be a benefit." Emperor Am says, "It will be very disruptive, but only in the short term. In the long term, the benefits are hard to imagine. Opening a new market is always like that, but this is a little bigger due to the speed of the gate. The tariff you are charging is very fair, so that won't reduce trade at all. A lot of people are going to make a ton of money off this. That's part of the reason I have kept this quiet. That way you can pick someone to tell and let them gain an advantage. Or you could do like me and have your own merchant to take advantage yourself. You can also set a fee on this side to make it fair. Just keep it reasonable." Emperor Am says, "No, you built the gate so the fee is rightfully yours. There are a couple of merchants that I would like to have owe me favors. It is also going to greatly benefit whatever city we place it in just from the increased traffic." Empress Atash says, "In that case, we should definitely put it in a city where the mayor is loyal to us." Shiro says, "Why aren't we putting it here in the capital?" Empress Atash says, "Because we have worked very hard to keep the merchants from getting a foothold in the capital. This would completely undo all of that work and make the politics in the capital worse. Besides, we have a couple of cities that are struggling and could use an influx to revitalize them." Emperor Am says, "Aside from that, to make the most of the gate, it should be placed in a port city. That would increase the goods available to take through the gate. The problem is that there either needs to be an army base near the city or we will have to build one." Shiro says, "Why is that?" Emperor Am says, "Because the gate will need to be protected. Otherwise, Ash is opening himself to an invasion. You don't have to worry about that too much. Not only is the main base of my army outside the trade city, but I have a way to disable the gate quickly if needed." Emperor Am says, "It is good that you have considered all the possibilities. I would still prefer to have a strong enough force nearby to ensure security. My enemies might attack just to disrupt things. The Northern Empire is not going to be happy when they find out about the gate." Shiro says, "What about the port of Nefed? It has a naval base that could handle security and is a large port that could handle the increased traffic." Empress Atesh says, "That is a good suggestion, and I am glad to see that you have paid attention to at least some of your lessons." Emperor Am says, "The only problem is that the port of Nefei is ruled by a noble house that is a part of the traditionalist faction. They certainly wouldn't welcome this kind of change." Shiro says, "They are only a minor house. We can eliminate them and give the city to someone loyal to use. Besides, the traditionalist faction has been steadily weakening and isn't much of a threat anymore." Empress Atesh says, "That is because your father has spent a lot of time and effort to weaken them." Emperor Am says, "They are idiots. They want things to stay the same but don't understand that stagnation will kill the empire. Eliminating the noble house is a possibility. We haven't had a bandit attack in a while. Luckily, it is a small house, so we aren't talking about a major massacre." Shiro says, "We have the celebration of my brother's birth coming up. That would be a good time to move." Empress Atesh says, "That is a good idea. Are you sure that you don't want to rule? You have the skills to." Shiro says, "Yes, I am sure. I am happy to help you, but I don't want to do this all of the time. Actually, now that I think of it, if we are going to be connected by a gate, then we should establish an embassy in Ash's kingdom, right? I want to be in charge of that embassy." Emperor Am says, "That is possible. Ash, would you have any problem with Shiro being my ambassador to your kingdom?" Chapter 1323. Nope, no problem at all. Are you going to want the embassy in the trade city or in the capital city? Emperor Am says, "In the trade city. That way Shiro can keep an eye on our merchants." not only to protect them, but to make sure they don't cause any trouble. The main problem that I am worried about is any racists among the merchants, both those that come to my lands and those that target my people who come here. Emperor Am says, that is one of the reasons that I want a strong security force at the gate, to protect your people. I don't want some idiot on my side causing an incident that creates tensions between us. There are going to be incidents. There is no way to prevent them. Our goal should be to keep them small and controlled. Then we issue harsh punishments, and that should discourage all but the dumbest of problem people. Empress Atesh says, that is a good way of handling things. I think Shiro can learn a lot about ruling from you. I will teach her what I can, but honestly, I am just making all this up as I go. I also won't be around all that often. There are a lot of things I need to do to be ready for the war with the demons. Shiro says, that's fine. I am sure that I can learn a lot just from interacting and learning about different cultures. Not to mention that I will get the chance to interact with your subordinates. I am sure that there is a lot I can learn from them. Considering there is a lot that I can learn from them, you are certainly not wrong. As to cultures, you might be a little overwhelmed since there are dozens to learn about. Not only does each tribe of beastmen have their own, but there are also the elves and beast clans to learn about. You will be quite busy. Shiro says, this is sounding better and better. That is exactly what I want. New people to interact with. You will definitely get that. I hope you aren't uncomfortable around other species. Shiro says, honestly, I'm not sure. I haven't met any other than you, but you don't make me nervous. Although, when I first met you, I did find you a little scary. Lynn says, that's not uncommon. Ash is kind of intimidating until you get to know him. It is even worse when you meet him for the first time in his new form. I am glad he was pretending to be human when I first met him. Taking that as an opening, Shiro and Atesh drag Lynn off for some girl talk in another room. Luckily, they take the baby with them, leaving Am and I alone to discuss politics. It is a good opportunity for me to ask for some advice on getting my government set up and running. He can't really help me when it comes to all the different races, but he has a lot of advice for how to organize a government. Mainly, he has a lot of stories of mistakes his predecessors made for me to learn from. I am very glad that I don't have long-established noble families that I have to deal with. Compared to what human nobles can get up to, the politics of the clans are simple and straightforward. My biggest problem is going to be finding people that I can trust not to abuse the power that I give them. I feel like I should be able to use a spell to help with that, but I can't think of one that will work. That means that I will need to create one, and I can think of a couple that would work. I can either make a spell to put people under a magical oath, or some kind of spell to lead me to who I need. Neither will be easy to create, but it should be possible with Lynn's help and the Tower Library. Personally, I am leaning more towards the spell to lead me to the perfect people for the job. People like Pole that I can just give instructions and trust them to get it taken care of. Those kinds of people would not only be trustworthy, but will also go above and beyond simple instructions. The more I think about it, the more I like that idea more than using magical oaths. Those can be countered, or the people under oath, and find loopholes and work to undermine them. Even under oath, I wouldn't completely trust them, meaning I would need more people to monitor them. I quickly decide that the locating spell is going to be the first option, and only if it doesn't work will I look into the oaths. With that settled, I start creating an outline of the form that my government is going to take. Again, Am's experience proves invaluable as he mentions things I never would have thought of. A government needs so many departments that even in my old life I had never heard of. This being a magical world. A government here needs even more than that. Instead of a department to monitor the internet, I need one to monitor mages. I also need a department to track magical beasts, their uses, and the sale of their parts. I don't see a need for that to be monitored, but Am quickly explains why it is needed. This world isn't free of drug use. The drugs are just different and made from weird materials. Luckily, that makes them much more expensive, enough that most users are nobles or rich merchants. While I shouldn't have as much trouble with that, once the gate is open, it will still be a concern. I could easily see the nobles in the kingdom, empire, and free union becoming a problem. Unfortunately, according to Am, these drugs aren't the kind that just get you high. They give you power, which can be a high of its own. The power is based on what it is made from. The drug, if made well, can even grant an ability that the beast had for a limited time. However, if the drug is poorly made, there is a good chance that the one who uses it will go berserk. Despite that risk, there are apparently plenty of nobles willing to take the drugs. Am tells me about several incidents caused by nobles going berserk and causing a slaughter. I wandered across quite a bit of the continent. How come I never heard about these drugs? Emperor Am says, probably because you didn't spend much time with nobles, especially the kinds of nobles that use these drugs. Not to mention that these drugs were created on the southern coast, so they are a lot less prevalent on the northern side of the continent. That makes sense. I do tend to avoid nobles as much as possible, but I would still think I would have heard about the chaos. Chapter 1324. Emperor Am says, not when the nobles' families do everything they can to suppress the stories to preserve their reputations. Oh, good point. Maybe if I had gone south instead of north, I would have encountered it sooner. You are right, though. I definitely want to prevent the spread of the drug to the peninsula if I can. Maybe I can create a way to detect the drugs. Is there anything unique about it aside from being made from beast materials? Emperor Am says, honestly, I am not sure. We have confiscated plenty of the drug, but we have never found the creator. My specialists have been unable to analyze the composition of the drug. If you have a sample, I could give it a try. Emperor Am says, I don't have any samples here, but the researchers should still have some. I will have them send over. My only request is that if you do manage to make a detector, you make me a couple. I would love to end the drug industry. While you can probably curtail it, ending it probably isn't possible while there is a profit to be made from it. Unless the creator has kept the recipe a secret. In that case, killing him would end it for a while. Eventually, someone else will figure it out as long as there is a demand to be met. Emperor Am says, considering that there are different grades of the drug, I doubt that it is still a secret. Not necessarily. That might just be the merchants cutting the drug with something to increase their profits. Emperor Am says, I hadn't thought of that, but it could well be. I have learned to never underestimate the greed of merchants. Either that, or someone else got the recipe, but doesn't have the skill to follow it properly. Whatever the case may be, if I can figure out how to make them, I will make you some detectors. Emperor Am says, that would be great. Even if I can't end the drug trade, I want to keep it out of my empire as much as possible. Nobles going crazy and killing commoners isn't good for anyone. True enough. Let me know when the sample gets here. Hopefully there is something unique about it that I can use for the detector. Emperor Am says, the research center is in another city, so it will take a day. Are you going to be staying here? No, probably not. We will stick around long enough to have dinner, but there are too many things waiting for me to do. Emperor Am says, understood. Believe me, I know exactly how that goes. It is hard to get some family time without someone interrupting. That is with me inheriting a fully functioning empire. I can't imagine how much worse building a government from scratch would be. Well, it isn't so bad right now since there isn't much government to bug me, but it will probably get worse as I build it. I am going to be depending on my 2 queens to keep me from going crazy and killing them all. That makes Am laugh loudly, which just happens to be when the women come back into the room. Of course, his wife wants to know what he found so funny, so he tells them what I said. Shiro and Atesh get a laugh as well, but Lin gives me a fairly grumpy look. What worries me is that Lin is the one carrying the baby when they enter the room. Considering our recent conversations, I am worried that she is going to get what my world called baby fever. I still don't think that having kids would be a good idea, but if she really wants a kid, I would try. Although, I admit that I am secretly hoping the baby will puke on her and lessen her interest. However, so far the baby seems amazingly well behaved, at least compared to stories I heard. Having never had kids myself, stories and movies are all I really have to go off of. Oh, sorry. I didn't catch the little guy's name, Empress Atash says. He doesn't have a name yet. It is tradition to not name our children until the naming ceremony 2 weeks after the birth. It is an old tradition from our past when infants died a lot more often, as if not naming them made the loss easier somehow. Shiro says the name may have already been chosen, but to honor the tradition, we won't mention it until this weekend. So, we won't be setting up the gate until next week? Emperor Am says correct. In fact, It would be better to wait a little long than that so I can get some measures in place. Besides, if we place the gate right after the noble family is killed, it will be highly suspicious. All right, I was thinking it would be sooner, but I guess that will be fine. It was just a random idea that I came up with. It will give me time to start setting up my government and work on a few other projects that I have been putting off. We will stay for dinner, but leave after that. I will come back in a couple of days to take a look at that sample. Lynn says, sample? Sample of what? A sample of a drug that is popular among nobles? I will be trying to make a detector for it. Your help would be appreciated if you have the time. In fact, there are a couple of spells I would like your help with. Lynn says, of course I will help. It will just have to be between the times I am helping Bella train apprentices. That should be fine. Most of my time is going to be taken by crafting and setting up the government. The spells will be a secondary thing, Emperor Am says. If you need help with spells, I have an entire order of mages that can help you. If they can't help, maybe their library can. Lynn says, library? You will give me access to their library. Emperor Am says, well, I can't force them to give you access to everything, but most of it, yes. Lynn says, that would be amazing. You just became her favorite person. There is nothing she likes more than getting access to new books. Shiro says, isn't that knowledge the reason that you want her help? It absolutely is. But it also means that she will vanish into the library for days or even weeks depending on how many new books she finds. Lynn says, it won't be that bad. Didn't you just say it will be 2 weeks before you place the gate? That is plenty of time. What about helping Bella? Lynn says, I can help her afterwards. Training a bunch of apprentices will take more than a couple of weeks. I will explain it to her. I'm sure she will understand. Chapter 1325. All right, if that is what you want. Emperor Am says, I was trying to help, not cause a problem. You didn't. We aren't fighting. I am just making sure she has thought it through. Mainly, I am making sure I don't have to explain to Bella that she lost her helper because I brought her with me. Lynn says, she wouldn't blame you. She knows how I am about new books. All you would have to tell her is that I found a library and she would instantly understand. Empress Atesh says, is it only magical knowledge, or is it any new books? Lynn says, any books. Anything that I haven't read before. Empress Atesh says, we can't make the mages grant you full access, but there is another library we can grant you full access to. You are just making things worse. You know that, right? Lynn says, what library? Emperor Am says, I believe my wife is thinking of the Royal Library. Empress Atesh says, right. It is a collection of books that the royal family has deemed too dangerous for circulation, but didn't want to destroy. Normally, only members of the royal family can access it, but we can make an exception for you. The reason I bring it up is because it records the history that has been buried. Are you referring to the war between the empires and the arrival of the demons? Empress Atesh says, exactly. I haven't read about it myself. I never can find the time, but I have been told that it is in there. Lynn says, great. I would love to read the Royal Library as well. Empress Atesh says, then it is settled. In that case, I am guessing that you won't be leaving with me after dinner. Lynn says, no, I won't, but you won't be leaving until the morning. That makes Am and Atesh laugh, but I notice that Shiro's reaction is to blush. I hope that she didn't volunteer to be the ambassador just to be closer to me. That would be awkward. Luckily, even if she is in the trade city, we probably won't see each other all that often. If she does have a thing for me, it should fade with enough time. At least I hope so. The trade city should provide a massive amount of distractions. Hopefully that will help. If not, then I will just leave it to Lynn and Miria to find a way to discourage her. I have learned that me trying to do anything will only make the situation worse. My best bet is to ignore her as much as possible and leave it to others if that doesn't work. So, throughout dinner, I make sure most of my attention is on either Lynn or Shiro's parents. I don't go as far as being rude to her, but I limit myself to polite interactions only. Lynn notices and gives me a smile, but no one else seems to notice as far as I can tell. Of course, since they are professional politicians, they have probably noticed but hid their reactions. Honestly, I would rather see their reactions since Shiro is their daughter and they know her better. That might let me know if my guesses are correct or if Shiro is simply that innocent. Although, as a daughter of royalty, I doubt that she could really be that innocent. She should have been exposed to the plots and machinations of the nobles her entire life. There is no real way for someone to stay innocent when exposed to court life. Not in a human court, anyway. Maybe in the court of a race that is more honest about things, like the elves as portrayed in stories. Once the dinner is over, Lynn and I are escorted to a guest suite for royal visitors. It is a beautiful set of rooms, but Lynn and I don't pay attention to much of it other than the bed. We have some fun for a while and then we have a late night snack together before sleeping for a few hours. Or at least, I only sleep for a few hours. Lynn is still sound asleep when I wake up. I already told her that I would be leaving before she wakes up, but she wakes up as I am getting out of bed. She gives me a long kiss goodbye, and then instantly falls back asleep. Once I am sure she is asleep, I open a gate back to the castle and walk through it. Jarvis welcomes me and informs me that all the kids are here and are currently training. At first, I think he means they are in the elemental areas, but actually they are in the training room. It seems that they have all made progress and are using the training room to make sure they adapt properly. It isn't a big deal, but it is a really smart move, and it makes me proud of them. I head down to my workshop and tell Jarvis to let me know when the kids are done training. I start making more tattoo guns for Bella, wanting to keep my promise before I get distracted. Luckily, I wrote down the recipe for the ink so I don't have to try to figure it out again. I may not remember the recipe, but I do remember how to make and enchant the guns themselves. As to why I forgot the ink recipe, that is probably because of how many combinations I tried. It isn't too surprising to not remember one specific mixture out of over 100. However, I do run into a problem. To make as many guns as I had planned, I am going to need more materials. For now, I am just going to make as many as I have the materials for and see how I do. I will worry about getting my hands on more materials later. I will probably just buy them. If I go to the markets in the capital of the Southern Empire, I will hopefully be able to find what I need. Luckily, I still have plenty of gold, so I don't need to go ask Paul to give me some money. Honestly, that would feel rather weird, and is one of the reasons I just let him do what he wants. The money he has earned for me will be the starting funds for the new government. Thinking of that, I also need to make a treasury and a nice, secure vault to store the money. Thanks to Paul and Anya, we won't be starting in debt. In fact, we have a surplus of funds. I don't know exactly how much, but it should be enough to keep the government running for years. It should easily be enough to keep things running until I figure out taxes and all of that crap. Luckily, I don't have to figure out all of that myself. I can leave it to others and just approve it. I am not too worried, since I plan to make Anya the Minister of Finance and Paul the Minister of Trade. I am confident that between the two of them, they will be able to get everything set up perfectly. However, I plan to let them make this first trip to Demon Hunter City before I do that. Let them have some fun before I make them do the boring government stuff. Chapter 1326. Once I have a couple of guns made, I switch to using Divided Mind to craft and enchant at the same time. I run out of materials after making 15 tattoo guns, but that should be plenty for now. Shortly after I finish enchanting the guns, Jarvis informs me that the kids have finished training. I head upstairs to have a meal with the kids and tell them that I will be moving the castle. They have been helping the army still, but they decide to stay with the castle. They happily tell me about how much the training areas have been helping them while we eat. Seeing most of them so excited makes me feel a little bad for Eckhard and Haku. They don't have training areas, so they have been going into the Shadow Plane while the others train. It means that they are getting more experience, but it is hard to say which method works better. I keep the kids from running off once they are done eating so that I can test something out. I go grab some of the new guns and some demonic beast leather and hand them out to the kids. I tell them to use the guns to draw something and explain how they work, then let them try it out. Of course, they have all seen the guns in use by Lynn and Bella, so they are happy to try it out. Through this, I want to see who has some natural talent and who has the desire to be an artist. Even if they don't want to do tattoos, it wouldn't be hard to get them other art supplies. In fact, I might just set up a room for the arts so that they can try out everything and see if there is something they like. After all, they should all live for a long time, so having a hobby is a good idea. If nothing else, they should have fun trying things out even if they don't pick up a hobby. Even if nothing comes of it, it isn't like the money I spend really means anything to me. I don't even bother to track how much money I have anymore, and it isn't like it is worth anything if I don't spend it. Using some gold for the kids to have even a few minutes of fun seems worth it to me. Leaving the kids to play, I head outside and find Leonard to warn him that I am moving the castle. I feel kind of bad because he is sleeping when I summon him. After all, the sun isn't up yet. Despite that, he shows up quickly and doesn't even look grumpy. Much better than I would do in that situation. Leonard says, "You call, my king?" "Yes, sorry to wake you. I will be moving the castle to the trade city and didn't want you to worry when it disappeared before I leave. Is there anything that needs my attention? Or anything you need help with?" Leonard says, "No, nothing. Everything is still going mostly according to plan." "All right. In that case, you can contact me at any time with the medallion if anything comes up." Leonard says, "Understood." After that, I tell Leonard to go back to sleep and I head outside to put the castle away. Then I gate to the palace in the trade city, head outside, and place the castle in the empty plot. I had them leave this area empty specifically so that I would have a place for the castle. The castle actually looks really good sitting next to the palace, maybe a little dark, but still good. Once it is placed, I head inside to see how the kids are doing with the art project. However, I find that only Mulan and Asuna are still playing with the tattoo guns. The others are watching anime. When I take a look, both seem to be doing quite well, so I talk to them about learning tattooing. Both have enjoyed it so far and express interest in learning more. The others got bored fairly quickly. However, when I take a look at their attempts, I would say that all of them have some artistic talent. That just convinces me that I had the right idea earlier, so I tell the kids the castle is moved already. That way, they can go out and explore the city if they want, which, of course, they all do. I am not too worried about them. Everyone in the city should know who they are by now. Even if someone tries something, the soldiers around the city will rush to their aid. Not that many people could even pose much of a threat to them at this point. They have all made good progress in increasing their strength and levels, especially lately. There really isn't much for me to worry about now, at least inside my territory, that is. If they were heading to a battlefield, it would be a different story. But the city should be safe. Thinking of that, I wonder if Miria has made it to the land bridge yet, and if she is okay. Lizzie is with her, so she should be all right, and she has a way to contact me if something happens. Still, I think I will check in with her using the medallion, but a little later once the sun is up. Waking her up would not be a good start to the conversation, even if she does forgive me, since I am sure someone will be awake. I head to the merchant district and enter Pole's building. The guy in charge isn't here, but there are others awake and working, so I leave a message. The message explains the delay in opening the gate, but it will just give them more time to prepare. I also leave the example coins and the list of merchandise that the Emperor gave me at dinner. This way, everything should be set up and fully prepared by the time I set the other end of the gate up. Unfortunately, that doesn't use up much time, so I head over to Sarah's Inn. There are no customers yet, but the tavern is open, and there are a bunch of people up and about. They are all Sarah's staff, and they are working on getting the place ready for the morning. When I ask, I find out that Sarah isn't awake yet, but her husband is already in the kitchen. That makes sense. He probably has to get the day's bread ready and in the oven. When I walk into the kitchen, as expected, I find Aaron working with dough and the smell of baking bread. I stay off to the side so that I don't interrupt him and wait for him to notice me. Aaron says, "What can I do for you, Ash?" Sarah won't be up for another hour or so. Actually, I came to see you. Do you have someone who can take over for you? The Emperor agreed to you studying under his chefs? Aaron says, "Yeah, Mary can take over for me." Are we leaving soon? If so, I will need to wake Sarah up and tell her before I go. Chapter 1327. Well, if you want to be there to see the chefs make breakfast for the Emperor and his family, we will need to leave pretty soon. Aaron says, "I do." Give me 5. No 10 minutes to go wake up Sarah and tell her. When will I be back? According to the Emperor, you can stay as long as you want. So, however long it will take you to learn everything you can from them, I guess? Aaron says, That will take a couple of days minimum. You aren't going to wait around for me to finish, are you? Number I will be running around a lot, but Lynn is going to be there studying. She can return you here when you are done if I am not around. Aaron says, okay, I will tell Sarah that I will be gone for a few days to a week. Mary, you are going to have to handle things while I am gone. Mary says, sure, no problem. Aaron runs off as soon as she replies and heads upstairs to wake up Sarah and tell her. While I am waiting for him to come back, Mary gives me a large cup of tea. It has a strange, fruity flavor to it that I wasn't expecting, but it is really delicious. This is great. What is it? Mary says. It is tea, but I add a mix of fruit rings to the tea leaves before I brew it. It is my own creation. I find that it is the perfect drink for the mornings when you aren't fully awake yet. I've been awake for hours, but it is still a good drink. Is it addictive? Mary says, I don't think so. Sarah said it wasn't any worse than something called coffee. That's fine then. Would you mind if I added this to my pouch? I can pay you for the recipe if you want. Mary says, I would be honored. I can brag about you liking it to everyone. No, there is no need for money. It is thanks to you that I can live as well as I do. Mary makes me another cup while she explains how Sarah took her in and takes care of her. In her view, Sarah is able to do so because of everything that I have done for her. Mary isn't a summoned. She is just someone that Sarah got out of a bad situation and hired. According to Mary, life has gotten even better for all of the staff since Sarah brought them to my city. Most of them even managed to buy their own houses after moving to the city, something they only dreamed of before. She would have probably told me her life story if Aaron hadn't come back into the kitchen. Aaron says, Sorry to keep you waiting. I am ready now. No worries. I got a delicious new drink to add to my collection. Aaron says, Ah, Mary's tea. Yeah, we all love it first thing in the morning. Just don't drink it after lunch or you will have problems sleeping. In that case, I think I will hide it from my kids. I don't need them any more hyper. Mary says, That's probably a good idea. Sarah enters, grabs a mug of tea, and says, It is great stuff. It has about the same effect as a cup of coffee. Yeah, but it tastes way better, Sarah says. I take it you weren't a coffee lover? Nope, couldn't stand it. This is much more to my taste. I will be drinking this every morning from now on. I can't wait to introduce Lynn to it. Mary says, That's awesome. I would love it if you could tell me what her opinion of it is as well. If it's not too much trouble, sure. If I can't tell you myself, I will pass it on through Sarah. Mary says, Thank you. All right, ready to go, Aaron. Aaron says, Yeah, all set. Let's go. I open a gate to the Emperor's palace and then watch as Aaron gives Sarah a kiss before walking through. I smile at Sarah and then follow him through before closing the gate behind me. I have one of the guards guide Aaron to the royal kitchen and then head up to the guest suite. Lynn is still asleep when I enter, so I slide into the bed and start gently kissing her. She wakes up after a bit, but she is rather grumpy about being woken up so early. She gets even more upset when her grumpy look just makes me chuckle and kiss her again. When kissing doesn't get rid of the grumpy look, I start trying some other things. Eventually, I do manage to find something that cures the grumpiness, and we end up having some fun. When we are done, Lynn starts looking like she is going to go back to sleep, so I give her some tea. Lynn says, This is delicious. Why didn't you start with this? That wouldn't have been as fun. Lynn starts glaring at me again. But she doesn't stop drinking the tea, and she now looks fully awake. By the time she finishes the mug, she is starting to look energetic and fidgeting. As much as I want to take advantage of that, we have things to do. But I hand her another mug. Lynn says, based on how I feel right now, I don't think drinking another is a good idea. It's for you to add to your pouch. I don't plan to share this with the kids. They are hyper enough already. Lynn says, Good idea. That would be a nightmare. So, I thought you would have left by now. What happened? I did leave. I just came back. I thought we could have breakfast with the Emperor, and then I need to do some shopping. Do you want to join me? Lynn says yes. Haha, you didn't even ask what I was shopping for. Lynn says, I don't care. I like shopping. What are you shopping for? I need materials for the tattoo guns and ink. I also want to pick up art supplies for all the arts. Lynn says, Since when do you have time for art? I don't. They are for the kids. I tested them to see who would be interested in tattooing. Mulan and Asuna are going to learn it, but the others seem to enjoy the test. So I thought they might like another art better. Lynn says, That's great. Even if they don't find one they like, they should have fun trying everything. I will certainly help you shop for art supplies. With the plan made, we finally get out of bed and head to the Emperor's suite. However, we end up having breakfast with Atesh and Shiro because Am has already left. Apparently, he was up and working over an hour ago, which makes me feel sorry for him. Both Atesh and Shiro look like they are only half awake, so I offer them each a mug of tea. After only a few sips, Atesh asks for another mug and sends it with a servant to her husband. It is only a few minutes later when the servant returns with orders to secure a supply of the tea if possible. Empress Atesh says, Well, you heard the message from my husband. What are the chances we can get a steady supply? Chapter 1328. To be honest, I could make you a pouch, but I don't want anyone outside of the family to have one. Lynn says, Why not make something else that only produces the tea? That I could do. Atesh, do you have some mugs made of valuable materials? Empress Atesh says, Of course we do. Do we look poor to you? What do you need specifically? I just need mugs made of materials that will have enough mana capacity for the enchantments. I will make them create the tea and keep it warm. Atesh turns and orders the servants to bring all the most valuable mugs in the palace. As we are waiting, I notice that Shiro is giving me a look similar to a puppy begging. She keeps it up until I agree to make a mug for her as well, which makes her grin. Soon the servants start returning with all sorts of cups and mugs of all shapes and sizes. Some of them are completely ridiculous and totally impractical, but they are made of gold. They are obviously not meant to actually be used. They are just meant to be displayed. I quickly take those and all like them out of the consideration. They are useless. Just because the materials are valuable doesn't mean they have a high mana capacity. Unfortunately, that is the vast majority of them, and what's left isn't usable either. Empress Atesh says none of them will work. I'm afraid not. I was going shopping for materials anyway. I will just pick some up and make the mugs instead. Empress Atesh says, In that case, take Shiro with you and we will pay for whatever materials you need. No need for that. Besides, I want to spend some time with Lynn. The materials for 3 mugs won't be that expensive. Don't worry about it. Shiro looks disappointed, but Atesh gives us an understanding smile and drops the issue. We finish breakfast, and then Lynn and I leave the palace arm in arm to go shopping. Of course, we aren't exactly alone. There is a squad of royal guards following us, but we ignore them. There are a lot of markets and shopping areas in the capital, and we visit all of them. Not only do I find everything that I wanted, but thanks to Lynn, I end up buying a whole lot more. In fact, the only thing that puts an end to our shopping spree is that I run out of gold. It is to the point that Lynn is the one who buys our lunch. Not that I really mind. After all, a lot of my money went to buy things that she wanted, so it is only fair. Besides, once we are married, it is all going to be her money anyway. Well, hers and Miria's. At that point, I won't need money anyway. If I need something, I will just tell someone, and they will get it for me. That's about the only thing that I am looking forward to when it comes to being the king. There might be a few other perks, but I still don't think it will be worth the hassle. However, it is not something I can avoid anymore, so I stop thinking about it and enjoy the time with Lynn. Shortly after lunch, we head back to the palace where we split up with the guards escorting Lynn to the Mage Guild. Surprisingly, from what I was told, the mages weren't opposed to letting Lynn into their library. Whether that is true, or the mages are just putting on an act for the Emperor, I don't know. I will have to wait and see what Lynn can tell me about it later, but I hope it is true. If the mages are smart, they are going to give her full access in exchange for her knowledge. During our shopping trip, I asked her about the 2 spells I want to create, and she gave me a ton of suggestions. Both spells should be possible. It is just going to take some creative mixing of spells. Well, pieces of spells to be more precise. She suggested some spells I can steal from that should work. I won't know for sure until I get to the tower library and check the spells. But Lynn is rarely wrong. Once Lynn is gone, I head upstairs and find a quiet room to craft and enchant the 3 mugs. Since they are for royalty, I plan to make them nice and ornate, so that they don't need to hide them. However, I am not going to make some tiny, fragile cup. I am going to make proper steins. The fancy ones with the lids that you open from the handle. They are the fanciest things I can think of. Not to mention that they hold a lot more liquid than the typical cup or mug. Shaping the materials into the shape I want only takes a few seconds, but decorating them takes longer. The royal family has taken a local lion-like creature to represent them, so I am going to use those as decoration. 1 male and 2 female lion heads as the front of the steins with gems for eyes. The gems are tiny, but they still add a decent amount to the mana capacity of the steins. They are also an important part of my plan for the enchantments. If it works how I hope, I start with the basic enchantments, then move on to the enchantment to create the tea. Being a simplified version of the pouch's enchantment to create things, it is fairly easy. The metal I got to make the steins is rather dull, so I add a small enchantment to make it shiny. After adding all the enchantments that I wanted, there is still some space left, but I don't add more mana. Instead, I add some divine power and put 2 divine enchantments into the steins. One is cure poison, and the other is a minor heal, just enough for minor injuries. They will trigger whenever the steins create the tea and imbue their abilities into the tea. This way, whoever drinks the tea will be healed and have any poisons cured, at least in theory. I have the stein create some tea and drink it to make sure it works the way I want it to. I also want to make sure that the cure poison doesn't negate the energy effect of the tea. Luckily, it doesn't. If anything, it feels like the energizing effect of the tea is even stronger. Both the healing and the cure effect work properly, but it will only work on regular poisons. Still, it is better than nothing, and I am glad that it worked out the way I was hoping. Everything is working out the way I wanted, so I put the final enchantment on the steins. It is the locking enchantment to keep anyone from messing with the enchantments on the steins. As such, I make it as complicated as I can, and then I tie it into the eyes, making them glow. Chapter 13:29. Once all 3 are done, I pick them up and find a guard to take me to the Emperor. I am led to a huge office where both the Emperor and Empress are working at desks. I walk over and hand the male lion stein to the Emperor, and then give the other 2 to the Empress. Empress Atash says, "These are beautiful. They are so lifelike that I half expect them to jump out and walk around. They aren't going to, are they?" No, they aren't. There is just an illusion on them to make them more ornamental. Without it, they looked a little dull, not really fitting for royalty. Emperor Am says, "I don't care how they look, but they do look amazing. They will create the tea. Do they need to be recharged or anything?" Yes, they will create tea anytime you hit this button. They will also keep the tea warm, no matter how long you let it sit. The steins also have minor healing and poison removal on them. You don't need to worry about recharging them. They absorb mana on their own. Emperor Am says, "That's amazing. These are magnificent gifts, thank you." Empress Atash says, "Yes, these will make our mornings much more productive. One other thing, pay attention to the eyes on the steins. If they ever stop glowing, it means someone broke the lock and messed with the enchantments. If that happens, you should probably call me immediately." Emperor Am says, "Understood. However, I doubt there is anyone out there that can break your lock. I may be powerful, but I am not arrogant enough to call myself the best enchanter in the world. Lynn, for one, would be able to break it given some time. There are probably others in the Magic Empire that can do the same. That's why I linked the lock to the eyes." Empress Atash says, "He's right. You should know better than to underestimate your enemies." Emperor Am says, "You are right, as usual." I spoke without thinking. Empress Atash says, "I will make sure and repeat everything you told us to my daughter when I pass the stein to her." All right, I'll be leaving now, but I will be back in a day or 2 to take a look at the drug sample. Emperor Am says, "Are you sure you don't want to stay for dinner?" I would, but my list of things I need to get done is just way too long. Emperor Am says, I completely understand. Just make sure you don't overwork yourself, Empress Atash says, like you have any room to talk. That makes me laugh, but they are still bickering as the door closes behind me. A guard escorts down to the platform room, and from there, I gate to the palace in the Elven City. After the gate is closed, I use the crown to check the population and look for a specific human. I find Bella's location and head over to where she is talking with a couple of elves. Luckily, Lynn has already contacted her and explained things, so Bella just gives me a smile. It's not my fault, Bella says. I know, she can't resist new knowledge. I just don't know how I am going to create the new tattoos without her help. I will be going back to the Southern Empire in the next day or two. I will take you with me and you can track her down. If I know Lynn, she has already thought about the spells and probably has them half completed. If you get that from her, me and the kids should be able to complete them. Bella says that could work. Your kids have been learning from Lynn for a while, but from what Lynn told me, you aren't as good with standard spells. That's true enough. The kids will help with most of it, and I will help if creativity is needed. Speaking of the kids, I believe that Asuna and Mulan have both the talent and desire to become tattoo artists. Bella says, it will be great if they do. I've already found 4 potential students, so they will make it 6. Where are they? They are in the castle. I already moved it to the trade city. I also made 15 new tattoo guns, and I just got the materials for more. If you are ready, I will move all of you to the castle where you can start the training. Bella says, no, I'm not. Can you give me an hour or two? Sure. Gather what you need and the people you want to bring with you. When you are ready, come over to the palace. Bella says, isn't the palace sealed? Oh, wait. I forgot for a second that you are the king. Sorry. It's fine. I sometimes forget and I am wearing the crown. Bella says, all right. I will get ready and meet you at the palace. I watch as Bella and the 2 elves leave. Then I head back to the palace to wait. Once I am there, I sit down on the throne and bring up the control system for the city. This time, I ignore the various stats and start looking to see if there are other options. Unfortunately, I don't find what I was hoping for. The system is too limited for what I want. So instead, I start looking for ways to upgrade the system and add new options. For one thing, I want to be able to extend the range of the system beyond the city. I want to be able to easily see what is going on in all the areas that I control. However, I want to keep it as a useful system. I don't want to turn it into a spirit. While I like Jarvis and Athena, I don't want to put an entire city under the control of an artificial spirit. That would just be too much power to entrust to a spirit, and I don't want to take the risk. Unfortunately, the elves who made this system didn't leave any way to upgrade it, leaving me only one option to completely redo the enchantments from scratch. Before I do that, I need to make sure I understand everything about how it currently works. The plus side is that I am going to be able to change the language of the enchantments. That will make adding all the extra options much easier, but it won't be a quick process. So, while I am waiting for Bella, I spend the time studying the enchantments of the palace. The enchantments are spread all through the palace and then tie back into the throne. The throne is basically the control node for the palace and the city's enchantments. Unfortunately, that means that I am going to have to redo the enchantments for the entire city. This is not something that I can do right now. I need to properly plan out how I am going to do it. Especially since if I am going to do it, I may as well make improvements while I am at it. Luckily, from the throne I can see every enchantment that is attached and where it is enchanted. Chapter 1330. The only thing that I can't see from here is how much capacity is left available. This isn't going to be like my normal enchanting. I am going to have to make a real plan. I need to map out all the enchantments that I want to add and where to place them. I am probably also going to have to add materials to increase the capacity to where I need it. This time, I won't be able to just add things randomly. That will also need to be planned out. I should also talk to the elves before I go changing all sorts of things about the city. Well, Stillwater probably won't care since he and his people are new to the city, but I should at least check with Core. I don't think she is going to have a problem with it, but it is still polite to ask first. I will wait and ask her once I have everything planned out so that she can see what she is agreeing to. For now, I work on the plan until Bella shows up with 4 elves following her. All of them have packs on their backs and are carrying bags as well, which I take from them. Once everything is stored in my pouch, I open a gate to the palace in the Trade City. Once Bella and the elves have gone through, I follow them and let the gate close. I arrange for the elves to stay in guest suites in the palace and return their luggage to them. While they are settling in, I take Bella over to the castle and let her get settled as well. It won't take Bella long to get settled, so I go check on the kids to see what they are up to. Surprisingly, Asuna and Milan are both still practicing tattooing with the beast hides. I thought for sure they would have taken a break by now, but they look like they are having fun. When I ask, they happily show me the pieces that they are the most proud of. They have both made a massive amount of progress just by practicing on their own. It isn't to the level of a tattoo artist, but with Bella's help it shouldn't take them long to get there. As they are showing me all of their work, Bella comes in and joins us at the table. She also takes a look through their attempts, and she seems decently impressed by them. She does point out what mistakes they made, but she isn't mean about it and tells them how to correct them. I've never actually seen her teach, and I am fairly impressed by how she encourages them. Well, I did see her teaching Lynn a little, but that was more flirty than anything. Luckily, she is much more serious when she is dealing with the kids than she was with Lynn. Not that I would mind if some of my kids swung that way, but it is probably a bit early for them to know. I haven't tried to hide the situation between me, Lynn, and Bella so they are aware of things. If they ask questions, they will get honest answers. But I kind of doubt that they will. After all, they aren't human, so they probably have a completely different view of things like that. I've never asked any of them what they even think, if they think about it at all. I have just assumed that it wouldn't be an issue until we found someone of the same species as one of them. Although, that is actually impossible in Katera's case, unless I figure out how to make one. Then again, if the dragon is willing to give me some information, that might be possible. I will try to remember to talk to him about it. He might not want more of her race created. After all, Katera was created by his experiment, and he hasn't seen the end result of it yet. The experiment was meant to see if it could artificially create a new dragon, and Katera is close. Thanks to being the guardian, Katera actually doesn't need a mate in order to have a kid. The problem is that I want to free her from her connection to the barrier, meaning she wouldn't be the guardian anymore. That means that she would need a mate to have kids, and it would also probably end her evolution. I would like to be able to give her an evolutionary path like mine, but I don't know how. I'm not even sure how I got the ability, let alone how to help someone else do it. Maybe I will be able to figure that out once I learn draconic magic. But I need to evolve first. To do that, I need to get all these projects taken care of so that I can go hunt dragon blood beasts. Which means that I need to stop wasting time thinking about things and get to doing things. So, I hand the new tattoo guns over to Bella and leave her to work with Asuna and Mulan. Then, I modify the castle to create a new room and set up all the art supplies in it. Thanks to Lynn's suggestion, I got books to teach the basics for each type of art. This way, the kids can at least get an idea of what to do instead of just trying to figure everything out from scratch. Although, knowing the kids, they would have plenty of fun just trying to figure things out. However, I would prefer it if they gave it a proper try so that they can see if they like it. The rest of the kids are currently in the training room, so I will tell them about the art room later. For now, I head down to my workshop to unload all the materials that I managed to buy. Then I spend some time organizing all of the materials before I start crafting more tattoo guns. This time, I stay focused and don't stop until I have finished the remaining 35 tattoo guns. As soon as they are done, I go looking for Bella so that I can hand them over and take an item off my list. I find her in the tattoo room with the 4 elves Asuna and Mulan giving a lesson. I hand over the tattoo guns and then leave quickly to try and avoid interrupting the lesson. Then, I have some lunch and return to my workshop to work on the weapons and armor. If I can get them finished, then I should be done with crafting, at least for now. Luckily, I had done most of the work previously, so it only takes me a few hours to finish it. I would actually prefer to make more, but the main material is limited, and it would be hard to get more. It isn't like I am going to be able to invade a god's realm and loot it again anytime soon. Then again, Holos is locked up by his pantheon, so I wonder what happened to his realm. Mythica should have already been there and should have left by now, so it should be safe. I can't help but wonder if that mine has regrown the ore without Holos being there. Chapter 1331. If it has, then I could get another load of material to make more weapons and armor. Of course, as soon as I come up with the idea, I can't stop thinking about it, and it should be safe. In fact, it should be far safer than it was the last 2 times I was there, so I don't see why I shouldn't take a look. It is true that it is easier to beg forgiveness than to ask for permission, so I don't ask. The period where I promised not to do anything without letting Miria know is over as well. Although, now that I think about it, I did plan to contact her to check up on her, so I take out my medallion. Moiria, how are things going? Have you reached the land bridge? Miria says, yes, we have Lizzie insisted on putting everyone in the carriage so we could move at her speed. We got here 2 days ago. Oh, right. I forgot that you had the carriage. In fact, I forgot about it altogether. Miria says, that's no surprise. We haven't used it in a long time. It has just been sitting in my pouch the whole time. It is actually nice to be able to use it again, and Lizzie certainly seems to be enjoying it. Not to mention that the troops you sent with me enjoyed the smooth ride. I'm sure they did. It is way better than walking. So, have you encountered any demons yet? Miria says. No, not yet. Only some beasts and one small group of demonic beasts. We are currently working on the survey that you wanted done. Great. The sooner that is finished, the sooner construction can begin. We need defenses in place before the demons can cross the land bridge. So, are you having fun? Miria says. Yeah, I am. It is nice to get out and do some fighting, but I miss you. What are you up to? I've moved the castle to the trade city and am working on getting some projects done. If I can get things settled, I will be heading down there to do some hunting. Miria says, when you do, you had better come see me. Don't worry, I will. If you happen to locate any drakes, mark their locations for me. That is what I plan to hunt. Miria says, all right. I will keep that in mind, but I won't tell you anything if you don't come and visit me. I already said that I would. Miria says, do you promise? Yes, I promise. Miria says, good. So, what else have you been up to? I tell Miria about Lynn getting access to new libraries, when all I was doing was trying to set up a gate. She gets a good laugh out of that, and seems happy that I am not spending all my time with Lynn. That's understandable. She couldn't help but feel jealous if I was with Lynn more than her. That is likely to cause me some problems once we are married, but I will deal with it. I will do my best to keep things even between them, and I will make up for it when I fail. Because I am bound to fail from time to time, either from distractions or being caught up in my own thoughts. They also know me well enough to know that I am going to mess up from time to time. I am pretty sure that they will forgive me and that it will be a lot of fun making up with them. That is just how relationships work. At least it is in my admittedly limited experience. Whether I am right or wrong, I am confident that the three of us will figure things out. In fact, that is one of the few things that I am not worried about, which feels weird. I don't really know when I stopped worrying about getting married. But I am not going to mess with it. I chat with Miria for almost an hour and then, as soon as we are done talking, I open a gate to Holos' realm. After passing through the gate, I immediately take to the air and start flying around. As I had hoped, I don't see any signs of anyone remaining in the realm, not even human souls. If there were any survivors, it looks like Mythica took them with her when she left. Just to be sure, I fly all around the realm before heading to the mountain to check out the mine. Luckily, when I enter the mine, I find that the ore has been refilled and no one has mined any of it. Just like before, the ore is sticking out of the wall and I am able to just rip it free. I can't help but hum happily as I shove chunk after chunk of ore into my ring. This is going to allow me to make a lot more weapons and armor, not to mention adding to my stockpile. Last time, I set aside half of what I gained to use later if I make a golem army. I plan to do the same this time, even though I will probably end up with less ore. That is unless I can manage to figure out how to make the statue activate and create more ore. Hey, Cronosha, got a second? Cronosha says, I always have time for you, Ash. What's up? Say a god is locked up. What will happen to his realm? Cronosia says. Nothing. As long as the god is alive, his realm will be just fine. If a god can't return to his realm, is there any way to steal parts of it or gain power from it? Cronosha says the answer is yes to both. Where are you, and what are you planning? I'm in Holos Realm doing some mining. No plan, just thinking it is a shame to leave it sitting here. Krenosha says, let me guess, you want to steal the mine. No, it wouldn't do me any good. I want you or Saronia to steal it and move it to your realm. You can make use of it. Krenosha says, it should be my sister. My realm would alter the ore produced. Besides, she will need to equip all of the angels you gave her. You should summon both of us. It will make it easier on us. Sure, Krenosia, Saronia, I summon you. I didn't stop mining while I was talking to Krenosha, so I have moved away from the entrance. Thanks to that, Saronia looks fairly confused when she appears while Krenosia is laughing. When she sees her sister laughing, Saronia goes from looking confused to looking suspicious. Saronia says, what's going on? Where is this? Why do I feel divine power in the air? What trouble have you found now, Ash? Krenosia laughs and says, he hasn't found trouble. He just found something too big for him to steal on his own. We are in Holos Realm. I was doing some mining, but I was wondering if we could steal the mine and the power from the realm? Krenosia suggested, letting you take the mine and use it to equip the angels. Saronia says, Holos Realm! You realize that he will have known the instant we appeared? Chapter 1332. I didn't know, but it doesn't matter. He is locked up by his pantheon. He can't return to his realm, so we can do whatever we want. Krenosha says, he is right. If Holos could return, he would have by now. Saronia says, I suppose you are right, and this ore would be useful. However, taking it won't be easy. I will need your help. Krenosha says, I know. That's why I had Ash summon both of us. Saronia says, as for stripping the power from the realm, it is possible, but it would cause Holos immense pain. That sounds like a bonus to me. Besides, if he goes crazy inside his cell, it would just make him look worse. Even if he told the Pantheon about you two, he wouldn't be believed. Saronia says, it would basically be torturing him. I am not comfortable with that. Krenosha says, it's fine. Just take the mine and let me worry about the rest. Saronia says, all right, fine. The mine is a spiral that leads to a central chamber. Inside that chamber is a statue of Holos, and it is what creates the ore. You probably need to start there, Saronia says. I certainly don't want his statue in my realm. Krenosha says, all right, let's go take a look and leave Ash to his mining. The two of them walk past me and head down the tunnel, but before they get too far, I hear them start bickering. From what I managed to hear, Saronia is not happy with Krenosha's agreeing to torment Holos. Sometimes, Saronia is just too nice for her own good, but Krenosha balances her out. They soon move out of earshot, and I turn my attention back to mining the ore. About an hour later, I can start to hear them again. I must be getting close to the center chamber. A few minutes later, I enter the chamber and quickly rip out the last few feet of ore. Krenosha says, all done? Yep, I got it all. So, did you decide what you are going to do? Saronia says. First, we are going to modify the statue. Then, we will prepare the entire mountain to be moved to my realm. Once it is ready, I will take it with me and return to my realm. Whatever happens after that has nothing to do with me. All right, fair enough. Krenosha says, modifying the statue might cause the ore to regrow. If it does, you will have until the mountain is ready to be moved to mine. That would be great. As soon as they finish explaining, the two sisters start working together to modify the statue. Luckily, Holos made the statue overly large, so there is plenty of material to work with. They must have had things fully planned out because it only takes them a few minutes to change the statue. When they are done, the ugly statue of Holos is turned into a nice statue of Saronia. The new statue is only about half the size of the previous one. But that doesn't seem to matter. The ore in the wall quickly regrows as they work on the statue, probably because they use divine power to modify it. I wait until they are done before I start mining, just to make sure that I don't interfere. As I start tearing ore out of the wall, the two of them walk out of the chamber. I work as quickly as I can since I doubt it will take them long to do whatever they need to do. However, I may have underestimated the difficulty of stealing an entire mountain. I actually managed to reach the mine entrance after clearing all the ore for the second time. When I walk outside, I don't see the goddesses, but while looking around, I spot something on the ground. To the left of the mine entrance, there is a line of runes running off around the mountain. They are divine runes, so I am able to read them, and they are about separating space. My guess is that it is to separate the mountain from the realm so that it can be moved. If my guess is right, then that would explain why I was given enough time to finish mining. After all, the mountain isn't small, so it would take a long time to surround it with runes. I turn to the right and start following the edge of the mountain until I spot the goddesses. They are currently bent over writing runes into the ground, and I stop to enjoy the view. I have already accomplished my goal, but my curiosity isn't about to let me leave. After all, how often am I going to get the chance to see an entire mountain being stolen? Krenosha says, enjoying the view. Ash, yes, I absolutely am. Saronia says, did you already finish mining? You were faster than expected. Do you want me to refresh the ore? No, thank you. From the looks of it, you will be ready soon, and I wouldn't be able to mine much. I'm not sure if the ore being in the mine will make taking the mountain harder. Saronia says it would make it take a little more energy, but I don't mind. Since you came here for it, you obviously have a use for the ore. I have been using it to make armor and weapons for my beastmen. I am also saving some. I have been thinking about making an army of golems to fight against the demons. Krenosha says, that sounds like a good idea, but you would have to make a lot of golems. Do you have that kind of time? No, not currently. I am hoping I will have the time before the war starts. Although, it might end up being more of an elite unit rather than an army. Saronia says, that sounds more realistic. After all, even when you have free time, you tend to find trouble for yourself. Krenosha says, speaking of trouble, why don't you fill us in on what you have been up to lately while we finish these runes? As I continue to enjoy the view of them working, I start filling them in on recent events. After catching them up, I start telling them my current and future plans for building a kingdom. As I am telling them about my plans, I mention the creation of the gate to the Southern Empire. Saronia says, I don't like that plan. Once the gate is open, it will be very hard to keep our existence hidden. Krenosha says, I am afraid that I have to agree. Is increasing trade worth exposing our existence? In my opinion, yes it is. Isolation has already put the peninsula quite a bit behind the rest of the continent. If it continues, the problem is only going to get worse. Besides, I think it won't happen anywhere near as quickly as you are thinking. The ones coming through will be merchants who couldn't care less about anything that doesn't make them money. It will happen eventually, but I doubt that it will be soon. I also think the Southern Pantheon is the best one to make contact with first. Chapter 1333. Saronia says, you may be right about that, but we have a different sense of time than you do. Years can pass in a blink for us, at least when you aren't around causing trouble. Krenosha says, what makes you think that the Southern Pantheon wouldn't try to wipe us out and take over the peninsula? 3 reasons. 1, they are run by a woman, so they won't be after you as wives. 2, the Empire is my ally, and I don't think the Pantheon will go against that. 3, me. Saronia says, I understand and mostly agree with the first 2, but what do you mean by you? I am a wild card. They know of me and know that I am powerful, but they don't know how powerful. For all they know, I am as strong as a dragon, and that will deter them from making me an enemy. I expect them to act much smarter than Holos did. They will want to figure me out before making a move, and the longer they take to decide, the better. There is another factor. The demons have started to move, and they should be aware of that. Krenosha says, that actually makes sense. The Southern Pantheon was actually an ally of ours back before the demons arrived. Maybe they could be again. Still, it is a big risk just so you can make some money. It isn't about making money. I already have more than I know what to do with. It is more about improving relations with the Southern Empire and the sharing of ideas. Trust me, it will be good for the peninsula. Saronia says, I was leaning towards agreeing with you, right up until you said to trust you. Krenosha says, I do agree that we have been isolated for too long. We have already proven that we have been losing knowledge. The isolation of the peninsula could be a big part of that? I think that was mostly due to the dragons burning everything on the peninsula. Isolation more commonly stops, or slows down, the development of new ideas. Saronia says, "It sounds like you are pretty set on setting up this gate. Is there even a point in discussing it? If you have a good argument that isn't based on fear of being discovered, then I could be convinced not to open the gate." Krenosha says, "I don't know about you, sister, but I don't have such an argument." Saronia says, "No, I don't either. I think we have both gotten too used to how things are. Change is scary, but we do need things to change." Krenosia says, "I agree. So, I guess that means that we are going to trust Ash." Saronia says, "Did you have to put it that way?" "Yes, I guess we are." Krenosia says, "Well, Ash, you heard her. We are going to let you continue with your plan and hope for the best. Thank you. Don't worry. It will all work out. Even if it doesn't, I will find a way to protect you both." Honestly, the worst that I expect to happen is for the Church of the Pantheon to come over and try to convert people. Saronia says, "I hope that you are right. That is something that we don't need to worry about. Thanks to you, we have lots of new followers amongst the Beastmen, and I doubt they will be easily stolen." Krenosha says, "That's true, especially as long as Ash is their king. In fact, we will probably get a lot more followers among them as more tribes submit to him." Saronia says, "That is entirely possible. With the way Ash has been helping us increase our powers, we may not need to fear the Southern Pantheon." Krenosia says, "I don't know about that. They still outnumber us by quite a bit, and we aren't exactly specialized in combat. We would both need to be on the level of Pantheon leaders to stand a chance." Saronia says, "I'm not talking about fighting them. If we become strong enough, then they won't want to start anything with us." Krenosia says, "That's true. Power is a good deterrent. Even if they know they could win, they would have to consider what it would cost them. That's the same reason that me being a wild card will act as a deterrent." Saronia says, "We will just have to hope for you both to be right. The runes are done, so I will be taking the mountain now. Ash, go ahead with your plans. Just be careful, please." "I will. I have thought things through this time. I am planning out my moves instead of just making things up as I go." Saronia says, "That's good, and it's about time. Now, you just need to learn to value your life more and take less risks. No promises on that one. High rewards require high risk." Krenosha says, "Don't start that argument again, sis. Just take the win and leave the rest to Lynn and Myria." Saronia laughs at that, and then in a blinding flash of light, both she and the mountain disappear. Once I can see again, all I see is a massive crater where the mountain used to be. The crater is really deep. In fact, it is so deep that I can't see the bottom of it. Wait, does that hole go all the way through the realm? Krenosha says. Yes, it does. Saronia took everything inside the Circle of Runes. Well, I wasn't expecting that, but I guess it makes sense. I just hope that it proves useful to her. Krenosha says, "Oh, it will. She is already planning to turn the top half of the mountain into a city for the angels." That's a good idea. She isn't planning on making human souls do the mining, is she? Krenosha says. Are you kidding? With how soft-hearted my sister is, do you really think she would do something like that? No, I don't, but I had to be sure. Hollow's using the souls of his followers as basically slave labor is the main reason that I am glad that he is going to suffer. Krenosia says, going to? He already is. My sister taking the mountain will have felt like someone ripped a piece out of his body. She knew that it would hurt him, but if it isn't mentioned out loud, it is easier for her to justify it to herself. Good. I hope that whatever you are going to do is going to hurt him just as much. As for Saronia, whatever she needs to do to be at peace with it is fine by me. Krenosha says, oh, what I am going to do is going to hurt even more. I am going to slowly steal all the remaining power in his realm. To him, it is going to feel like his entire body is slowly being cooked. That's perfect. Is there anything I can do to help? Krenosha says. No, there isn't. The level of divine power I am going to be dealing with would turn you into charcoal in a second? Chapter 1334. Noted. All right. Is my presence going to interfere? Should I leave or can I stay and watch? Krenosha says. You can stay if you want, but there isn't going to be much to watch. I am just going to drain the energy out of the realm. There shouldn't be any visible effects. Oh, what is going to happen to the realm? Krenosha says. It will slowly die over the next couple of 100 years unless Holos returns and replenishes the energy. What happens when a realm dies? Krenosha says. It will lose its place in the divine realm and float around in the common plane until it crashes into something and breaks apart. This place is pretty big. If it were to hit a planet, that would be a disaster. Krenosha says. That won't happen, unless it is a planet without gods. Any god would sense a dead realm approaching and either destroy it, redirect it, or absorb it into its own realm. Does that mean that you could absorb this realm into yours? Krenosha says. Only after it is dead. Holos' presence prevents it from being absorbed currently. That makes sense. So, how much power will you be able to drain from it? Krenosha says. To put it in terms you will understand, it should be about as much as I would gain from getting another 30 to 40,000 followers. Wow, that's a lot. Krenosha says yes, it is, and it is power that Holos will permanently lose. Now you should understand why gods guard their realms so seriously. Yes, I do. It is probably a good thing that people who can gate anywhere they have been are rare. Speaking of, I should figure out a way to get Saronia to invite me to her realm so I can visit whenever I want. Krenosha says, that shouldn't be too hard. And if you ask nicely, I can tell you where she bathes. I heard from Lynn that you like peeking. That was one time. It was also inside a soulscape, so it doesn't count. Besides, I am not going to spy on a goddess. There are far too many stories of that ending badly for mortals. Krenosha says she wouldn't mind. In fact, she would probably be happy if she caught you peeping on her. She might act mad, but it would be just an act. Not happening. Let's just drop it. Instead of trying to get me in trouble, why don't you start stealing energy? Krenosha says, start? I have been absorbing energy the entire time we have been talking. I told you that there wouldn't be anything to see. I expected you to at least cast a spell or something, Krenosha says. At the divine level, spells work a lot differently. I just form the runes in my mind and channel energy into them. It is a lot more like your normal method of using magic than the spells that Lynn uses. The structure of the spells that Lynn uses have their uses. My method is a lot less stable, and as such, not as much mana can be put into it. Krenosha says, that will change with practice. It also helps to have the runes in your head. They provide stability. You don't have any problem with stability when you are using divine power, do you? No, I don't. I wonder if learning the Draconic language will do the same for my mana-based spells? Krenosha says. It would, but learning Draconic is not easy to do. You can only learn it from a dragon, and they don't like sharing. I already have a dragon that is willing to teach it to me. I just have to evolve one more time first. That is why I am planning a hunting trip to the land bridge once I have some other things taken care of. Krenosha says, he really agreed to teach you their language. That is going to be a huge change to how you use magic. You will simply need to think in the Draconic language, and you will be able to cast spells with more structure. You will be able to cast spells very similar to how we gods do. I am looking forward to it. I can't wait. But I still have a lot of things that I want to do before I leave for a while. I especially want to get the government up and running since it will just get harder the longer I put it off. Krenosha says, then what are you doing? Wasting time here. Go get to work. I didn't want to just run off and have you think I am ungrateful. I can spare some time to keep you company while you drain the energy from the realm. Krenosha says, it is going to take me several hours to completely drain it. I could do it faster, but I want Holos to suffer. Well, I am certainly not going to argue against that. All right, I will go and get to work on what I need to do. Thank you for your help, Krenosha says. What are you talking about? You are the one helping me and my sister to get stronger. You are helping me punish Holos. Just because you get something out of it doesn't mean I can't show my gratitude. Besides, now that Saronia has the mine, I can get more ore if I need it. Krenosha says, that's true, and it would be a good way to get invited to her realm. Yes, I know. Anyway, I will see you later. I am going to go get some more crafting done. Chronotia says, sounds good. Contact us if you need anything. Chronosia gives me a hug and a long kiss goodbye. Then I open a gate back to the castle. As soon as I am back, I start smelting the ore and making the alloy that I have been using. Once all the ore is done, I take half the alloy and put it away with what I saved previously. However, before I start making more equipment, I head upstairs to get some food and check on the kids. Asuna and Milan aren't here. They should still be with Bella learning tattooing. I find the rest of the kids in the new arts room in their human forms, and they seem to be having fun. At least, judging from the mess the art room is in, they are having a lot of fun. I spend some time chatting with them and looking at what they have made so far. I don't know much about the arts, so I can't really give them any advice. But as long as they are enjoying themselves, it doesn't really matter. They are having fun from what they tell me, so I consider this effort a success. Whether or not any of them will pick up a hobby from this remains to be seen. But I am not worried. Even if they don't, the fact that they got a few hours of entertainment makes it worth the gold I spent. Chapter 1335. Besides, I had a lot of fun going shopping with Lynn, which means I need to go shopping with Miria. Although, to keep things fair, I should probably take Miria somewhere different. Maybe Demon Hunter City would be good. She would probably enjoy seeing it considering the stories she has heard. It will have to wait until after she comes back from the land bridge, if I can remember. Hopefully I will be back from my hunting trip by then, but we will see how things work out. For now, I spend a bit more time with the kids and then head back to my workshop. This time I do things a little differently. I use divided mind but only let half my mind focus on crafting. With the other half, I start planning out the new enchantments for the capital city. Luckily, most of the enchantments don't need to be changed, just translated from Elven. While Elven is fine for enchantments, and I do know it, I want all the enchantments in one language. It would probably be better to wait until after I learn Draconic, but I have no idea how long that will take. I don't want to put everything off for an unknown amount of time. I have put things off too much. The enchantments are necessary for my plans to establish the government, so I need to do this. Luckily, the city is well made, so all I am really doing is redoing the enchantments. If I had to upgrade the city as well, this would be a much bigger project than I want to do right now. So, I spend my time planning out the enchantments and working on the new enchantments that I need. The hardest part is going to be the upgrades to the system that the crown offers. If I hadn't learned how to program golems, I wouldn't have a chance of making it work. The one thing I am going to have to do is build a core to hold the programming for the system. I plan to build it into the throne itself. That should be a safe enough place for it. It is also a place no one should think to look. After all, who hides things inside a big stone chair? It isn't something that I would think of doing if I hadn't gotten so good at manipulating things using mana. Thanks to that, I should be able to open the throne, put the core inside, and make it back into a solid piece. There won't be any hidden compartment door for someone to find and try to open. Not that anyone would be able to do anything with the core even if they did find it. They might be able to steal it, but they wouldn't get far since I would be able to track it. Of course, that is only while I am still alive, but there is only so much that I can worry about. I will keep my crown as the master control unit, but I will add additional crowns for Lynn and Miria. They will have almost as much authority in the system as I do, but I will need more than that. I want the governors and ministers to at least be able to use the system, but I don't want to give them crowns. I will probably use something like necklaces or amulets to give them less access. I would use rings, but they would probably be too small for the amount of enchantments that they will need. A nice ornate amulet, maybe with my face on it, should work and will also serve as a symbol of authority. I actually like the idea of a stylized image of my head as a symbol for the new government. My head looks a lot like a dragon's, and that has always been a good decoration in my opinion. Besides, it should be easy enough for me to create them since my artistic talent is limited. Even better, it should be something that I can make by casting so that they are all identical. Although, I should probably do something to differentiate the different levels of authority. The easiest way is probably to use gems for the eyes and have the color of the gems symbolize the level. One for the ministers, one for the governors, and one for mayors should work. Of course, there will be others at those levels of authority, but it is easier to just group them together. It will also make it easier later when I need to add more people to the government. If I do a good enough job setting things up, I will have to do a lot less work later. That is my real goal. I want to have less that I need to do personally later so that I can be lazy. Although lazy is probably the wrong word since what I really want is time to explore and adventure, I don't know if it is going to be possible, but I intend to try and take a shot at it. I doubt that I will be able to get rid of all my responsibilities, but if I can get rid of most of them, I will be happy. Whatever I can't avoid, I can always try and get my wives to take care of for me. Of course, getting them to do it will have its own price, but that I am more than willing to pay. I will just have to wait and see how well the system turns out, but planning it out properly will help. I already know that planning out new enchantments properly works a lot better. Mainly because once I write them out, I can have Lynn go over them and look for mistakes or improvements. Having her help me out saves me lots of time since I don't need to learn all the magical knowledge myself. I will probably never be as good as her at the technical aspects of magic, but that's fine. Judging from what Krenosha said, I shouldn't need that once I learn the Draconic language. Although, it is probably going to take me a while to learn how to do enchantments in a new language. Once I do, I can always come back and redo the enchantments for the city if I have the time. At that point, it would just be translating everything, which should be easier. The longest part of doing the enchantments now is going to be figuring out the new enchantments and making sure there are no conflicts. The conflicts are going to be the hardest part since I won't be able to get any help with them. I am going to try and prevent them through planning, but I doubt that I will be able to stop them all. In fact, I can practically guarantee that I won't be able to stop them all. There are too many enchantments. I will be lucky if I can just predict how all of them are going to interact with each other. Even if I try, I won't be able to be sure if I was right until I actually do the enchantments.